Mam says, Alfie is enough. I'm worn out. That's the end of it. No more children. Dad says, the good Catholic woman must perform her wifely duties and submit to her husband or face eternal damnation. Mam says, as long as there are no more children, eternal damnation sounds attractive enough to me. What is Dad to do? There's a war on. English agents are recruiting Irishmen to work in their munitions factories. The pay is good. There are no jobs in Ireland. And if the wife turns her back to you, there's no shortage of women in England, where the able men are off fighting Hitler and Mussolini, and you can do anything you like as long as you remember you're Irish and lower class, and don't try to rise above your station. Families up and down the lane are getting telegram money orders from their fathers in England. They rush to the post office to cash the money orders so they can shop and show the world their good fortune on Saturday night and Sunday morning. The boys get their hair cut on Saturdays. The women curl their hair with iron tongs hot from the fire. They're very grand now, the way they pay sixpence or even a shilling for seats at the Savoy Cinema, where you'll meet a better class of people than the lower classes who fill the twopenny seats in the gods at the Lyric Cinema and are never done shouting at the screen. The kind of people, if you don't mind, who are liable to cheer on the Africans when they throw spears at Tarzan, or the Indians when they're scalping the United States cavalry. The new rich people go home after Mass on Sundays, all airs, and stuff themselves with meat and potatoes, sweets and cakes galore, and they think nothing of drinking their tea from delicate little cups which stand in saucers to catch the tea that overflows. And when they lift the cups, they stick out their little fingers to show how refined they are. Some stop going to fish and chip shops altogether, because you see nothing in those places but drunken soldiers and night girls and men that drank their dole and their wives screeching at them to come home. The brave new rich will be seen at the Savoy restaurant or the Stella, drinking tea, eating little buns, patting their lips with serviettes if you don't mind, coming home on the bus and complaining the service is not what it used to be. They have electricity now, so they can see things they never saw before. And when darkness falls, they turn on the new wireless to hear how the war is going. They thank God for Hitler, because if he hadn't marched all over Europe, the men of Ireland would still be at home scratching their arses on the queue at the Labour Exchange. Some families sing, Yippee-yi-de-yi-yi-yo, yippee-yi-de-yi-yi. We don't care about England or France. All we want is the German advance. If there's a chill in the air, they'll turn on the electric fire for the comfort that's in it and sit in their kitchens listening to the news, declaring how sorry they are for the English women and children dying under the German bombs. But look what England did to us for 800 years. The families with fathers in England are able to lord it over the families that don't. At dinner time and tea time, the new rich mothers stand at their doors and call to their children, Mikey, Kathleen, Paddy, come in for your dinner. Come in for the lovely leg of lamb and the gorgeous green peas and the floury white potatoes. Sean, Josie, Peggy, come in for your tea. Come in at once for the fresh bread and butter and the gorgeous blue duck egg what no one else in the lane have. Brendan, Annie, Patsy, come in for the fried black pudding, the sizzling sausages and the lovely trifles soaked in the best of Spanish sherry. At times like this, Mam tells us stay inside. We have nothing but bread and tea, and she doesn't want the tormenting neighbours to see us with our tongues hanging out, suffering over the lovely smells floating up and down the lane. She says 'tis easy to see they're not used to having anything, the way they brag about everything. 'Tis a real low-class mind that will call out the door and tell the world what they're having for the supper. She says 'tis their way of getting a rise out of us because Dad is a foreigner from the north, and he won't have anything to do with them. Dad says all that food comes from English money, and no luck will come to those who took it. But what could you expect from Limerick anyway? People who profit from Hitler's war, people who will work and fight for the English. He says he'll never go over there and help England win a war. Mam says, no, you'll stay here where there's no work and hardly a lump of coal to boil water for the tea. No, you'll stay here and drink the dole when the humour is on you. You'll watch your sons going around with broken shoes and their arses hanging out of their trousers. Every house in the lane has electricity, and we're lucky if we have a candle. God above, if I had the fare, I'd be off to England myself, for I'm sure they need women in the factories. Dad says a factory is no place for a woman. Mam says sitting on your arse by the fire is no place for a man. I say to him, why can't you go to England, Dad, so we can have electricity and a wireless, and Mam can stand at the door and tell the world what we're having at dinner time? He says, don't you want to have your father here at home with you? I do, but you can come back at the end of the war and we can all go to America. He sighs, ach aye. All right. He'll go to England after Christmas because America is in the war now and the cause must be just. He'd never go if the Americans hadn't gone in. He tells me I'll have to be the man of the house, and he signs up with an agent to work in a factory in Coventry, which everyone says is the most bombed city in England. The agent says, there's plenty of work for willing men. You can work overtime till you drop, and if you save it up, mate, you'll be Rockefeller at the end of the war. We're up early to see Dad off at the railway station. Kathleen O'Connell at the shop knows Dad is off to England and money will be flowing back, so she's happy to let Mam have credit for tea, milk, sugar, bread, butter, and an egg. An egg! Mam says, this egg is for your father. He needs the nourishment for the long journey before him. It's a hard-boiled egg, and Dad peels off the shell. He slices the egg 5 ways and gives each of us a bit to put on our bread. Mam says, don't be such a fool. Dad says, what would a man be doing with a whole egg to himself? Mam has tears on her eyelashes. She pulls her chair over to the fireplace. We all eat our bread and egg and watch her cry till she says, what are ye gawking at? And turns away to look into the ashes. Her bread and egg are still on the table, and I wonder if she has any plans for them. They look delicious, and I'm still hungry, but Dad gets up and brings them to her with the tea. She shakes her head, but he presses them on her, and she eats and drinks, snuffling and crying. He sits opposite her a while, silent, till she looks up at the clock and says, 'Tis time to go. He puts on his cap and picks up his bag. Mam wraps Alfie in an old blanket, and we set off through the streets of Limerick. There are other families in the streets. The going-away fathers walk ahead. The mothers carry babies or push prams. A mother with the pram would say to other mothers, God above, missus, you must be fagged out carrying that child. Sure, why don't you stick him into the pram here and rest your poor arms? Prams might be packed with 4 or 5 babies squalling away, because the prams are old and the wheels bockety, and the babies are rocked till they get sick and throw up their goody. The men call to each other, Grand day, Mick. Lovely day for the journey, Joe. 'Tis indeed, Mick. Arra, we might as well have a pint before we go, Joe. We might as well, Mick. Might as well be drunk as the way we are, Joe. They laugh, and the women behind them are teary-eyed and red-nosed. In the pubs around the railway station, the men are packed in, drinking the money the agents gave them for travel food. They're having the last pint, the last drop of whiskey on Irish soil. For God knows it might be the last we'll ever have, Mick, the way the Jerrys are bombing the bejesus out of England, and not a minute too soon, after what they did to us. And isn't it a tragic thing entirely, the way we have to go over there and save the arse of the ancient foe? The women stay outside the pubs talking. Ma'am tells Mrs. Meehan, "The first telegram money order I get, I'll be in the shop buying a big breakfast so that we can all have our own egg of a Sunday morning." I look at my brother Malachi. "Did you hear that? Our own egg of a Sunday morning." Oh, God! I already had plans for my egg. Tap it around the top, gently crack the shell, lift with the spoon, a dab of butter down into the yolk, salt, take my time, a dip of the spoon, scoop, more salt, more butter, into the mouth. Oh, God above, if heaven has a taste, it must be an egg with butter and salt. And after the egg, is there anything in the world lovelier than fresh, warm bread and a mug of sweet, golden tea? Some men are already too drunk to walk, and the English agents are paying sober men to drag them out of the pubs and throw them onto a great horse-drawn float to be hauled to the station and dumped into the train. The agents are desperate to get everyone out of the pubs. "Come on, men. Miss this train and you'll miss a good job. Come on, men. We have the Guinness in England. We have the Jameson. Now, men, please, men. You're drinking your food money and you'll get no more." The men tell the agents to kiss their Irish arses, that the agents are lucky they're alive, lucky they're not hanging from the nearest lamppost after what they did to Ireland. And the men sing, "On Mountjoy one Monday morning, high upon the gallows tree, Kevin Barry gave his young life for the cause of liberty." The train wails in the station, and the agents beg the women to get their men out of the pubs, and the men stumble out singing and crying and hugging their wives and children, and promising to send so much money, Limerick will be turned into another New York. The men climb the station steps, and the women and children call after them, "Kevin, love, mind yourself and don't be wearing damp shirts. Dry your socks, Michael, or the bunions will destroy you entirely. Paddy, go easy on the drink. Are you listening, Paddy?" "Dad, Dad, don't go, Dad." "Tommy, don't forget to send the money. The children are skin and bones." "Peter, don't forget to be taking the medicine for your weak chest, God help us." "Larry, mind them bloody bombs." "Christy, don't be talking to them English women. They're full of diseases." "Jackie, come back. Sure we'll manage somehow. Don't go, Jackie, Jackie, oh Jesus, don't go." Dad pats our heads. He tells us remember our religious duties, but above all, obey our mother. He stands before her. She has the baby Alfie in her arms. She says, "Mind yourself." He drops the bag and puts his arms around her. They stay that way a moment till the baby yelps between them. He nods, picks up his bag, climbs the steps to the station, turns to wave, and he's gone. Back at home, Ma'am says, "I don't care. I know it sounds extravagant, but I'm going to light the fire and make more tea, for it isn't every day your father goes to England." We sit around the fire and drink our tea and cry because we have no father, till Ma'am says, "Don't cry, don't cry. Now that your father is gone to England, surely our troubles will be over. Surely." Ma'am and Bridie Hannon sit by the fire upstairs in Italy, smoking woodbines, drinking tea, and I sit on the stairs listening. We have a father in England so that we can get all we want from Kathleen O'Connell's shop and pay when he starts sending the money in a fortnight. Mam tells Bridie she can't wait to get out of this bloody lane to a place with a decent lavatory that we don't have to share with half the world. We'll all have new boots and coats to keep off the rain, so we won't be coming home from school famished. We'll have eggs and rashers on Sunday for breakfast and ham and cabbage and potatoes for dinner. We'll have electric light. Why shouldn't we? Weren't Frank and Malachi born to it in America where everyone has it? All we have to do now is wait for 2 weeks till the telegram boy knocks at the door. Dad will have to settle into his job in England, buy work clothes and get a place to stay. So the first money order won't be big, £3 or £3.10. But soon we'll be like other families in the lane, £5 a week, paying off debts, buying new clothes, putting something in the savings against the time we'll pack up and move to England entirely, and save there to go to America. Mam herself could get a job in an English factory making bombs or something, and God knows we wouldn't know ourselves with the money pouring in. She wouldn't be happy if we grew up with English accents, but better an English accent than an empty belly. Bridie says it doesn't matter what class of an accent an Irishman has, for he'll never forget what the English did to us for 800 long years. We know what Saturdays are in the lane. We know some families like the Downeses across from us get their telegram early because Mr. Downes is a steady man who knows how to have a pint or two on a Friday and go home to his bed. We know men like him run to the post office the minute they're paid so their families won't know a minute of waiting or worry. Men like Mr. Downes send their sons RAF wings to wear on their coats. That's what we want, and that's what we told Dad before he left. Don't forget the RAF badges, Dad. We see the telegram boys on their bicycles swing into the lane. They're happy telegram boys because the tips they get in the lanes are bigger than anything they get in the grand streets and avenues where rich people would begrudge you the steam of their piss. The families that get the early telegrams have that contented look. They'll have all day Saturday to enjoy the money. They'll shop, they'll eat, they'll have all day to think about what they'll do that night, and that's almost as good as the thing itself because Saturday night, when you have a few shillings in your pocket, is the most delicious night of the week. There are families don't get the telegram every week, and you know them by the anxious look. Mrs. Maher has waited at her door every Saturday for 2 months. My mother says she'd be ashamed of her life to wait at the door like that. All the children play in the lane and keep an eye out for the telegram boy. "Hi, telegram boy, do you have anything from Maher?" And when he says no, they say, "Are you sure?" And he'll say, "Course I'm sure. I know what I have in me feckin' pouch." Everyone knows the telegram boys stop coming when the Angelus rings at 6, and darkness brings desperation to the women and children. "Telegram boy, will you look in your pouch again, please? Oh, God." "I did. I have nothing for ye." "Oh, God, please look. Our name is Maher. Will you look?" "I know bloody well your name is Maher, and I looked." The children claw at him up on his bicycle, and he kicks at them. "Jesus, will you get away from me?" Once the Angelus rings at 6 in the evening, the day is over. The ones with the telegrams are having their supper with the electric light blazing away, and the ones that didn't get the telegram have to light candles and see if Kathleen O'Connell might let them have tea and bread till this time next week, when surely with the help of God and his blessed mother the telegram will come. Mr. Meehan, at the top of the lane, went to England with Dad, and when the telegram boy stops at Meehan's, we know we'll be next. Mam has her coat ready to go to the post office, but she won't leave the chair by the fire in Italy till she has the telegram in her hand. The telegram boy rides down the lane and swings over to Downes's. He hands them their telegram, takes the tip, and turns his bicycle around to head back up the lane. Malachi calls, "Telegram boy, do you have something from McCourt? Ours is coming today." The telegram boy shakes his head and rides away. Mam puffs in her woodbine. "Well, we have all day. though I'd like to do a bit of shopping early before the best hams are gone at Barry the butcher. She can't leave the fire, and we can't leave the lane for fear the telegram boy might come and find no one at home. Then we'd have to wait till Monday to cash the money order, and that would destroy the weekend entirely. We'd have to watch the Meehans and everyone else parading around in their new clothes and staggering home with eggs and potatoes and sausages for Sunday and sailing off to the films on Saturday night. No, we can't move an inch till that telegram boy comes. Mam says, don't be too worried between noon and 2 because so many telegram boys go for their dinner and there will surely be a big rush between 2 and the Angelus. We don't have a thing to worry about till 6. We stop every telegram boy. We tell them our name is McCourt, that this is our first telegram. It should be £3 or more. They might have forgotten to put our name in it, or our address. Is he sure? Is he sure? One boy tells us he'll inquire at the post office. He says he knows what 'tis like to wait for the telegram because his own father is a drunken old shit over in England that never sent a penny. Mam hears him inside and tells us you should never talk about your father like that. The same telegram boy comes back just before the Angelus at 6 and tells us he asked Mrs. O'Connell at the post office if they had anything from McCourt all day, and they didn't. Mam turns towards the dead ashes in the fire and sucks at the last bit of goodness in the woodbine butt, caught between the brown thumb and the burnt middle finger. Michael, who's only 5 and won't understand anything till he's 11 like me, wants to know if we're having fish and chips tonight because he's hungry. Mam says, next week, love. And he goes back out to play in the lane. You don't know what to do with yourself when the first telegram doesn't come. You can't stay out in the lane playing with your brothers all night because everyone else has gone in, and you'd be ashamed to stay out in the lane to be tormented with smells of sausages and rashers and fried bread. You don't want to look at electric light coming through the windows after dark, and you don't want to hear the news from the BBC or Radio Éireann from other people's wirelesses. Mrs. Maher and her children are gone in, and there's only the dim light of a candle from their kitchen. They're ashamed too. They stay inside on Saturday nights, and they don't even go to Mass on Sunday mornings. Bridie Hannon told Mam that Mrs. Maher is in a constant state of shame over the rags they wear, and so desperate she goes down to the dispensary for the public assistance. Mam says that's the worst thing that could happen to any family. It's worse than going on the dole. It's worse than going to the St. Vincent de Paul Society. It's worse than begging on the streets with the tinkers and the knackers. It's the last thing you do to keep yourself out of the poorhouse and the children from the orphanage. There's a sore at the top of my nose between my eyebrows, grey and red, and itching. Grandma says, don't touch that sore and don't put water near it or it'll spread. If you broke your arm, she'd say, don't touch that with water, it'll spread. The sore spreads into my eyes anyway, and now they're red and yellow from the stuff that oozes and makes them stick in the morning. They stick so hard I have to force my eyelids open with my fingers, and Mam has to scrub off that yellow stuff with a damp rag and boric powder. The eyelashes fall off, and every bit of dust in Limerick blows into my eyes on windy days. Grandma tells me I have naked eyes, and she says 'tis my own fault. All that eye trouble comes from sitting up there at the top of the lane under the light pole in all kinds of weather with my nose stuck in books. And the same thing will happen to Malachi if he doesn't give over with the reading. You can see little Michael is getting just as bad, sticking his nose in books, when he should be out playing like a healthy child. Books, 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 says Grandma. Ye will ruin your eyes entirely. She's having tea with Mam, and I hear her whisper, the thing to do is to give him St. Anthony spit. What's that, says Mam. Your fasting spit in the morning. Go to him before he wakes and spit on his eye, for the spit of a fasting mother has powerful cures in it. But I'm always awake before Mam. I force my eyes open long before she stirs. I can hear her coming across the floor, and when she stands over me for the spit, I open my eyes. "God," she says, "your eyes are open. I think they're getting better. That's good." And she goes back to bed. The eyes don't heal, and she takes me to the dispensary where the poor people see doctors and get their medicines. It's the place to apply for public assistance when a father is dead or disappeared, and there's no dole money, no wages. There are benches along the walls by the doctor's offices. The benches are always packed with people talking about their ailments. Old men and women sit and groan, and babies scream, and mothers say, "Hush, love, hush." There's a high platform in the middle of the dispensary with a counter circling it, chest high. When you want anything, you stand in a queue before that platform to see Mr. Coffey or Mr. Kane. The women in the queue are like the women at the St. Vincent de Paul Society. They wear shawls, and they're respectful to Mr. Coffey and Mr. Kane, because if they're not, they might be told, "Go away and come back next week when it's this minute you need the public assistance or a docket to see the doctor." Mr. Coffey and Mr. Kane love to have a good laugh with the women. They'll decide if you're desperate enough for the public assistance or if you're sick enough to see a doctor. You have to tell them in front of everyone what's wrong with you, and they often have a good laugh with that. They'll say, "And what is it you want, Mrs. O'Shea? A docket for the doctor, is it? And what is your trouble, Mrs. O'Shea? A pain, is it? A touch of the wind, maybe? Or maybe too much cabbage? Oh, the cabbage will do it right enough." They laugh, and Mrs. O'Shea laughs, and all the women laugh, and say Mr. Coffey and Mr. Kane are funny men. They'd give Laurel and Hardy a run for their money. Mr. Coffey says, "Now, woman, what's your name?" "Angela McCourt, sir." "And what's up with you?" "'Tis my son, sir. He has 2 bad eyes." "Oh, by God, he does, woman. They're desperate-looking eyes altogether. They look like 2 rising suns. The Japs could use him on their flag, ha, ha, ha. Did he pour acid on his face, or what?" "'Tis some class of infection, sir. He had the typhoid last year, and then this came." All right, we don't need a life story. Here's your docket to Dr. Troy." 2 long benches are filled with patients for Dr. Troy. Ma'am sits next to a woman who has a big sore on her nose that won't go away. "I tried everything, missus. Every known cure on God's lovely earth. I'm 83 years of age, and I'd like to go to my grave healthy. Is it too much to ask that I meet my Redeemer with a healthy nose? And what's up with yourself, missus?" "My son, the eyes." "Ah, God bless us and save us. Look at them eyes. They're the sorest 2 eyes I ever seen in me life. I never seen that colour red before." "'Tis an infection, missus." "Sure there's a cure for that. You need the caul." "What's that now?" "Babies are born with this thing on their heads, a class of a hood, rare and magical. Get a caul and put that on his head any day that has a 3 in it. Make him hold his breath for 3 minutes, even if you have to clap your hand over his face. Sprinkle him with holy water 3 times head to toenail, and his 2 eyes will shine in the dawn." "And where would I get a caul?" "Don't all the midwives have cauls, missus? What's a midwife without a caul? It cures all classes of disease and keeps off more." Ma'am says she'll talk to Nurse O'Halloran and see if she has a spare caul. Dr. Troy looks at my eyes. "Into the hospital with this boy at once. Take him to the eye ward at the city home. Here's the docket to get him in." "What does he have, doctor?" "The worst case of conjunctivitis I've ever seen in my life, and something else in there I can't make out. He needs the eye man." "How long will he be in, doctor?" "Only God knows that. I should have seen this child weeks ago." There are 20 beds in the ward, and there are men and boys with bandages around their heads, black patches on their eyes, thick glasses. Some walk around tapping at beds with sticks. A man cries all the time that he'll never see again. He's too young. His children are babies. He'll never see them again. Jesus Christ, oh Jesus Christ. And the nuns are shocked at the way he takes the name of the Lord in vain. Stop that, Morris. Stop the blasphemy. You have your health. You're alive. We all have our problems. Offer it up and think of the sufferings of our Lord on the cross, the crown of thorns, the nails in his poor hands and feet, the wound in his side. Morris says, "Oh, Jesus, look down and have pity on me." Sister Bernadette warns him if he doesn't mind his language, they'll put him in a ward alone, and he says, "Heavenly God." And that isn't as bad as Jesus Christ, so she's satisfied. In the morning, I have to go downstairs for drops. The nurse says, "Sit in this high chair, and here's a nice sweet." The doctor has a bottle with brown stuff in it. He tells me, put my head back. That's right. Now open up, open your eyes. And he pours the stuff into my right eye, and it's a flame going through my skull. The nurse says, "Open the other eye. Come on, be a good boy." And she has to force the eyelids open so the doctor can set fire to the other side of my skull. She wipes my cheeks and tells me run along upstairs, but I can barely see, and I want to stick my face into an icy stream. The doctor says, "Run along, be a man, be a good trooper." The whole world is brown and blurry on the stairs. The other patients are sitting by their beds with dinner trays, and mine is there too, but I don't want it with the way my skull is raging. I sit by my bed, and a boy across the way says, "Hi, don't you want your dinner? I'll take it." And he comes for it. I try to lie in the bed, but a nurse says, Now, no lying on the bed in the middle of the day. Your case isn't that serious." I have to sit with my eyes closed and everything going brown and black, black and brown, and I'm sure I must be having a dream because, Lord God above, is that the little fellow with the typhoid? Little Frankie. The moon was a ghostly galleon tossed upon cloudy seas. Is that yourself, Frankie? For wasn't I promoted out of the fever hospital, thank God, where there's every class of disease, and you never know what germs you might be bringing home to the wife in your clothes? And what's up with you, Frankie? And the two eyes in your head all gone brown? I have an infection, Seamus. Yeah, you'll be over that before you're married, Frankie. The eyes need exercise. The blink is great value for the eyes. I had an uncle with bad eyes, and the blink saved him. He sat an hour every day and blinked, and it stood to him in the end. Wound up with powerful eyes, so he did. I want to ask him more about the blink and the powerful eyes, but he says, "Now, do you remember the poem, Frankie, the lovely poem of Patricia?" He stands in the aisle between the beds with his mop and his bucket and says the Highwaymen poem, and all the patients stop their moaning, and the nuns and nurses stand and listen, and on goes Seamus, till he comes to the end, and everyone goes mad clapping and cheering him, and he tells the world he loves that poem. He'll have it in his head forever, no matter where he goes. And if it wasn't for Frankie McCourt and his typhoid there, and poor Patricia Madigan with the diphtheria that's gone, God rest her, he'd never know the poem, and there I am, famous in the eye ward of the City Home Hospital, and all because of Seamus. Ma'am can't come to visit every day. It's a long way out. She doesn't always have the money for the bus, and the walk is hard in her corns. She thinks my eyes look better, though you can't tell with all that brown stuff, which looks and smells like iodine, and if it's anything like iodine, it must burn. Still, they say the bitterer the medicine, the quicker the cure. She gets permission to take me for a walk around the grounds when the weather clears. And there's a strange sight. Mr. Timoney standing against the wall where the old people are, with his eyes raised to the sky. I want to talk to him, and I have to ask Ma'am because you never know what's right or wrong in a hospital. Mr. Timoney? Who is it? Who do we have? Frank McCourt, sir. Francis? Francis. Ma'am says, I'm his mother, Mr. Timoney. Well then, The two of ye are blessed. I have neither kith nor kin nor McCourt my dog. And what are you doing in this place, Francis? I have an infection in my eyes. Ah, Jesus, Francis, not the eyes, not the eyes. Mother of Christ, you're too young for that. Mr. Timoney, would you like me to read to you? With them eyes, Francis, no, son, save the eyes. I'm beyond reading. In my head I have everything I need. I was smart enough to put things in my head in my youth, and now I have a library in my head. The English shot my wife. The Irish put down my poor innocent McCourt. Isn't it a joke of a world? Ma'am says, terrible world, but God is good. Indeed, missus, God made the world. It's a terrible world, but God is good. Goodbye, Francis. Rest your eyes, and then read till they fall out of your head. We had good times with old Jonathan Swift, didn't we, Francis? We did, Mr. Timoney. Ma'am takes me back to the eye ward. She tells me, don't be crying over Mr. Timoney. He's not even your father. Besides, you'll be ruining your eyes. Seamus comes to the ward 3 times a week and brings new poems in his head. He says, you made Patricia sad, Frankie, when you didn't like the one about the owl and the pussycat. I'm sorry, Seamus. I have it in my head, Frankie, and I'll say it for you if you don't say 'tis foolish. I won't, Seamus. He says the poem, and everyone in the ward loves it. They want the words, and he says it 3 more times till the whole ward is saying. The owl and the pussycat went to sea in a beautiful pea-green boat. They took some honey and plenty of money wrapped up in a 5-pound note. The owl looked up to the stars above and sang to a small guitar. Oh, lovely pussy, oh, pussy, my love, what a beautiful pussy you are, you are. You are what a beautiful pussy you are. They say it along with Seamus now, and when it's finished they cheer and clap and Seamus laughs, delighted with himself. When he's gone with his mop and bucket, you can hear them at all hours of the day and night. Oh, lovely pussy, oh, pussy, my love, what a beautiful pussy you are. You are, you are, what a beautiful pussy you are. Then Seamus comes with no mop and no bucket. And I'm afraid he's sacked over the poetry, but he's smiling and telling me he's off to England to work in a factory and earn decent wages for a change. He'll work for 2 months and bring the wife over, and God might be pleased to send them children, for he has to do something with all the poems in his head. And what better than saying them to small ones in memory of that sweet Patricia Madigan, dead of the diphtheria? Goodbye, Francis. If I had the right fist, I'd write to you, but I'll get the wife to write when she comes over. I might even learn to read and write myself so that the child that comes won't have a fool for a father. I want to cry, but you can't cry in the eye ward with brown stuff in your eyes and nurses saying, what's this, be a man, and nuns going on, offer it up, think of the sufferings of our Lord on the cross, the crown of thorns, the lance in the side, the hands and feet torn to bits with nails. I'm a month in the hospital, and the doctor says I can go home, even if there's still a bit of infection, but if I keep the eyes clean with soap and clean towels, and build up my health with nourishing food, plenty of beef and eggs, I'll have a pair of sparkling eyes in no time. Ha ha! Mr. Downs across the way comes back from England for his mother's funeral. He tells Mrs. Downs about my father. She tells Bridie Hannon, and Bridie tells my mother. Mr. Downs says that Malachy McCourt has gone pure mad with the drink, that he squanders his wages in pubs all over Coventry, that he sings Irish rebel songs, which the English don't mind, because they're used to the way the Irish carry on about the hundreds of years of suffering, but they won't put up with any man that stands up in a pub and insults the King and Queen of England, their 2 lovely daughters, and the Queen Mother herself. Insulting the Queen Mother is going beyond the beyonds. What did she ever do to anyone, that poor old lady? Time after time, Maliki drinks away his rent money and winds up sleeping in parks when the landlord throws him out. He's a regular disgrace, so he is, and Mr. Downes is glad McCourt is not a Limerick man, bringing shame to this ancient city. The magistrates in Coventry are losing their patience, and if Maliki McCourt doesn't stop the bloody nonsense, he'll be kicked out of the country entirely. Mam tells Bridie she doesn't know what she's going to do with these stories from England. She never felt so desperate in her life. She can see Kathleen O'Connell doesn't want to give any more credit at the shop, and her own mother barks at her if she asks for the loan of a shilling, and the St. Vincent de Paul Society want to know when she'll stop asking for charity, especially with a husband in England. She's ashamed of the way we look, with the dirty old torn shirts, raggedy gansies, broken shoes, holes in our stockings. She lies awake at night, thinking the most merciful thing of all would be to put the 4 boys in an orphanage, so that she could go to England herself and find some type of work where she could bring us all over in a year for the better life. There might be bombs, but she'd prefer bombs any time to the shame of begging from this one and that one. No matter what, she can't bear the thought of putting us in the orphanage. That might be all right if you had the likes of Boys Town in America with a nice priest like Spencer Tracy, but you could never trust the Christian brothers out in Glynn who get their exercise beating boys and starving the life out of them. Mam says there's nothing left but the dispensary and the public assistance, the relief, and she's ashamed of her life to go and ask for it. It means you're at the end of your rope and maybe one level above tinkers, knackers and street beggars in general. It means you have to crawl before Mr. Coffey and Mr. Kane, and thank God the dispensary is at the other end of Limerick, so that people in our lane won't know we're getting the relief. She knows from other women it's wise to be there early in the morning, where Mr. Coffey and Mr. Kane might be in a good mood. If you go late in the morning, they're liable to be cranky after seeing hundreds of men, women and children sick and asking for help. She'll take us with her to prove she has 4 children to feed. She gets us up early and tells us for once in our lives, don't wash our faces, don't comb our hair, dress in any old rag. She tells me, give my sore eyes a good rub and make them as red as I can, for the worse you look at the dispensary, the more pity you get, and the better your chances of getting the public assistance. She complains that Maliki, Michael and Alfie look too healthy, and you'd wonder why on this day of days they couldn't have their usual scabby knees or the odd cut, bruise or black eye. If we meet anyone in the lane or the streets of Limerick, we are not to tell them where we're going. She feels ashamed enough without telling the whole world, and wait till her own mother hears. There's a queue already outside the dispensary. There are women like Mam with children in their arms, babies like Alfie, and children playing on the pavement. The women comfort the babies against the cold and scream at the ones playing in case they run into the street and get hit by a motor car or a bicycle. There are old men and women huddled against the wall, talking to themselves, or not talking at all. Mam warns us not to wander from her, and we wait half an hour for the big door to open. A man tells us, move inside in proper order and queue up before the platform, that Mr. Coffey and Mr. Kane will be there in a minute when they finish their tea in the room beyond. A woman complains her children are freezing with the cold, and couldn't Coffey and Kane bloody well hurry up with their tea? The man says she's a troublemaker, but he won't take her name this time with the cold that's in the morning. But if there's another word, she'll be a sorry woman. Mr. Coffey and Mr. Kane get up on the platform and pay no attention to the people. Mr. Kane puts on his glasses, takes them off, polishes them, puts them on, looks at the ceiling. Mr. Coffey reads papers, writes something, passes papers to Mr. Kane. They whisper to each other. They take their time. They don't look at us. Then Mr. Kane calls the first old man to the platform. "What's your name?" "Timothy Cray, sir." "Craig, huh? A fine old Limerick name you have there." "I do, sir. Indeed I do." "And what do you want, Cray?" Sure, I do be having them pains in me stomach again, and I'd like to see Dr. Feely." "Well now, Cray, are you sure it's not the pints of porter that are going against your stomach?" No, indeed, sir. Surely I hardly touch the pint at all with the pains. My wife is home in the bed and I have to take care of her too." "There's great laziness in the world, Cray." And Mr. Kane says to the people on the queue, "Did you hear that, ladies? Great laziness, isn't there?" And the women say, "Oh, there is indeed, Mr. Kane, great laziness." Mr. Craig gets his docket to see the doctor. The queue moves ahead, and Mr. Kane is ready for ma'am. "The public assistance, is that what you want, woman? The relief?" "'Tis, Mr. Kane." "And where's your husband?" "Oh, he's in England, but—" "England, is it? And where is the Weekly Telegram, the big £5? "He didn't send us a penny in months, Mr. Kane." "Is that a fact? Well, we know why, don't we? We know what the men of Ireland are up to in England. We know there's the occasional Limerick man seen trotting around with a Piccadilly tart, don't we?" He looks out at the people on the queue, and they know they're supposed to say, "We do, Mr. Kane." And they know they're supposed to smile and laugh, or things will go hard with them when they reach the platform. They know he might turn them over to Mr. Coffey, and he's notorious for saying no to everything. Ma'am tells Mr. Kane that Dad is in Coventry and nowhere near Piccadilly. And Mr. Kane takes off his glasses and stares at her. "What's this? Are we having a little contradiction here?" "Oh, no, Mr. Kane, God, no." "I want you to know, woman, that it is the policy here to give no relief to women with husbands in England. I want you to know you're taking the bread from the mouths of more deserving people who stayed in this country to do their bit." "Oh, yes, Mr. Kane." "And what's your name?" "McCourt, sir." "That's not a Limerick name. Where did you get a name like that?" "My husband, sir, he's from the north." "He's from the north? And he leaves you here to get the relief from the Irish Free State? Is this what we fought for? Is it?" "I don't know, sir." "Why don't you go up to Belfast to see what the Orangemen will do for you, eh?" "I don't know, sir." "You don't know? Of course you don't know. There's great ignorance in the world." He looks out at the people. "I said there's great ignorance in the world." And the people nod their heads and agree there's great ignorance in the world. He whispers to Mr. Coffey, and they look at Ma'am, they look at us. He tells Ma'am at last that she can have the public assistance, but if she gets a single penny from her husband, she's to drop all claims and give the money back to the dispensary. She promises she will, and we leave. We follow her to Kathleen O'Connell's shop to get tea and bread and a few sods of turf for the fire. We climb the stairs to Italy and get the fire going, and it's cosy when we have our tea. We're all very quiet, even the baby Alfie, because we know what Mr. Kane did to our mother. It's cold and wet down in Ireland, but we're up in Italy. Ma'am says we should bring the poor Pope up to hang on the wall opposite the window. After all, he's a friend of the working man. He's Italian, and they're a warm-weather people. Ma'am sits by the fire shivering, and we know something is wrong when she makes no move for a cigarette. She says she feels a cold coming, and she'd love to have a tarty drink, a lemonade. But there's no money in the house, not even for bread in the morning. She drinks tea and goes to bed. The bed creaks all night with her twistings and turnings, and she keeps us awake with her moaning for water. In the morning, she stays in bed, still shivering, and we keep quiet. If she sleeps long enough, Malachy and I will be too late for school. Hours pass, and still she makes no move. And when I know it's well past school time, I start the fire for the kettle. She stirs and calls for lemonade, but I give her a jam jar of water. I ask her if she'd like some tea, and she acts like a woman gone deaf. She looks flushed, and it's odd she doesn't even mention cigarettes. We sit quietly by the fire, Malachy, Michael, Alfie, and myself. We drink our tea while Alfie chews the last bit of bread covered with sugar. He makes us laugh the way he smears the sugar all over his face and grins at us with his fat, sticky cheeks. But we can't laugh too much, or Mam will jump out of the bed and order Malachy and me off to school, where we'll be killed for being late. We don't laugh long. There's no more bread and we're hungry, the four of us. We can get no more credit at O'Connell's shop. We can't go near Grandma either. She yells at us all the time because Dad is from the north and he never sends money home from England, where he's working in a munitions factory. Grandma says we could starve to death for all he cares. That would teach Mam a lesson for marrying a man from the north with sallow skin, an odd manner, and a look of the Presbyterian about him. Still, I'll have to try Kathleen O'Connell once more. I'll tell her my mother is sick above in the bed, my brothers are starving, and we'll all be dead for the want of bread. I put on my shoes and run quickly through the streets of Limerick to keep myself warm against the February frost. You can look in people's windows and see how cosy it is in their kitchens with their fires glowing or ranges black and hot, everything bright in the electric light. Cups and saucers on the table with plates of sliced bread, pounds of butter, jars of jam, smells of fried eggs and rashers coming through the windows, enough to make the water run in your mouth, and families sitting there digging in, all smiling, the mother crisp and clean in her apron, everyone washed, and the Sacred Heart of Jesus looking down at them from the wall, suffering and sad, but still happy with all that food and light and good Catholics at their breakfast. I tried to find music in my own head, but all I can find is my mother moaning for lemonade. Lemonade! There's a van pulling away from South's pub, leaving crates of beer and lemonade outside, and there isn't a soul in the street. In a second I have 2 bottles of lemonade up under my jersey, and I saunter away trying to look innocent. There's a bread van outside Kathleen O'Connell's shop. The back door is open on shelves of steaming, newly baked bread. The van driver is inside the shop having tea in a bun with Kathleen, and it's no trouble for me to help myself to a loaf of bread. It's wrong to steal from Kathleen with the way she's always good to us, but if I go in and ask her for bread, she'll be annoyed and tell me I'm ruining her morning cup of tea, which she'd like to have in peace, ease and comfort, thank you. It's easier to stick the bread up under my jersey with the lemonade and promise to tell everything in confession. My brothers are back in bed, playing games under the overcoats, but they jump when they see the bread. We tear at the loaf because we're too hungry to slice it, and we make tea from this morning's leaves. When my mother stirs, Malachy holds the lemonade bottle to her lips, and she gasps till she finishes it. If she likes it that much, I'll have to find more lemonade. We put the last of the coal on the fire and sit around telling stories, which we make up the way Dad did. I tell my brothers about my adventures with the lemonade and bread. And I make up stories about how I was chased by pub owners and shopkeepers, and how I ran into St. Joseph's Church, where no one can follow you if you're a criminal, not even if you killed your own mother. Malachy and Michael look shocked over the way I got the bread and lemonade, but then Malachy says it was only what Robin Hood would have done, rob the rich and give to the poor. Michael says I'm an outlaw, and if they catch me, they'll hang me from the highest tree in the People's Park, the way outlaws are hanged in films at the Lyric Cinema. Malachy says I should make sure I'm in a state of grace because it might be hard to find the priest to come to my hanging. I tell him a priest would have to come to the hanging. That's what priests are for. Roddy McCauley had a priest, and so did Kevin Barry. Malachy says there were no priests at the hanging of Roddy McCauley and Kevin Barry because they're not mentioned in the songs, and he starts singing the songs to prove it till my mother groans in the bed and says, "Shut up." Alfie the baby is asleep on the floor by the fire. We put him into the bed with Mam so that he'll be warm enough, though we don't want him to catch her disease and die. If she wakes up and finds him dead in the bed beside her, there will be no end to the lamentations, and she'd blame me on top of it. The three of us get back into our own bed, huddling under the overcoats and trying not to roll into the hole in the mattress. It's pleasant there till Michael starts to worry over Alfie getting Mam's disease and me getting hanged for an outlaw. He says it isn't fair, because that would leave him with only one brother, and everyone in the world has brothers galore. He falls asleep from the worry, and soon Malachy drifts off, and I lie there thinking of jam. Wouldn't it be lovely to have another loaf of bread and a jar of strawberry jam, or any kind of jam? I can't remember ever seeing a jam van making a delivery, and I wouldn't want to be like Jesse James blasting my way into a shop demanding jam. That would surely lead to a hanging. There's a cold sun coming through the window, and I'm sure it must be warmer outside. And would my brothers be surprised if they woke and found me there with more bread and jam? They'd gobble everything, and then go on about my sins and the hanging. Mam is still asleep, though her face is red, and there's a strangling sound when she snores. I have to be careful going through the street because it's a school day, and if Guard Dennehy sees me, he'll drag me off to school, and Mr. O'Halloran will knock me all over the classroom. The guard is in charge of school attendance, and he loves chasing you on his bicycle and dragging you off to school by the ear. There's a box sitting outside the door of one of the big houses on Barrington Street. I pretend to knock on the door so that I can see what's in the box. A bottle of milk, loaf of bread, cheese, tomatoes, and, oh God, a jar of marmalade. I can't shove all that under my jersey. Oh God, should I take the whole box? The people passing by me pay no attention. I might as well take the whole box. My mother would say you might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. I lift the box and try to look like a messenger boy making a delivery, and no one says a word. Malachy and Michael are beside themselves when they see what's in the box, and they're soon gobbling thick cuts of bread slathered with golden marmalade. Alfie has the marmalade all over his face and hair, and a good bit on his legs and belly. We wash down the food with cold tea because we have no fire to heat it. Mam mumbles again for lemonade, and I give her half the second bottle to keep her quiet. She calls for more, and I mix it with water to stretch it because I can't be spending my life running around lifting lemonade from pubs. We're having a fine time of it till Mam begins to rave in the bed about her lovely little daughter taken from her and her twin boys gone before they were 3, and why couldn't God take the rich for a change, and is there any lemonade in the house? Michael wants to know if Mam will die, and Malachy tells him, you can't die till the priest comes. Then Michael wonders if we'll ever have a fire and hot tea again, because he's freezing in the bed, even with the overcoats left over from olden times. Malachy says we should go from house to house asking for turf and coal and wood, and we could use Alfie's pram to carry the load. We should take Alfie with us because he's small and he smiles, and people would see him and feel sorry for him and us. We try to wash all the dirt and lint and feathers and sticky marmalade, but when we touch him with water, he howls. Michael says he'll only get dirty again in the pram, so what's the use of washing him? Michael is small, but he's always saying remarkable things like that. We push the pram out to the rich avenues and roads, but when we knock on the doors, The maids tell us, go away, or they'll call the proper authorities, and it's a disgrace to be dragging a baby around in a wreck of a pram that smells to the heavens, a filthy contraption that you wouldn't use to haul a pig to the slaughterhouse. And this is a Catholic country where babies should be cherished and kept alive to hand down the faith from generation to generation. Malachy tells one maid to kiss his arse, and she gives him such a clout the tears leap to his eyes, and he says he'll never in his life ask the rich for anything again. He says there's no use asking any more, that we should go around to the backs of the houses and climb over the walls and take what we want. Michael can ring the front doorbells to keep the maids busy, and Malachy and I can throw coal and turf over the walls and fill the pram all around Alfie. We collect that way from 3 houses, but then Malachy throws a piece of coal over a wall and hits Alfie, and he starts screaming, and we have to run, forgetting Michael, still ringing doorbells and getting abuse from maids. Malachy says we should take the pram home first and then go back for Michael. We can't stop now with Alfie bawling and people giving us dirty looks and telling us we're a disgrace to our mother and Ireland in general. When we're back home, it takes a while to dig Alfie out from under the load of coal and turf, and he won't stop screaming till I give him bread and marmalade. I'm afraid Mam will leap from her bed, but she only mumbles on about Dad and drink and babies dead. Malachy is back with Michael, with stories of his adventures ringing doorbells. One rich woman answered the door herself and invited him into the kitchen for cake and milk and bread and jam. She asked him all about his family, and he told her his father had a big job in England, but his mother is in the bed with a desperate disease and calling for lemonade morning, noon and night. The rich woman wanted to know who was taking care of us, and Michael bragged we were taking care of ourselves, that there was no shortage of bread and marmalade. The rich woman wrote down Michael's name and address and told him be a good boy and go home to his brothers and his mother in the bed. Malachy barks at Michael for being such a fool as to tell a rich woman anything. She'll go now and telling us, and before we know it, we'll have the priest of the world banging on the door and disturbing us. There's the banging on the door already. But it isn't the priest, it's Guard Dennehy. He calls up, "Hello? Hello? Is anybody home? Are you there, Mrs. McCourt?" Michael knocks on the window and waves at the guard. I give him a good kick for himself, and Malachy thumps him on the head and he yells, "I'll tell the guard! I'll tell the guard! They're killing me, guard! They're thumping and kicking!" He won't shut up, and Guard Dennehy shouts at us to open the door. I call out the window and tell him I can't open the door because my mother is in bed with a terrible disease. "Where's your father?" "He's in England." "Well, I'm coming in to talk to your mother." You can't, she has the disease. We all have the disease. It might be the typhoid. It might be the galloping consumption. We're getting spots already. The baby has a lump. It could kill." He pushes in the door and climbs the stairs to Italy, just as Alfie crawls out from under the bed, covered with marmalade and dirt. He looks at him and my mother and us, takes off his cap and scratches his head. He says, "Jesus, Mary and Joseph, this is a desperate situation. How did your mother get sick like that?" I tell him he shouldn't go near her. And when Malachy says we might not be able to go to school for ages, the guard says we'll go to school no matter what, that we're on the earth to go to school the way he's on the earth to make sure we go to school. He wants to know if we have any relations, and he sends me off to tell Grandma and Aunt Aggie to come to our house. They scream at me and tell me I'm filthy. I try to explain that Mam has the disease, and I'm worn out trying to make ends meet, keeping the home fires burning, getting lemonade from Mam and bread from my brothers. There's no use telling them about the marmalade, for they'll only scream again. There's no use telling them about the nastiness of rich people and their maids. They push me all the way back to the lane, barking at me and disgracing me on the streets of Limerick. Guard Dennehy is still scratching his pole. He says, Look at this. A disgrace. You wouldn't see the likes of this in Bombay or the Bowery of New York itself. Grandma is wailing at my mother. Mother of God, Angela, what's up with you in the bed? What did they do to you? My mother runs her tongue over her dry lips and gasps for more lemonade. She wants lemonade, says Michael, and we got it for her, and bread and marmalade, and we're all outlaws now. Frankie was the first outlaw till we went raiding for coal all over Limerick. Guard Dennehy looks interested and takes Michael downstairs by the hand, and in a few minutes we hear him laughing. Aunt Aggie says that's a disgraceful way to behave with my mother sick in the bed. The guard comes back and tells her, go for a doctor. He keeps covering his face with his cap whenever he looks at me or my brothers. Desperados, he says, desperados. The doctor comes with Aunt Aggie in his motor car, and he has to rush my mother to the hospital with her pneumonia. We'd all like to go riding in the doctor's car, but Aunt Aggie says, no, ye are all coming to my house till your mother comes home from the hospital. I tell her not to bother. I'm 11, and I can easily look after my brothers. I'd be glad to stay at home from school and make sure everyone is fed and washed. But Grandma screams I will do no such thing, and Aunt Aggie gives me a thump for myself. Guard Dennehy says I'm too young yet to be an outlaw and a father, but I have a promising future in both departments. Get your clothes, says Aunt Aggie. You're coming to my house till your mother is out of the hospital. Jesus above, that baby is a disgrace. She finds a rag and ties it around Alfie's bottom for fear he might shit all over the pram. Then she looks at us and wants to know why we're standing there with our faces hanging out after she told us to get our clothes. I'm afraid she'll hit me or yell at me when I tell her it's all right, we have our clothes, they're on us. She stares at me and shakes her head. Here, she says, put some sugar and water in the child's bottle. She tells me I have to push Alfie through the streets. She can't manage the pram with that bockety wheel that makes it rock back and forth. And besides, 'tis a disgraceful-looking object she'd be ashamed to put a mangy dog in. She takes the 3 old coats from our bed and piles them on the pram till you can hardly see Alfie at all. Grandma comes with us and barks at me all the way from Roden Lane to Aunt Aggie's flat in Windmill Street. Can't you push that pram properly? Jesus, you're going to kill that child. Stop going from side to side or I'll give you a good clither on the gob. She won't come into Aunt Aggie's flat. She can't stand the sight of us one more minute. She's fed up with the whole McCourt clan from the days when she had to send 6 fares to bring us all back from America, dishing out more money for funerals for dead children, giving us food every time our father drank the dole or the wages, helping Angela carry on while that blackguard from the north drinks his wages all over England. Oh, she's fed up, so she is. And off she goes across Henry Street with her black shawl pulled up around her white head, limping along in her black high-lace boots. When you're 11 and your brothers are 10, 5 and 1, you don't know what to do when you go to someone's house, even if she's your mother's sister. You're told to leave the pram in the hall and bring the baby into the kitchen. But if it's not your house, you don't know what to do once you get into the kitchen, for fear the aunt will yell at you or hit you on the skull. She takes off her coat and takes it to the bedroom, and you stand with the baby in your arms waiting to be told. If you take 1 step forward or 1 step to the side, she might come out and say, "Where are you going?" and you don't know what to answer because you don't know yourself. If you say anything to your brothers, she might say, "Who do you think you're talking to in my kitchen?" We have to stand and be quiet, and that's hard when there's a tinkling sound from the bedroom, and we know she's on the chamber pot peeing away. I don't want to look at Malachi. If I do, I'll smile, and he'll smile, and Michael will smile, and there's danger we'll start laughing, and if we do, we won't be able to stop for days at the picture in our heads of Aunt Aggie's big white bum perched on a flowery little chamber pot. I'm able to control myself. I won't laugh. Malachi and Michael won't laugh. And it's easy to see we're all proud of ourselves for not laughing and getting into trouble with Aunt Aggie, till Alfie in my arms smiles and says, "Goo goo," and that sets us off. The three of us burst out laughing, and Alfie grins with his dirty face and says, "Goo goo" again, till we're helpless, and Aunt Aggie roars out of the room, pulling her dress down, and gives me a thump on the head that sends me against the wall, baby and all. She hits Malachi too, and she tries to hit Michael, but he runs to the other side of her round table, and she can't get at him. "Come over here," she says, "and I'll wipe that grin off your puss." But Michael keeps running around the table, and she's too fat to catch him. "I'll get you later," she says. "I'll warm your arse. And you, Lord Muck," she says to me, "put that child down on the floor over there by the range." She puts the old coats from the pram on the floor, and Alfie lies there with his sugary water and says, "Goo goo," and smiles. She tells us, take off every scrap of our clothes, get out to the tap in the backyard and scrub every inch of our bodies. We are not to come back into this house till we're spotless. I want to tell her it's the middle of February. It's freezing outside. We could all die. But I know if I open my mouth, I might die right there on the kitchen floor. We're out in the yard naked, dousing ourselves with icy water from the tap. She opens the kitchen window and throws out a scrub brush and a big bar of brown soap like the one they used on Finn the horse. She orders us to scrub each other's backs and don't stop till she tells us. Michael says his hands and feet are falling off with the cold, but she doesn't care. She keeps telling us we're still dirty, and if she has to come out to scrub us, we'll rue the day. Another rue. I scrub myself harder. We all scrub till we're pink and our jaws chatter. It's not enough for Aunt Aggie. She comes out with the bucket and sloshes cold water all over us. "Now," she says, "get inside and dry yourselves." We stand in the little shed next to her kitchen, drying ourselves with one towel. We stand and shiver and wait, because you can't go marching into her kitchen till she tells you. We hear her inside, starting the fire, rattling the poker in the range, then yelling at us, "Are ye going to stand in there all day? Come in here and put on your clothes." She gives us mugs of tea and cuts of fried bread, and we sit at the table eating quietly, because you're not supposed to say a word unless she tells you. Michael asks her for a second cut of fried bread, and we expect her to knock him off the chair for his cheek, but she just grumbles, "'Tis far from 2 cuts of fried bread ye were brought up," and gives each of us another cut. She tries to feed Alfie bread soaked in tea, but he won't eat it till she sprinkles it with sugar, and when he's finished, he smiles and pees all over her lap, and we're delighted. She runs out to the shed to dab at herself with a towel, and we're able to grin at each other at the table and tell Alfie he's the champion baby in the world. Uncle Pa Keating comes in the door, all black from his job at the gasworks. "Oh, BJ," he says, "what's this?" Michael says, "My mother is in the hospital, Uncle Pa." "Is that so? What's up with her?" "Pneumonia," says Malachi. "Well, now, that's better than pneumonia." We don't know what he's laughing at, and Aunt Aggie comes in from the shed and tells him how Mam is in the hospital, and we're to stay with him till she gets out. He says, "Grand, grand," and goes to the shed to wash himself. Though when he comes back, you'd never know he touched himself with water at all. He's that black. He sits at the table, and Aunt Aggie gives him his supper, which is fried bread and ham and sliced tomatoes. She tells us get away from the table and stop gawking at him having his tea, and tells him to stop giving us bits of ham and tomato. He says, "Arra, for Jesus' sake, Aggie, the children are hungry." And she says, "'Tis none of your business, they're not yours." She tells us go out and play, and be home for bed by 8:30. We know it's freezing outside, and we'd like to stay in by that warm range, but it's easier to be in the streets playing than inside with Aunt Aggie and her nagging. She calls me in later and sends me upstairs to borrow a rubber sheet from a woman who had a child that died. The woman says, "Tell your aunt I'd like that rubber sheet back for the next child." Aunt Aggie says, 12 years ago that child died and she still keeps the rubber sheet. 45 she is now, and if there's another child we'll have to look for a star in the east. Malachy says, "What's that?" And she tells him, mind his own business, he's too young. Aunt Aggie places the rubber sheet on her bed and puts Alfie on it between herself and Uncle Pa. She sleeps inside against the wall and Uncle Pa outside because he has to get up in the morning for work. We are to sleep on the floor against the opposite wall with one coat under us and two over. She says if she hears a word out of us during the night, she'll warm our arses. And we're to be up early in the morning because it's Ash Wednesday, and it wouldn't do us any harm to go to Mass and pray for our poor mother and her pneumonia. The alarm clock shocks us out of our sleep. Aunt Aggie calls from her bed, "The three of ye are to get up and go to Mass, do you hear me? Up! Wash your faces and go to the Jesuits." Her backyard is all frost and ice, and our hands stink from the tap water. We throw a little on our faces and dry with the towel that's still damp from yesterday. Malachy whispers our wash was a lick and a promise. That's what Mam would say. The streets are frosty and icy too, but the Jesuit church is warm. Must be grand to be a Jesuit, sleeping in a bed with sheets, blankets, pillows, and getting up to a nice warm house and a warm church with nothing to do but say Mass, hear confessions, and yell at people for their sins, have your meals served up to you, and read your Latin office before you go to sleep. I'd like to be a Jesuit someday, but there's no hope of that when you grow up in a lane. Jesuits are very particular. They don't like poor people. They like people with motor cars who stick out their little fingers when they pick up their teacups. The church is crowded with people at 7 o'clock Mass, getting the ashes on their foreheads. Malachy whispers that Michael shouldn't get the ashes because he won't be making his first communion till May, and it would be a sin. Michael starts to cry, "I want the ashes, I want the ashes." An old woman behind us says, "What are you doing to that lovely child?" Malachy explains the lovely child never made his first communion, and he's not in the state of grace. Malachy is getting ready for confirmation himself, always showing off his knowledge of the catechism, always going on about state of grace. He won't admit, "I knew all about the state of grace a year ago, so long ago I'm starting to forget it." The old woman says, "You don't have to be in a state of grace to get a few ashes on your forehead," and tells Malachy stop tormenting his poor little brother. She pats Michael on the head and tells him he's a lovely child and go up there and get your ashes. He runs to the altar, and when he comes back, the woman gives him a penny to go with his ashes. Aunt Aggie is still in the bed with Alfie. She tells Malachy to fill Alfie's bottle with milk and bring it to him. She tells me to start the fire in the range, that there's paper and wood in a box and coal in the coal scuttle. If the fire won't start, sprinkle it with a little paraffin oil. The fire is slow and smoky, and I sprinkle it with the paraffin oil. It flares up, whoosh, and nearly takes my eyebrows off. There's smoke everywhere, and Aunt Aggie rushes into the kitchen. She shoves me away from the range. "Jesus above, can't you do anything right? You're supposed to open the damper, you idiot." I don't know anything about dampers. In our house we have a fireplace in Ireland downstairs and a fireplace in Italy upstairs and no sign of a damper. Then you go to your aunt's house and you're supposed to know all about dampers. There's no use telling her this is the first time you ever lit a fire in a range. She'll just give you another thump in the skull and send you flying. It's hard to know why grown-up people get so angry over little things like dampers. When I'm a man, I won't go around thumping small children over dampers or anything else. Now she yells at me, "Look at Lord Muck standing there. Would you ever think of opening the window and letting out the smoke? Of course you wouldn't. You have a puss on you like your father from the north. Do you think now you can boil the water for the tea without burning the house down?" She cuts 3 slices from a loaf, smears them with margarine for us and goes back to bed. We have the tea and bread, and it's one morning we're glad to go to school where it's warm and there are no yelling ants. After school, she tells me sit at the table and write my father a letter about Mam in the hospital, and how we're all at Aunt Aggie's till Mam comes home. I'm to tell him we're all happy and in the best of health, send money, food is very dear, growing boys eat a lot, ha ha. Alfie the baby needs clothes and nappies. I don't know why she's always angry. Her flat is warm and dry. She has electric light in the house and her own lavatory in the backyard. Uncle Pa has a steady job and he brings home his wages every Friday. He drinks his pints at South's pub but never comes home singing songs of Ireland's long, woeful history. He says, a pox in all their houses. And he says the funniest thing in the world is that we all have arses that have to be wiped and no man escapes that. The minute a politician or a pope starts his blather, Uncle Pa thinks of him wiping his arse. Hitler and Roosevelt and Churchill all wipe their arses, de Valera too. He says the only people you can trust in that department are the Mohammedans, for they eat with one hand and wipe with the other. The human hand itself is a sneaky bugger, and you never know what it's been up to. There are good times with Uncle Pa. When Aunt Aggie goes to the Mechanics' Institute to play cards, 45, he says, to hell with the big Rogers. He gets himself 2 bottles of stout from South's, 6 buns and a half-pound of ham from the shop on the corner. He makes tea and we sit by the range drinking it, eating our ham sandwiches and buns and laughing over Uncle Pa and the way he goes on about the world. He says, I swallow the gas, I drink the pint, I don't give a fiddler's fart about the world and its cousin. If little Alfie gets tired and cranky and cries, Uncle Pa pulls his shirt back from his chest and tells him, Here, have a suck of Diddy Mama. The sight of that flat chest and the nipple shocks Alfie and makes him good again. Before Aunt Aggie comes home, we have to wash the mugs and clean up so she won't know we were stuffing ourselves with buns and ham sandwiches. She'd nag Uncle Pa for a month if she ever found out, and that's what I don't understand. Why does he let her nag him like that? He went to the Great War, he was gassed, he's big, he has a job, he makes the world laugh. It's a mystery. That's what the priest and the masters tell you. Everything is a mystery, and you have to believe what you're told. I could easily have Uncle Pa for a father. We'd have great times sitting by the fire in the range, drinking tea and laughing over the way he farts and says, Light a match, that's a present from the Germans. Aunt Aggie torments me all the time. She calls me Scabby Eyes. She says I'm the spitting image of my father. I have the odd manner. I have the sneaky air of a northern Presbyterian. I'll probably grow up and build an altar to Oliver Cromwell himself. I'll run off and marry an English tart and cover my house with pictures of the royal family. I want to get away from her, and I can think of only one way, to make myself sick and go to the hospital. I get up in the middle of the night and go to her backyard. I can pretend I'm going to the lavatory. I stand out in the open in the freezing weather and hope I'll catch pneumonia or the galloping consumption, so that I'll go to the hospital with the nice clean sheets and the meals in the bed and books brought by the girl in the blue dress. I might meet another Patricia Madigan and learn a long poem. I stand in the backyard for ages in my shirt and bare feet, looking up at the moon, which is a ghostly galleon riding upon cloudy seas, and go back to bed shivering, hoping I'll wake up in the morning with a terrible cough and flushed cheeks. But I don't. I feel fresh and lively, and I'd be in great form if I could be at home with my mother and brothers. There are days when Aunt Aggie tells us she can't stand the sight of us another minute. Get away from me. Here, Scabby Eyes, take Alfie out in his pram. Take your brothers, go to the park and play. Do anything you like and don't come back till tea time when the Angelus is ringing. Not a minute later, do you hear me? Not a minute later. It's cold, but we don't care. We push the pram up O'Connell Avenue, out to Balnacurra or the Ross Bryan Road. We let Alfie crawl around in fields to look at cows and sheep, and we laugh when the cows nuzzle him. I get under the cows and squirt the milk into Alfie's mouth till he's full and throws it up. Farmers chase us till they see how small Michael and Alfie are. Malachi laughs at the farmers. He says, "Hit me now with the child in my arms." Then he has a great notion. Why can't we go to our own house and play a while? We find twigs and bits of wood in the fields and rush to Roden Lane. There are matches by the fireplace in Italy, and we have a good fire going in no time. Alfie falls asleep, and soon the rest of us drift off till the Angelus booms out of the Redemptorist church, and we know we're in trouble with Aunt Aggie for being late. We don't care. She can yell at us all she wants, but we had a grand time out the country with the cows and the sheep, and then the lovely fire above in Italy. You can tell she never has grand times like that. Electric light and a lavatory, but no grand times. Grandma comes for her on Thursdays and Sundays, and they take the bus to the hospital to see Mam. We can't go because children are not allowed, and if we say, "How's Mam?" they look cranky and tell us she's all right, she'll live. We'd like to know when she's getting out of hospital so that we can all go back home, but we're afraid to open our mouths. Malachi tells Aunt Aggie one day he's hungry and could he have a piece of bread. She hits him with a rolled-up little messenger of the Sacred Heart, and there are tears on his eyelashes. He doesn't come home from school the next day, and he's still gone at bedtime. Aunt Aggie says, "Well, I suppose he ran away. Good riddance. If he was hungry, he'd be here. Let him find comfort in a ditch." Next day, Michael runs in from the street. "Dad's here, Dad's here," and runs back out, and there's Dad sitting on the hall floor hugging Michael, crying, "Your poor mother, your poor mother," and there's a smell of drink in him. Aunt Aggie is smiling. "Oh, you're here," and she makes tea and eggs and sausages. She sends me out for a bottle of stout for Dad, and I wonder why she's so pleasant and generous all of a sudden. Michael says, "Are we going to our own house, Dad?" "We are, son." Alfie is back in the pram with the 3 old coats and coal and wood for the fire. Aunt Aggie stands at her door and tells us, "Be good boys, come back for tea any time," and there's a bad word for her in my head. Old bitch. It's in my head and I can't help it, and I'll have to tell the priest in confession. Malachi isn't in a ditch. He's there in our own house eating fish and chips a drunken soldier dropped at the gate of the Sarchville barracks. Mam comes home in 2 days. She's weak and white and walks slowly. She says, "The doctor told me keep warm, have plenty of rest and nourishing food, meat and eggs 3 times a week. God help us. Those poor doctors don't have a notion of not having." Dad makes tea and toast bread for her on the fire. He fries bread for the rest of us, and we have a lovely night up in Italy where it's warm. He says he can't stay forever. He has to go back to work in Coventry. Mam wonders how he'll get to Coventry without a penny in his pocket. He's up early on Holy Saturday, and I have tea with him by the fire. He fries 4 cuts of bread and wraps them in pages of the Limerick Chronicle, 2 cuts in each coat pocket. Mam is still in bed, and he calls to her from the bottom of the stairs. "I'm going now." She says, "All right, right when you land." My father is going to England, and she won't even get out of the bed. I ask if I can go with him to the railway station. No, he's not going there. He's going to the Dublin Road to see if he can get a lift. He pats my head, tells me take care of my mother and brothers, and goes out the door. I watch him go up the lane till he turns the corner. I run up the lane to see him go down Barrack Hill and down St. Joseph Street. I run down the hill and follow him as far as I can. He must know I'm following him, because he turns and calls to me. "Go home, Francis. Go home to your mother." In a week there's a letter to say he arrived safely, that we're to be good boys, attend to our religious duties, and above all, obey our mother. In another week, there's a telegram money order for £3, and we're in heaven. We'll be rich. There will be fish and chips, jelly and custard, films every Saturday at the Lyric, the Coliseum, the Carlton, the Athenaeum, the Central, and the fanciest of all, the Savoy. We might even wind up having tea and cakes at the Savoy Cafe with the knobs and toffs of Limerick. We'll be sure to hold our teacups with our little fingers sticking out. The next Saturday, there's no telegram, nor the Saturday after, nor any Saturday forever. Ma'am begs again at the St. Vincent de Paul Society and smiles at the dispensary when Mr. Coffey and Mr. Kane have their bit of a joke about Dad having a tart in Piccadilly. Michael wants to know what a tart is, and she tells him it's something you have with tea. She spends most of the day by the fire with Bridie Hannon, puffing on her woodbines, drinking weak tea. The breadcrumbs from the morning are always on the table when we come home from school. She never washes the jam jars or mugs, and there are flies in the sugar and wherever there is sweetness. She says Malachy and I have to take turns looking after Alfie, taking him out in the pram for a bit of fresh air. The child can't be kept in Italy from October to April. If we tell her we want to play with our pals, she might let fly with a right cross to the head that stings the ears. We play games with Alfie and the pram. I stand at the top of Barrack Hill and Malachy is at the bottom. When I give the pram a push down the hill, Malachy is supposed to stop it, but he's looking at a pal on roller skates and it speeds by him across the street and through the doors of Lenniston's pub, where men are having a peaceful pint and not expecting a pram with a dirty-faced child saying goo goo, goo goo. The barman shouts, "This is a disgrace. There must be a law against this class of behaviour. Babies roaring through the door in buckety prams. He'll call the guards on us." And Alfie waves at him and smiles, and he says, all right, the child can have a sweet and a lemonade. The brothers can have a lemonade too, that raggedy pair. And God above, 'tis a hard world. The minute you think you're getting ahead, a pram comes crashing through the door and you're dishing out sweets and lemonade right and left. The two of ye, take that child and go home to your mother. Malachy has another powerful idea, that we could go around Limerick like tinkers, pushing Alfie in his pram into pubs for the sweets and lemonade. But I don't want Mam finding out and hitting me with her right cross. Malachy says I'm not a sport and runs off. I push the pram over to Henry Street and up by the Redemptorist Church. It's a grey day. The church is grey, and the small crowd of people outside the door of the priest's house is grey. They're waiting to beg for any food left over from the priest's dinner. There in the middle of the crowd, in her dirty grey coat, is my mother. This is my own mother begging. This is worse than the dole, the St. Vincent de Paul Society, the dispensary. It's the worst kind of shame, almost as bad as begging on the streets where the tinkers hold up their scabby children. "Give us a penny for the poor child, mister. The poor child is hungry, missus." My mother is a beggar now, and if anyone from the lane or my school sees her, the family will be disgraced entirely. My pals will make up new names and torment me in the schoolyard, and I know what they'll say. "Frankie McCourt, beggar woman's boy, scabby-eyed, dancing, blubber-gob Jap." The door of the priest's house swings open and the people rush with their hands out. I can hear them. "Brother, brother, here, brother. Ah, for the love of God, brother. 5 children at home, brother." I can see my own mother pushed along. I can see the tightness of her mouth when she snatches at a bag and turns from the door, and I push the pram up the street before she can see me. I don't want to go home any more. I push the pram down to the Dock Road, out to Corkinree, where all the dust and garbage of Limerick is dumped and burned. I stand a while and look at boys chase rats. I don't know why they have to torture rats that are not in their houses. I'd keep going on into the country forever if I didn't have Alfie bawling with the hunger, kicking his chubby legs, waving his empty bottle. Mam has the fire going and something boiling in a pot. Malachy smiles and says she brought home corned beef and a few spuds from Kathleen O'Connell's shop. He wouldn't be so happy if he knew he was the son of a beggar. She calls us in from the lane, and when we sit at the table, it's hard for me to look at my mother, the beggar. She lifts the pot to the table, spoons out the potatoes, one each, and uses a fork to lift out the corned beef. It isn't corned beef at all. It's a great lump of quivering grey fat, and the only sign of corned beef is a little nipple of red meat on top. We stare at that bit of meat and wonder who will get it. Mam says, "That's for Alfie. He's a baby. He's growing fast. He needs it." She puts it on a saucer in front of him. He pushes it away with his finger, then pulls it back. He lifts it to his mouth, looks around the kitchen, sees Lucky the dog, and throws it to him. There's no use saying anything. The meat is gone. We eat our potatoes with plenty of salt, and I eat my fat and pretend it's that nipple of red meat. Mam warns us, "Ye are to keep your paws out of that trunk, for there's nothing in there that's of the slightest interest or any of your business." All she has in that trunk is a lot of papers, certificates of birth and baptism, her Irish passport, Dad's English passport from Belfast, our American passports, and her bright red flapper dress with spangles and black frills she brought all the way from America. She wants to keep that dress forever, to remind herself she was young and dancing. I don't care what she has in the trunk till I start a football team with Billy Campbell and Malachy. We can't afford uniforms or boots, and Billy says, "How will the world know who we are? We don't even have a name." I remember the red dress, and a name comes to me, the Red Hearts of Limerick. Mam never opens the trunk, so what does it matter if I cut off a piece of the dress to make 7 red hearts we can stick on our chests? What you don't know won't bother you, she always says herself. The dress is buried under the papers. I look at my passport picture when I was small, and I can see why they call me Jap. There's a paper that says marriage certificate, that Malachy McCourt and Angela Sheehan were joined in holy matrimony on the 28th of March, 1930. How could that be? I was born on the 19th of August, and Billy Campbell told me the father and mother have to be married 9 months before there's a sign of a child. Here I am, born into the world in half the time. That means I must be a miracle. And I might grow up to be a saint with people celebrating the feast of St. Francis of Limerick. I'll have to ask Mikey Malloy, still the expert on girls' bodies and dirty things in general. Billy says if we're to be great soccer players, we have to practice, and we're to meet over in the park. The boys complain when I hand out their hearts, and I tell them if they don't like it, they can go home and cut up their own mother's dresses and blouses. We have no money for a proper ball, so one of the boys brings a sheep's bladder stuffed with rags. We kick the bladder up and down the meadow till there are holes, and rags start falling out, and we get fed up kicking a bladder that's hardly there anymore. Billy says we're to meet tomorrow morning, which is Saturday, and go out Ballinacurra to see if we can challenge Rich Crescent College boys to a proper game, 7-a-side. He says we're to pin our red hearts to our shirts, even if they're red rags. Malachy is going home for tea, but I can't go because I have to see Mikey Malloy and find out why I was born in half the time. Mikey is coming out of his house with his father, Peter. It's Mikey's 16th birthday, and his father is taking him to Bowles' pub for his first pint. Nora Malloy is inside screeching after Peter that if they go, they can stay gone. She's done baking bread. She's never going to the lunatic asylum again. If he brings that child home drunk, she'll go to Scotland and disappear from the face of the earth. Peter tells Mikey, "Pay no attention to her, Cyclops. The mothers of Ireland are always enemies of the first pint. My own mother tried to kill my father with a frying pan when he took me for the first pint. Mikey asks Peter if I can come with him and have a lemonade. Peter tells everyone in the pub that Mikey is there for his first pint, and when all the men want to stand Mikey a pint, Peter says, "Ah, no, 'twould be a terrible thing if he had too much and turned against it entirely." The pints are drawn, and we sit against the wall, the Malloys with their pints, and I with my lemonade. The men wish Mikey all the best in the life to come. And wasn't it a gift from God that he fell off that spout years ago and never had the fit since? And wasn't it a great pity about that poor little bugger Quasimodo Dooley, carried off with the consumption, after all his trouble talking for years like an Englishman so he could be on the BBC, which is no fit place for an Irishman anyway? Peter is talking to the men, and Mikey, sipping his first pint, whispers to me, "I don't think I like it, but don't tell my father." Then he tells me how he practices the English accent in secret so that he can be a BBC announcer, Quasimodo's dream. He tells me I can have Cuchulainn back, that he's no use to you when you're reading the news on the BBC. Now that he's 16, he wants to go to England, and if ever I get a wireless, that will be him on the BBC Home Service. I tell him about the marriage certificate, how Billy Campbell said it has to be 9 months, but I was born in half the time, and would he know if I was some class of a miracle? "Nah," he says, "nah. You're a bastard. You're doomed." You don't have to be cursing me, Mikey. I'm not. That's what they call people who aren't born inside the 9 months of the marriage, people conceived beyond the blanket. What's that? What's what? Conceived. That's when the sperm hits the egg and it grows, and there you are, 9 months later. I don't know what you're talking about. He whispers, "The thing between your legs is the excitement. I don't like the other names, the dong, the prick, the dick, the langer. So your father shoves his excitement into your mother, and there's a spurt, and these little germs go up into your mother where there's an egg, and that grows into you." I'm not an egg. You are an egg. Everyone was an egg once. Why am I doomed? 'Tisn't my fault I'm a bastard. All bastards are doomed. They're like babies that weren't baptized. They're sent to limbo for eternity, and there's no way out, and it's not their fault. It makes you wonder about God up there in his throne with no mercy for the little unbaptized babies. That's why I don't go near the chapel anymore. Anyway, you're doomed. Your father and mother had the excitement, and they weren't married, so you're not in a state of grace. What am I going to do? Nothing. You're doomed. Can't I light a candle or something? Oh, you could try the Blessed Virgin. She's in charge of the doom. But I don't have a penny for the candle. All right, here's a penny. You can give it back when you get a job 1,000,000 years from now. 'Tis costing me a fortune to be the expert on girls' bodies and dirty things in general. The barman is doing a crossword puzzle, and he says to Peter, "What's the opposite of advance?" "Retreat," says Peter. "That's it," said the barman. "Everything has an opposite." "Mother of God," says Peter. "What's up with you, Peter?" says the barman. "What was it you said before, Tommy?" "Everything has an opposite." "Mother of God." "Are you all right, Peter? Is the pint all right?" "The pint is grand, Tommy, and I'm the champion of all pint drinkers, amn't I?" "Begotten you are, Peter, no denying that to you." "That means I could be the champion in the opposite department." "What are you talking about, Peter?" "I could be the champion of no pints at all." "Ah, no, Peter, I think you're going a bit far. Is the wife all right at home?" "Tommy, take this pint away from me. I'm the champion of no pints at all. Peter turns and takes the glass from Mikey. We're going home to your mother, Mikey. You didn't call me Cyclops, Dad. You're Mikey. You're Michael. We're going to England. No more pints for me. No pints for you. No more bread baking for your mother. Come on. We're leaving the pub, and Tommy the barman calls after us. You know what 'tis, Peter? 'Tis all them bloody books you're reading that have your head destroyed. Peter and Mikey turn to go home. I have to go to St. Joseph's to light the candle that will save me from the doom. But I look in the window of Coonahan's shop, and there in the middle is a great slab of Cleves toffee and a sign, 2 pieces for a penny. I know I'm doomed, but the water is running along the sides of my tongue. When I put my penny on the counter for Miss Coonahan, I promised the Virgin Mary the next penny I get, I'll be lighting a candle, and would she please talk to her son and delay the doom for a while? A pen'orth of Cleves toffee doesn't last forever, and when it's gone I have to think of going home to a mother who let my father push his excitement into her so that I could be born in half the time and grow up to be a bastard. If she ever says a word about the red dress or anything, I'll tell her I know all about the excitement, and she'll be shocked. Saturday morning I meet the Red Hearts of Limerick, and we wander out the road looking for a football challenge. The boys are still grousing that the bits of red dress don't look like hearts, till Billy tells them if they don't want to play football, go home and play with their sisters' dolls. There are boys playing football in a field in Ballinacurra, and Billy challenges them. They have 8 players, and we have only 7, but we don't mind because one of them has one eye, and Billy tells us stay on his blind side. Besides, he says, Frankie McCourt is nearly blind with his 2 bad eyes, and that's worse. They're all togged out in blue and white jerseys, and white shorts, and proper football boots. One of them says we look like something the cat brought in, and Malachy has to be held back from fighting them. We agreed to play half an hour because the Ballinacurra boys say they have to go to lunch. Lunch? The whole world has dinner in the middle of the day, but they have lunch. If no one scores in half an hour, it's a draw. We play back and forth till Billy gets the ball and goes speeding and dancing up the sideline so fast no one can catch him, and in goes the ball for a goal. The half hour is nearly up, but the Ballinacurra boys want another half hour, and they manage to score well into the second half hour. Then the ball goes over the line for touch. It's our ball. Billy stands on the touchline with the ball over his head. He pretends to look at Malachy, but throws the ball to me. It comes to me as if it's the only thing that exists in the whole world. It comes straight to my foot, and all I have to do is swivel to the left and swing that ball straight into the goal. There's a whiteness in my head, and I feel like a boy in heaven. I'm floating over the whole field till the Red Hearts of Limerick clap me on the back and tell me that was a great goal, Frankie. You too, Billy. We walk back along O'Connell Avenue, and I keep thinking of the way the ball came to my foot. And surely it was sent by God or the Blessed Virgin Mary, who would never send such a blessing to one doomed for being born in half the time. And I know as long as I live, I'll never forget that ball coming from Billy Campbell, that goal. Mam meets Bridie Hannon and her mother going up the lane, and they tell her about Mr. Hannon's poor legs. Poor John, it's a trial for him to cycle home every night after delivering coal and turf all day on the great float for the coal merchants on the Dock Road. He's paid from 8 in the morning till 5:30 in the evening, though he has to get the horse ready well before 8 and settle him for the night well after 5:30. He's up and down on that float all day, hoisting bags of coal and turf, desperate to keep the bandages in place on his legs so the dirt won't get into the open sores. The bandages are forever sticking and have to be ripped away. And when he comes home, she washes the sores with warm water and soap, covers them with ointment and wraps them in clean bandages. They can't afford new bandages every day, so she keeps washing the old ones over and over till they're grey. Ma'am says Mr. Hannon should see the doctor, and Mrs. Hannon says, "Sure, he's seen the doctor a dozen times, and the doctor says he has to stay off them legs. That's all. Stay off them legs. Sure, how can he stay off them legs? He has to work. What would we live on if he didn't work?" Ma'am says Bridie could get some kind of a job herself, and Bridie is offended. "Don't you know I have a weak chest, Angela? Don't you know I had rheumatic fever and I could go at any time? I have to be careful." Ma'am often talks about Bridie and her rheumatic fever and weak chest. She says, "That one is able to sit here by the hour and complain about her ailments, but it doesn't stop her from puffing away in the woodbines." Ma'am tells Bridie she's very sorry over the weak chest, and it's terrible the way her father suffers. Mrs. Hannon tells my mother that John is getting worse every day. "And what would you think, Mrs. McCourt, if your boy Frankie went on the float with him a few hours a week and helped him with the bags? We can barely afford it, but Frankie could earn a shilling or two and John could rest his poor legs." Ma'am says, "I don't know. He's only 11, and he had that typhoid and the coal dust wouldn't be good for his eyes." Bridie says, "He'd be out in the air, and there's nothing like fresh air for someone with bad eyes or getting over the typhoid. Isn't that right, Frankie?" "'Tis, Bridie." I'm dying to go around with Mr. Hannon on the great float like a real working man. If I'm good at it, they might let me stay at home from school forever, but Ma'am says he can do it as long as it doesn't interfere with school, and he can start on a Saturday morning. I'm a man now, so I light the fire early on Saturday morning and make my own tea and fried bread. I wait next door for Mr. Hannon to come out with his bicycle, and there's a lovely smell of rashers and eggs coming through the window. Ma'am says Mr. Hannon gets the best of food because Mrs. Hannon is as mad about him as she was the day she married him. They're like two lovers out of an American film the way they go on. Here he is pushing the bicycle and puffing away on the pipe in his mouth. He tells me, climb up in the bar of his bike and off we go to my first job as a man. His head is over mine on the bike, and the smell of the pipe is lovely. There's a cold smell on his clothes, and that makes me sneeze. Men are walking or cycling toward the coal yards and Ranks flour mills and the Limerick Steamship Company on the Dock Road. Mr. Hannon takes his pipe from his mouth and tells me this is the best morning of all, Saturday, half day. We'll start at 8 and be finished by the time the Angelus rings at 12. First we get the horse ready, give him a bit of a rub, fill the wooden tub with oats and the bucket with water. Mr. Hannon shows me how to put on the harness and lets me back the horse into the shafts of the float. He says, Jesus, Frankie, you have the knack of it. That makes me so happy I want to jump up and down and drive a float the rest of my life. There are 2 men filling bags with coal and turf and weighing them on the great iron scale, 100 weight in each bag. It's their job to stack the bags on the float while Mr. Hannon goes to the office for the delivery dockets. The bagmen are fast and we're ready for our rounds. Mr. Hannon sits up on the left side of the float and flicks the whip to show where I'm to sit on the right side. It's hard to climb up the way the float is so high and packed with bags, and I try to get up by climbing the wheel. Mr. Hannon says I should never do the likes of that again. Never put your leg or hand near a wheel when the horse is harnessed in the shafts. A horse might take a notion to go for a walk for himself, and there you are with the leg or arm caught in the wheel and twisted off your body, and you looking at it. He says to the horse, "Go for that." And the horse shakes his head and rattles the harness, and Mr. Hannon laughs. "That fool of a horse loves to work," he says. "He won't be rattling his harness in a few hours." When the rain starts, we cover ourselves with old coal bags, and Mr. Hannon turns his pipe upside down in his mouth to keep the tobacco dry. He says the rain makes everything heavier, but what's the use of complaining? You might as well complain about the sun in Africa. We cross the Sarsfield Bridge for deliveries to the Ennis Road and the North Circular Road. Rich people, says Mr. Hannon, and very slow to put their hands in their pockets for a tip. We have 16 bags to deliver. Mr. Hannah says we're lucky today because some houses get more than one, and he doesn't have to be climbing on and off that float, destroying his legs. When we stop, he gets down, and I pull the bag to the edge and lay it on his shoulders. Some houses have areas outside where you pull up a trapdoor and tip the bag till it empties. That's easy. There are other houses with long backyards, and you could see Mr. Hannon suffering with his legs when he has to carry the bags from the float to the sheds near the back doors. "Ah, Jesus, Frankie, ah, Jesus," is the only complaint out of him, and he asked me to give him a hand to climb back on the float. He says if he had a handcart he could wheel the bags from float to house, and that would be a blessing, but a handcart would cost 2 weeks' wages, and who could afford that? The bags are delivered, and the sun is out, the float is empty, and the horse knows his workday is over. It's lovely to sit on the float looking along the length of the horse from his tail to his head, rocking along the Innis Road, over the Shannon and up the Dock Road. Mr. Hannon says the man who delivered 1,600 wits of coal and turf deserves a pint, and the boy who helped him deserves a lemonade. He tells me I should go to school and not be like him, working away with the 2 legs rotting under him. Go to school, Frankie, and get out of Limerick and Ireland itself. This war will be over someday, and you can go to America or Australia or any big open country where you can look up and see no end to the land. The world is wide, and you can have great adventures. If I didn't have these 2 legs, I'd be over in England making a fortune in the factories like the rest of the Irishmen. Like your father. No, not like your father. I hear he left you high and dry, huh? I don't know how a man in his right mind can go off and leave a wife and family to starve and shiver in a Limerick winter. School, Frankie. School. The books. The books. The books. Get out of Limerick before your legs rot and your mind collapses entirely. The horse clops along, and when we get to the coal yard, we feed and water him and give him a rub down. Mr. Hannon talks to him all the time and calls him "me old Sagosha," and the horse snuffles and pushes his nose against Mr. Hannon's chest. I'd love to bring this horse home and let him stay downstairs when we're up in Italy. But even if I could get him in the door, my mother would yell at me that the last thing we need in this house is a horse. The streets going up from the Dock Road are too hilly for Mr. Hannon to ride the bicycle and carry me, so we walk. His legs are sore from the day, and it takes a long time to get up to Henry Street. He leans on the bicycle or sits on the steps outside houses, grinding down on the pipe in his mouth. I'm wondering when I'll get the money for the day's work, because Mam might let me go to the Lyric Cinema if I get home in time with my shilling, or whatever Mr. Hannon gives me. Now we're at the door of South's pub and he tells me come in. Didn't he promise me a lemonade? Uncle Pa Keating is sitting in the pub. He's all black as usual, and he's sitting next to Bill Galvin, all white as usual, snuffling and taking great slugs out of his black pint. Mr. Hannon says, "How are you?" and sits on the other side of Bill Galvin, and everyone in the pub laughs. "Jesus," says the barman, "look at that. 2 lumps of coal and a snowball." Men come in from other parts of the pub to see the 2 coal-black men with the lime white man in the middle, and they want to send down to the Limerick leader for a man with a camera. Uncle Pa says, "What are you doing all black yourself, Frankie? Did you fall down a coal mine?" "I was helping Mr. Hannon on the float." "Your eyes look atrocious, Frankie. Piss holes in the snow." "'Tis the coal dust, Uncle Pa." "Wash them when you go home." "I will, Uncle Pa." Mr. Hannon buys me a lemonade, gives me the shilling for my morning's work, and tells me I can go home now. I'm a great worker, and I can help him again next week after school. On the way home, I see myself in the glass of a shop window, all black from the coal, and I feel like a man with a shilling in his pocket, a man who had a lemonade in a pub with 2 coalmen and a lineman. I'm not a child anymore, and I could easily leave Leamy School forever. I could work with Mr. Hannon every day, and when his legs got too bad, I could take over the float and deliver coal to the rich people the rest of my life. And my mother wouldn't have to be a beggar at the Redemptorist priest's house. People on the streets and lanes give me curious looks. Boys and girls laugh and call out, "Here's the chimney sweep. How much do you want for cleaning our chimney? Did you fall into a coal hole? Were you burned by the darkness?" They're ignorant. They don't know I spent the day delivering hundredweights of coal and turf. They don't know I'm a man. Mam is sleeping up in Italy with Alfie, and there's a coat over the window to keep the room dark. I tell her I earned a shilling, and she says I can go to the Lyric, I deserve it. Take twopence and leave the rest of the shilling on the mantelpiece downstairs so that she can send out for a loaf of bread for the tea. The coat suddenly drops from the window, and the room is bright. Mam looks at me. "God above, look at your eyes. Go downstairs and I'll be down in a minute to wash them." She heats water in the kettle and dabs at my eyes with boric acid powder and tells me I can't go to the Lyric Cinema today or any day till my eyes clear up, though God knows when that will be. She says, "You can't be delivering coal with the state of your eyes. The dust will surely destroy them." I want the job. I want to bring home the shilling. I want to be a man. You can be a man without bringing home a shilling. Go upstairs and lie down and rest your two eyes, or it's a blind man you'll be. I want that job. I wash my eyes 3 times a day with the boric acid powder. I remember Seamus in the hospital and how his uncle's eyes were cured with the blink exercise, and I make sure to sit and blink for an hour every day. "You can't beat the blink for the strong eye," he said. And now I blink and blink, till Malachy runs to my mother, talking out in the lane with Mrs. Hannon. "Ma'am, something is up with Frankie. He's upstairs blinking and blinking." She comes running up. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm making my eyes strong with the exercise." "What exercise?" "The blinking." "Blinking is not exercise." "Seamus in the hospital says you can't beat the blink for the strong eye. His uncle had powerful eyes from the blinking." She says I'm getting odd and goes back to the lane in her chat with Mrs. Hannon. And I blink and bathe my eyes with the boric acid powder in warm water. I can hear Mrs. Hannon through the window. "Your little Frankie is a godsend to John, for 'tis the climbing up and down in that float that was ruining his legs entirely." Mam doesn't say anything, and that means she feels so sorry for Mr. Hannon, she'll let me help him again on his heavy delivery day, Thursday. I wash my eyes 3 times a day, and I blink till I get a pain in my eyebrows. I blink in school when the master isn't looking, and all the boys in my class are calling me Blinky and adding that to the list of names. "Blinky McCourt, beggar woman's son, scabby-eyed blubber-gob dancing Jap." I don't care what they call me anymore, as long as my eyes are clearing up and I have a regular job lifting hundredweights of coal on a float. I wish they could see me on Thursday after school when I'm on the float and Mr. Hannon hands me the reins so that he can smoke his pipe in comfort. "Here you are, Frankie. Nice and gentle, for this is a good horse and he doesn't need to be pulled at." He hands me the whip too, but you never need the whip with this horse. It's all for show. And I just flick it at the air like Mr. Hannon, or I might knock a fly off the horse's great golden rump, swinging between the shafts. Surely the world is looking at me and admiring the way I rock with the float, the cool way I have with the reins and the whip. I wish I had a pipe like Mr. Hannon and a tweed cap. I wish I could be a real coalman with black skin like Mr. Hannon and Uncle Pa Keating, so that people would say, "There goes Frankie McCourt that delivers all the coal in Limerick and drinks his pint in South's pub." I'd never wash my face. I'd be black every day of the year, even Christmas, when you're supposed to give yourself a good wash for the coming of the infant Jesus. I know he wouldn't mind, because I saw the 3 wise men in the Christmas crib at the Redemptorist Church, and one of them was blacker than Uncle Pa Keating, the blackest man in Limerick. And if a wise man is black, it means that everywhere you go in the world, someone is delivering coal. The horse lifts his tail, and great lumps of steaming yellow shit drop from his behind. I start to pull on the reins so that he can stop and have a bit of comfort for himself, but Mr. Hannon says, "No, Frankie, let him trot. They always shit on the trot. That's one of the blessings horses have. They shit on the trot. And they're not dirty and stinking like the human race, not at all, Frankie. The worst thing in the world is to go into a lavatory after a man that had a feed of pig's feet and a night of pints. The stink from that could twist the nostrils of a strong man. Horses are different. All they have is oats and hay, and what they drop is clean and natural." I work with Mr. Hannon after school on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and a half-day on Saturday morning, and that means 3 shillings from my mother, though she worries all the time over my eyes. The minute I get home, she washes them and makes me rest them for half an hour. Mr. Hannon says he'll wait near Leamy School for me on Thursday after his deliveries on Barrington Street. Now the boys will see me. Now they'll know I'm a working man and more than a scabby-eyed blubbergob dancing Jap. Mr. Hannon says, "Up you get," and I climb up on the float like any working man. I look at the boys gawking at me. Gawking. I tell Mr. Hannon, if he wants to smoke his pipe in comfort, I'll take the reins, and when he hands them over, I'm sure I hear the boys gasping. I tell the horse, "Go board that," like Mr. Hannon. We trot away, and I know dozens of Leamy's boys are committing the deadly sin of envy. I tell the horse again, "Go board that," to make sure everyone heard. To make sure they know I'm driving that float and no one else. To make sure they'll never forget it was me they saw on that float with the reins and the whip. It's the best day of my life, better than my first communion day, which Grandma ruined, better than my confirmation day when I had the typhoid. They don't call me names anymore. They don't laugh at my scabby eyes. They want to know how I got such a good job at 11 years of age and what I'm paid, and if I'll have that job forever. They want to know if there are any other good jobs going in the coal yards and would I put in a good word for them. Then there are big boys of 13 who stick their faces in mine and say they should have that job because they're bigger and I'm nothing but a scrawny little runt with no shoulders. They can talk as much as they like. I have the job, and Mr. Hannon tells me I'm powerful. There are days his legs are so bad he can hardly walk at all, and you could see Mrs. Hannon worries. She gives me a mug of tea, and I watch her roll up his trouser legs and peel away the dirty bandages. The sores are red and yellow and clogged with coal dust. She washes them with soapy water and smears them with a yellow ointment. She props the legs up on a chair, and that's where he stays the rest of the night, reading the paper or a book from the shelf above his head. The legs are getting so bad he has to get up an hour earlier in the morning to get the stiffness out, to put on another dressing. It's still dark one Saturday morning when Mrs. Hannon knocks at our door and asks me if I'd go to a neighbour and borrow their handcart to take on the float. For Mr. Hannon will never be able to carry the bags today, and maybe I just roll them on the handcart for him. He won't be able to carry me on his bicycle, so I can meet him at the yard with the handcart. The neighbour says, "Anything from Mr. Hannon, God bless him." I wait at the gate of the coal yard and watch him cycle toward me, slower than ever. He's so stiff he can hardly get off the bike, and he says, "You're a great man, Frankie." He lets me get the horse ready, though I still have trouble getting on the harness. He lets me handle the float out of the yard and into the frosty streets, and I wish I could drive forever and never go home. Mr. Hannon shows me how to pull the bags to the edge of the float and drop them to the ground, so that I can pull them onto the handcart and push them to the houses. He tells me how to lift and push the bags without straining myself, and we have the 16 bags delivered by noon. I wish the boys at Leamy's could see me now, the way I drive the horse and handle the bags, the way I do everything while Mr. Hannon rests his legs. I wish they could see me pushing the handcart to South's pub and having my lemonade with Mr. Hannon and Uncle Pa, and me all black and Bill Galvin all white. I'd like to show the world the tips Mr. Hannon lets me keep. 4 shillings. And the shilling he gives me for the morning's work, 5 shillings altogether. Mam is sitting by the fire, and when I hand her the money, she looks at me, drops it in her lap, and cries. I'm puzzled, because money is supposed to make you happy. Look at your eyes, she says. Go to that glass and look at your eyes. My face is black, and the eyes are worse than ever. The whites and the eyelids are red, and the yellow stuff oozes to the corners and out over the lower lids. If the ooze sits a while, it forms a crust that has to be picked off or washed away. Mam says, that's the end of it. No more Mr. Hannon. I tried to explain to her that Mr. Hannon needs me. He can barely walk anymore. I had to do everything this morning, drive the float, wheel the handcart with the bags, sit in the pub, drink lemonade, listen to the men discussing who is the best, Rommel or Montgomery. She says she's sorry for Mr. Hannon's troubles, but we have troubles of our own, and the last thing she needs now is a blind son stumbling through the streets of Limerick. Bad enough you nearly died of the typhoid, now you want to go blind on top of it. And I can't stop crying now because this was my one chance to be a man and bring home the money the telegram boy never brought from my father. I can't stop crying because I don't know what Mr. Hannon is going to do on Monday morning when he has no one to help him pull the bags to the edge of the float, to push the bags into the houses. I can't stop crying because of the way he is with that horse he called Sweet, because he's so gentle himself. And what will the horse do if Mr. Hannon isn't there to take him out? If I'm not there to take him out, will that horse fall down hungry for the want of oats and hay and the odd apple? Mam says I shouldn't be crying. It's bad for the eyes. She says, we'll see. That's all I can tell you now. We'll see. She washes my eyes and gives me 6pence to take Malachy to the Lyric to see Boris Karloff and the men that could not hang and have 2 pieces of Cleve's toffee. It's hard to see the screen with the yellow stuff oozing from my eyes, and Malachy has to tell me what's happening. People around us tell him, shut up. They'd like to hear what Boris Karloff is saying. And when Malachy talks back to them and tells them he's only helping his blind brother, they call the man in charge, Frank Goggin. And he says if he hears another word out of Malachy, he'll throw the 2 of us out. I don't mind. I have a way of squeezing the stuff out of one eye and clearing it, so that I can see the screen while the other eye fills up, and I go back and forth, squeeze, look, and everything I see is yellow. Monday morning, Mrs. Hannon is knocking on our door again. She asked Mam if Frank would ever go down to the coal yard and tell the man in the office that Mr. Hannon can't come in today, that he has to see a doctor about his legs, that he'll surely be in tomorrow, and what he can't deliver today, he will tomorrow. Mrs. Hannon always calls me Frank now. Anyone that delivers 100 weights of coal is not a Frankie. The man in the office says, I think we're very tolerant with Hannon. You? What's your name? McCourt, sir. Tell Hannon we'll need a note from the doctor. Do you understand that? I do, sir. The doctor tells Mr. Hannon he has to go to the hospital, or it's a case of gangrene he'll have, and the doctor won't be responsible. The ambulance takes Mr. Hannon away, and my big job is gone. Now I'll be white like everyone else in Leamy's, no float, no horse, no shillings to bring home to my mother. In a few days, Bridie Hannon comes to our door. She says her mother would like me to come and see her, have a cup of tea with her. Mrs. Hannon is sitting by the fire with her hand on the seat of Mr. Hannon's chair. Sit down, Frank, she says. And when I go to sit on one of the ordinary kitchen chairs, she says, no, sit here. Sit here on the chair of himself. Do you know how old he is, Frank? Oh, he must be very old, Mrs. Hannon. He must be 35. She smiles. She has lovely teeth. He's 49, Frank, and a man that age shouldn't have legs like that. He shouldn't, Mrs. Hannon. Did you know you were a joy to him going around on that float? I didn't, Mrs. Hannon. You were. We had 2 daughters, Bridie that you know, and Kathleen, the nurse above in Dublin, but no son, and he said you gave him the feeling of a son. I feel my eyes burning, and I don't want her to see me crying, especially when I don't know why I'm crying. That's all I do lately. Is it the job? Is it Mr. Hannon? My mother says, all your bladder is near your eye. I think I'm crying because of the quiet way Mrs. Hannon is talking, and she's talking like that because of Mr. Hannon. Like a son, she says, and I'm glad he had that feeling. His working days are over, you know. He has to stay at home from this out. There might be a cure. And if there is, sure, he might be able to get a job as a watchman where he doesn't have to be lifting and hauling. I won't have a job anymore, Mrs. Hannon. You have a job, Frank. School, that's your job. That's not a job, Mrs. Hannon. You'll never have another job like it, Frank. It breaks Mr. Hannon's heart to think of you dragging bags of coal off a float, and it breaks your mother's heart and 'twill destroy your eyes. God knows I'm sorry I ever got you into this, for it had your poor mother caught between your eyes and Mr. Hannon's legs. Can I go to the hospital to see Mr. Hannon? They might not let you in, but surely you can come here to see him. God knows he won't be doing much but reading and looking out the window. Ma'am tells me at home, you shouldn't cry, but then again, tears are salty, and they'll wash the bad stuff from your eyes. There's a letter from Dad. He's coming home 2 days before Christmas. He says everything will be different. He's a new man. He hopes we're good boys, obeying our mother, attending to our religious duties. And he's bringing us all something for Christmas. Ma'am takes me to the railway station to meet him. The station is always exciting, with all the coming and going. People leaning from carriages, crying, smiling, waving goodbye, the train hooting and calling, chugging away in clouds of steam, people sniffling on the platform, the railway tracks silvering into the distance, on to Dublin and the world beyond. Now it's near midnight and cold on the empty platform. A man in a railway cap asks us if we'd like to wait in a warm place. Ma'am says, thank you very much, and laughs when he leads us to the end of the platform, where we have to climb a ladder to the signal tower. It takes her a while because she's heavy, and she keeps saying, oh God, oh God. We're above the world, and it's dark in the signal tower, except for the lights that blink red and green and yellow. When the man bends over the board, he says, I'm just having a bit of supper, and you're welcome. Ma'am says, no, thanks. We couldn't take your supper from you. He says, the wife always makes too much for me, and if I was up in this tower for a week, I wouldn't be able to eat it. Sure, it's not hard work looking at lights and pulling on the odd lever. He takes the top off a flask and pours cocoa into a mug. Here, he says to me, put yourself outside that cocoa. He hands Ma'am half a sandwich. No, she says. Surely you could take that home to your children. I have 2 sons, missus, and they're off there fighting in the forces of His Majesty the King of England. One did his bit with Montgomery in Africa, and the other one is over in Burma or some other bloody place. Excuse the language. We get our freedom from England, and then we fight our wars. So here, missus, take the bit of sandwich. Lights on the board are clicking, and the man says, your train is coming, missus. Thank you very much, and Happy Christmas. Happy Christmas to yourself, missus, and a Happy New Year, too. Mind yourself on that ladder, young fella. Help your mother. Thank you very much, sir. We wait again on the platform while the train rumbles into the station. Carriage doors open, and a few men with suitcases step to the platform and hurry toward the gate. There's a clanking of milk cans dropped to the platform. A man and two boys are unloading newspapers and magazines. There's no sign of my father. Mam says he might be asleep in one of the carriages, but we know he hardly sleeps even in his own bed. She says the boat from Holyhead might have been late, and that would make him miss the train. The Irish Sea is desperate at this time of the year. He's not coming, ma'am. He doesn't care about us. He's just drunk over there in England. Don't talk about your father like that. I say no more to her. I don't tell her I wish I had a father like the man in the signal tower who gives you sandwiches and cocoa. Next day, Dad walks in the door. His top teeth are missing, and there's a bruise under his left eye. He says the Irish Sea was rough, and when he leaned over the side, his teeth dropped out. Mam says, "It wouldn't be the drink, would it? It wouldn't be a fight?" "Och, no, Angela." Michael says, "You said you'd have something for us, Dad." "Oh, I do." He takes a box of chocolates from his suitcase, hands it to Mam. She opens the box and shows us the inside where half the chocolates are gone. "Could you spare it?" she says. She shuts the box and puts it on the mantelpiece. "We'll have chocolates after our Christmas dinner tomorrow." Mam asks him if he brought any money. He tells her times are hard, jobs are scarce, and she says, "Is it codding me you are? There's a war on and there's nothing but jobs in England. You drank the money, didn't you?" "You drank the money, Dad. You drank the money, Dad. You drank the money, Dad." We're shouting so loud, Alfie begins to cry. Dad says, "Och, boys, now, boys, respect for your father." He puts on his cap. He has to see a man. Mam says, "Go see your man, but don't come home drunk to this house tonight singing Roddy Macaulay or anything else." He comes home drunk, but he's quiet and passes out on the floor next to Mam's bed. We have a Christmas dinner next day because of the food voucher Mam got from the St. Vincent de Paul Society. We have sheep's head, cabbage, floury white potatoes, and a bottle of cider because it's Christmas. Dad says he's not hungry, he'll have tea. Borrows a cigarette from Mam. She says, "Eat something. It's Christmas." He tells her again he's not hungry, but if no one else wants them, he'll eat the sheep's eyes. He says there's great nourishment in the eye, and we all make sounds of disgust. He washes them down with his tea and smokes the rest of his woodbine. He puts on his cap and goes upstairs for his suitcase. Mam says, "Where are you going?" "London. On this day of our Lord, Christmas Day." It's the best day for travel. People in motor cars will always give the working man a lift to Dublin. They think of the hard times of the Holy Family. "And how will you get on the boat to Holyhead without a penny in your pocket?" "The way I came. There's always a time when they're not looking." He kisses each of us on the forehead, tells us be good boys, obey Mam, say our prayers. He tells Mam he'll write, and she says, "Oh yes, the way you always did." He stands before her with his suitcase. She gets up, takes down the box of chocolates, and hands them around. She puts a chocolate in her mouth and takes it out again because it's too hard and she can't chew it. I have a soft one, and I offer it for the hard one, which will last longer. It's creamy and rich, and there's a nut in the middle. Malachy and Michael complain they didn't get a nut. And why is it Frank always gets the nut? Mam says, "What do you mean, always? This is the first time we ever had a box of chocolates." Malachy says, "He got the raisin in the bun at school, and all the boys said he gave it to Paddy Clossy, so why couldn't he give us the nut?" Mam says, "Because 'tis Christmas, and he has sore eyes, and the nut is good for the sore eyes." Michael says, "Will the nut make his eyes better?" "'Twill. Will it make one eye better, or will it make two eyes better?" "The two eyes, I think." Malachy says, "If I had another nut, I'd give it to him for his eyes." Mam says, "I know you would." Dad watches us a moment eating our chocolates. He lifts the latch, goes out the door, and pulls it shut. Mam tells Bridie Hennon, "Days are bad, but nights are worse, and will this rain ever stop?" She tries to ease the bad days by staying in bed and letting Malachy and me light the fire in the morning, while she sits up in the bed, passing Alfie bits of bread and holding the mug to his mouth for the tea that's in it. We have to go downstairs to Ireland to wash our faces in the basin under the tap and try to dry ourselves in the old damp shirt that hangs over the back of a chair. She makes us stand by the bed to see if we left rings of dirt around our necks, and if we did, it's back down to the tap in the damp shirt. When there's a hole in a pair of pants, she sits up and patches it with any rag she can find. We wear short pants till we're 13 or 14, and our long stockings always have holes to be darned. If she has no wool for the darning and the stockings are dark, we can blacken our ankles with shoe polish for the respectability that's in it. It's a terrible thing to walk the world with skin showing through the holes of our stockings. When we wear them week after week, the holes grow so big we have to pull the stocking forward under the toes so that the hole in the back is hidden in the shoe. On rainy days, the stockings are soggy, and we have to hang them before the fire at night and hope they'll be dry by morning. Then they're hard with dirt cake, and we're afraid to pull them on our feet for fear they'll fall on the floor in bits before our eyes. We might be lucky enough to get our stockings on, but then we have to block the holes in our shoes, and I fight with my brother Malachy over any scrap of cardboard or paper in the house. Michael is only 6, and he has to wait for anything left over, unless Mam threatens us from the bed that we're to help our small brother. She says, "If ye don't fix your brother's shoes and I have to get out of this bed, there will be wigs on the green." You'd have to feel sorry for Michael, because he's too old to play with Alfie and too young to play with us, and he can't fight with anyone for the same reasons. The rest of the dressing is easy. The shirt I wore to bed is the shirt I wear to school. I wear it day in, day out. It's the shirt for football, for climbing walls, for robbing orchards. I go to Mass in the confraternity in that shirt, and people sniff the air and move away. If Mam gets a docket for a new one at the St. Vincent de Paul, the old shirt is promoted to towel and hangs damp on the chair for months, or Mam might use bits of it to patch other shirts. She might even cut it up and let Alfie wear it a while before it winds up on the floor, pushed against the bottom of the door to block the rain from the lane. We go to school through lanes and back streets so that we won't meet the respectable boys who go to the Christian Brothers School, or the rich ones who go to the Jesuit school, Crescent College. The Christian Brothers boys wear tweed jackets, warm woolen sweaters, shirts, ties, and shiny new boots. We know they're the ones who'll get the jobs in the civil service and help the people who run the world. The Crescent College boys wear blazers and school scarves tossed around their necks and over their shoulders to show their cock of the walk. They have long hair which falls across their foreheads and over their eyes, so that they can toss their quiffs like Englishmen. We know they're the ones who will go to university, take over the family business, run the government, run the world. We'll be the messenger boys on bicycles who deliver their groceries, or we'll go to England to work on the building sites. Our sisters will mind their children and scrub their floors unless they go off to England too. We know that. We're ashamed of the way we look, and if boys from the rich schools pass remarks, we'll get into a fight and wind up with bloody noses or torn clothes. Our masters will have no patience with us and our fights because their sons go to the rich schools, and ye have no right to raise your hands to a better class of people, so ye don't. You never know when you might come home and find Mam sitting by the fire, chatting with a woman and a child. Strangers. Always a woman and a child. Mam finds them wandering the streets, and if they ask, "Could you spare a few pennies, miss?" her heart breaks. She never has money, so she invites them home for tea and a bit of fried bread. And if it's a bad night, she'll let them sleep by the fire on a pile of rags in the corner. The bread she gives them always means less for us, And if we complain, she says, there are always people worse off, and we can surely spare a little from what we have. Michael is just as bad. He brings home stray dogs and old men. You never know when you'll find a dog in the bed with him. There are dogs with sores, dogs with no ears, no tails. There's a blind greyhound he found in the park, tormented by children. Michael fought off the children, picked up the greyhound who was bigger than himself, and told Mam the dog could have his supper. Mam says, "What supper? We're lucky if there's a cut of bread in the house." Michael tells her the dog can have his bread. Mam says that dog has to go tomorrow, and Michael cries all night and cries worse in the morning when he finds the dog dead in the bed beside him. He won't go to school because he has to dig a grave outside where the stable was, and he wants all of us to dig with him and say the rosary. Maliki says it's useless saying prayers for a dog. How do you know he was even a Catholic? Michael says, "Of course he was a Catholic dog. Didn't I have him in my arms?" He cries so hard over the dog, Mam lets us all stay at home from school. We're so delighted we don't mind helping Michael with the grave, and we say 3 Hail Marys. We're not going to stand there wasting a good day off from school saying the rosary for a dead greyhound. Michael is only 6, but when he brings home old men, he manages to get the fire going and gives them tea. Mam says it's driving her crazy to come home and find these old men drinking out of her favourite mug and mumbling and scratching by the fire. She tells Bridie Hannon that Michael has a habit of bringing home old men all a bit gone in the head, and if he doesn't have a bit of bread for them, he knocks on neighbours' doors and has no shame begging for it. In the end, she tells Michael, "No more old men. One of them left us with lice and we're plagued." The lice are disgusting, worse than rats. They're in our heads and ears, and they sit in the hollows of our collar bones. They dig into our skin, they get into the seams of our clothes, and they're everywhere in the coats we use as blankets. We have to search every inch of Alfie's body because he's a baby and helpless. The lice are worse than the fleas. Lice squat and suck, and we can see our blood through their skins. Fleas jump and bite, and they're clean, and we prefer them. Things that jump are cleaner than things that squat. We all agree there will be no more stray women and children, dogs and old men. We don't want any more diseases and infections. Michael cries. Grandma's next-door neighbour, Mrs. Purcell, has the only wireless in her lane. The government gave it to her because she's old and blind. I want a radio. My grandmother is old, but she's not blind. And what's the use of having a grandmother who won't go blind and get a government radio? Sunday nights, I sit outside on the pavement under Mrs. Purcell's window, listening to plays on the BBC and Radio Éireann, the Irish station. You can hear plays by O'Casey, Shaw, Ibsen, and Shakespeare himself, the best of all, even if he is English. Shakespeare is like mashed potatoes. You can never get enough of him. And you can hear strange plays about Greeks plucking out their eyes because they married their mothers by mistake. One night, I'm sitting under Mrs. Purcell's window, listening to Macbeth. Her daughter, Kathleen, sticks her head out the door. "Come in, Frankie. My mother says you'll catch the consumption sitting on the ground in this weather." "Ah, no, Kathleen, it's all right." "No, come in." They give me tea and a grand cut of bread slathered with blackberry jam. Mrs. Purcell says, "Do you like the Shakespeare, Frankie?" "I love the Shakespeare, Mrs. Purcell." "Oh, he's music, Frankie, and he has the best stories in the world. I don't know what I'd do with myself of a Sunday night if I didn't have the Shakespeare." When the play finishes, she lets me fiddle with the knob on the radio, and I roam the dial for distant sounds on the shortwave band, strange whispering and hissing, the whoosh of the ocean coming and going, and the Morse code, dit-dit-dit-dot. I hear mandolins, guitars, Spanish bagpipes, the drums of Africa, boatmen wailing on the Nile. I see sailors on watch sipping mugs of hot cocoa. I see cathedrals, skyscrapers, cottages. I see Bedouins in the Sahara and the French Foreign Legion, cowboys on the American prairie. I see goats skipping along the rocky coast of Greece, where the shepherds are blind because they marry their mothers by mistake. I see people chatting in cafes, sipping wine, strolling on boulevards and avenues. I see night women in doorways, monks chanting vespers. And here is the great boom of Big Ben. This is the BBC Overseas Service, and here is the news. Mrs. Purcell says, "Leave that on, Frankie, so we'll know the state of the world." After the news, there is the American Armed Forces Network, and it's lovely to hear the American voices easy and cool, and here is the music, oh man, the music of Duke Ellington himself, telling me take the A train to where Billie Holiday sings Only to Me. Oh, Billie, Billie, I want to be in America with you and all that music, where no one has bad teeth, people leave food on their plates, every family has a lavatory, and everyone lives happily ever after. And Mrs. Purcell says, "Do you know what, Frankie?" "What, Mrs. Purcell?" "That Shakespeare is that good. He must have been an Irishman." The rent man is losing his patience. He tells Ma'am, 4 weeks behind you are, missus. That's £1 2 shillings. This has to stop, for I have to go back to the office and report to Sir Vincent Nash that the McCourts are a month behind. Where am I then, missus? Out on my arse jobless and a mother to support that's 92 and a daily communicant in the Franciscan Church. The rent man collects the rents, missus, or he loses the job. I'll be back next week, and if you don't have the money, £1 8 shillings and sixpence total, 'tis out on the pavement you'll be, with the skies dripping on your furniture. Ma'am comes back up to Italy and sits by the fire, wondering where in God's name she'll get the money for a week's rent, never mind the arrears. She'd love a cup of tea, but there's no way of boiling the water, till Malachy pulls a loose board off the wall between the two upstairs rooms. Ma'am says, "Well, 'tis off now, and we might as well chop it up for the fire." We boil the water and use the rest of the wood for the morning tea, but what about tonight and tomorrow and ever after? Ma'am says, "One more board from that wall, one more and not another one." She says that for 2 weeks till there's nothing left but the beam frame. She warns us we are not to touch the beams, for they hold up the ceiling and the house itself. "Oh, we'd never touch the beams." She goes to see Grandma, and it's so cold in the house I take the hatchet to one of the beams. Malachy cheers me on, and Michael claps his hands with excitement. I pull on the beam. The ceiling groans, and down on Ma'am's bed there's a shower of plaster, slates, rain. Malachy says, "Oh, God, we'll all be killed." And Michael dances around singing, "Frankie broke the house, Frankie broke the house." We run through the rain to tell Ma'am the news. She looks puzzled with Michael chanting, "Frankie broke the house," till I explain there's a hole in the house and it's falling down. She says, "Jesus," and runs through the streets with Grandma trying to keep up. Ma'am sees her bed buried under plaster and slates and pulls at her hair. "What'll we do at all, at all?" Screams at me for interfering with the beams. Grandma says, "I'll go to the landlord's office and tell them fix this before ye are all drowned entirely." She's back in no time with the rent man. He says, "Great God in heaven, where's the other room?" Grandma says, "What room?" "I rented ye 2 rooms up here and one is gone. Where is that room?" Ma'am says, "What room?" "There were 2 rooms up here and now there's one." "What happened to the wall? There was a wall. Now there's no wall. I distinctly remember a wall because I distinctly remember a room. Now where is that wall and where is that room? Grandma says, I don't remember a wall. And if I don't remember a wall, how can I remember a room? Ye don't remember? Well, I remember. 40 years a landlord's agent, and I never seen the likes of this. By God, 'tis a desperate situation altogether when you can't turn your back, but tenants are not paying the rent and making walls and rooms disappear on top of it. I want to know where that wall is and what you did with that room, so I do. Ma'am turns to us. Do any of ye remember a wall? Michael pulls at her hand. Is that the wall we burned in the fire? The rent man says, Dear God in heaven, this beats Banagher. This takes the bloody biscuit. This is going beyond the beyonds. No rent. And what am I to tell Sir Vincent below in the office? Out, missus, I'm putting ye out. 1 week from today I'll knock on this door, and I want to find nobody at home. Everybody out, never to return. Do you have me, missus? Ma'am's face is tight. 'Tis a pity you weren't alive in the times when the English were evicting us and leaving us on the side of the road. No lip, missus, or I'll send the men to put ye out tomorrow. He goes out the door and leaves it open to show what he thinks of us. Ma'am says, I don't know, in God's name, what I'm going to do. Grandma says, Well, I don't have room for ye, but your cousin Gerard Griffin is living out the Rossbrien Road in that little house of his mother's, and he'd surely be able to take ye in till better times come. 'Tis all hours of the night, but I'll go up and see what he says, and Frank can come with me. She tells me put on a coat, but I don't have one, and she says, I suppose there's no use in asking ye if you have an umbrella either. Come on. She pulls the shawl over her head, and I follow her out the door, up the lane, through the rain to Rossbrien Road, nearly 2 miles away. She knocks on the door of a little cottage in a long row of little cottages. Are you there, Lemon? I know you're in there. Open the door. Grandma, why are you calling him Lemon? Isn't his name Gerard? How would I know? Do I know why the world called your Uncle Pat Ab? Everyone calls this fella Lemon. Open the door. We'll go in. He might be working overtime. She pushes the door. It's dark, and there's a damp, sweet smell in the room. This room looks like the kitchen, and there's a smaller room next to it. There's a little loft above the bedroom with a skylight where the rain is beating. There are boxes everywhere, newspapers, magazines, bits of food, mugs, empty tins. We can see 2 beds taking up all the space in the bedroom, a great acre of a bed, and a smaller one near the window. Grandma pokes at a lump in the big bed. Lemon, is that you? Get up, will you? Get up. What? There's trouble. Angela is getting evicted with the children, and 'tis delving out of the heavens. They need a bit of shelter till they get on their feet, and I have no room for them. You can put them up in the loft if you like, but that wouldn't do because the small ones wouldn't be able to climb, and they'd fall down and get killed, so you go up there and they can move in here. All right. He hoists himself from the bed, and there's a whisky smell. He goes to the kitchen and pulls the table to the wall for his climb to the loft. Grandma says, That's fine now. You can move up here tonight, and you won't have the eviction men coming after ye. Grandma tells Ma'am she's going home. She's tired and drenched, and she's not 25 anymore. She says there's no need to be taking beds or furniture with all the stuff that's up in Lemon Griffin's. We put Alfie in the pram and pile around him the pot, the pan, the kettle, the jam jars and mugs, the Pope, 2 bolsters, and the coats from the beds. We drape the coats over our heads and push the pram through the streets. Ma'am tells us be quiet going up the lane, or the neighbours will know we got the eviction, and there will be shame. The pram has a bockety wheel which tilts it and makes it go in different directions. We try to keep it straight, And we're having a great time because it must be after midnight, and surely Mam won't make us go to school tomorrow. We're moving so far from Leamy's school, now maybe we'll never have to go again. Once we get away from the lane, Alfie bangs on the pot with a spoon, and Michael sings a song he heard in a film with Al Jolson. Swanee, how I love you, my dear old Swanee. He makes us laugh the way he tries to sing in a deep voice like Al Jolson. Mam says she's glad it's late and there's no one in the streets to see our shame. Once we get to the house, we take Alfie and everything else from the pram so that Malachy and I can run back down to Roden Lane for the trunk. Mam says she'd die if she lost that trunk and everything in it. Malachy and I sleep at opposite ends of the small bed. Mam takes the big bed with Alfie beside her and Michael at the bottom. Everything is damp and musty, and Lamon Griffin snores over our heads. There are no stairs in this house, and that means no angel ever on the 7th step. But I'm 12 going on 13, and I might be too old for angels. It's still dark when the alarm goes off in the morning, and Lamon Griffin snorts and blows his nose and hawks the stuff from his chest. The floor creaks under him, and when he pisses for ages into the chamber pot, we have to stuff our mouths with coats to stop the laughing, and Mam hisses at us to be quiet. He grumbles away above us before he climbs down to get his bicycle and bang his way out the door. Mam whispers, "The coast is clear, you go back to sleep, you can stay at home today." We can't sleep. We're in a new house, we have to pee and we want to explore. The lavatory is outside, about 10 steps from the back door. Our own lavatory, with a door you can close and a proper seat where you can sit and read squares of the Limerick leader Lamon Griffin left behind for wiping himself. There's a long backyard, a garden with tall grass and weeds, an old bicycle that must have belonged to a giant, tin cans galore, old papers and magazines rotting into the earth, a rusted sewing machine, a dead cat with a rope around his neck that somebody must have thrown over the fence. Michael gets a notion in his head that this is Africa and keeps asking, "Where's Tarzan? Where's Tarzan?" He runs up and down the backyard with no pants on, trying to imitate Tarzan, yodeling from tree to tree. Malachy looks over the fences into the other yards and tells us, "They have gardens, they're growing things, we can grow things, we can have our own spuds and everything." Mam calls from the back door, "See if you can find anything to start the fire in here." There's a wooden shed built against the back of the house. It's collapsing, and surely we could use some of the wood for the fire. Mam is disgusted with the wood we bring in. She says it's rotten and full of white maggots, but beggars can't be choosers. The wood sizzles above the burning paper, and we watch the white maggots trying to escape. Michael says he feels sorry for the white maggots, but we know he's sorry for everything in the world. Mam tells us this house used to be a shop, that Lamon Griffin's mother sold groceries through the little window, and that's how she was able to send Lamon away to Rockwell College, so that he could wind up as an officer in the Royal Navy. Oh, he was indeed an officer in the Royal Navy, and here's a picture of him with other officers, all having dinner with a famous American film star, Jean Harlow. He was never the same after he met Jean Harlow. He fell madly in love with her, but what was the use? She was Jean Harlow, and he was nothing but an officer in the Royal Navy, and it drove him to drink, and they threw him out of the Navy. Now look at him, a common labourer for the Electricity Supply Board, and a house that's a disgrace. You'd look at this house and never know there was a human being living in it. You could see Lamon never moved a thing since his mother died, and now we have to clean up so that we can live in this place. There are boxes packed with bottles of purple hair oil. While Mam is out in the lavatory, we open a bottle and smear it on our heads. Malachy says the smell is gorgeous, but when Mam comes back, she says, "What's that horrible stink?" and wants to know why our heads are suddenly greasy. She makes us stick our heads under the tap outside and dry ourselves with an old towel, pulled out from under a pile of magazines called the Illustrated London News, so old they have pictures of Queen Victoria and Prince Edward waving. There are bars of Pear's soap and a thick book called Pear's Encyclopedia, which keeps me up day and night because it tells you everything about everything, and that's all I want to know. There are bottles of Sloane's liniment, which Mam says will come in handy when we get cramps and pains from the damp. The bottles say, "Here's the pain, where's the Sloane's?" There are boxes of safety pins and bags packed with women's hats that crumble when you touch them. There are bags with corsets, garters, women's high-button shoes, and different laxatives that promise glowing cheeks, bright eyes, and a curl in your hair. There are letters from General Owen O'Duffy to Gerard Griffin, Esquire, saying, "Welcome to the ranks of the National Front, the Irish Blue Shirts. That it is a privilege to know a man like Gerard Griffin is interested in the movement with his excellent education, his Royal Navy training, his reputation as a great rugby player on the young Munster team that won the national championship, the Bateman Cup. General O'Duffy is forming an Irish brigade that will soon sail off to Spain to fight with that great Catholic Generalissimo Franco himself, and Mr. Griffin would be a powerful addition to the brigade." Mam says Lamon's mother wouldn't let him go. She didn't spend all those years slaving away in a little shop to send him to college so that he could go gallivanting off to Spain for Franco. So he stayed at home and got that job digging holes for the poles of the electricity supply board along country roads, and his mother was happy to have him home to herself every night but Friday, when he drank his pint and moaned over Jean Harlow. Mam is happy we'll have loads of paper for lighting the fire, though the wood we burn from that collapsing shed leaves a sickening smell, and she worries the white maggots will escape and breed. We work all day moving boxes and bags to the shed outside. Mam opens all the windows to air the house and let out the smell of the hair oil and the years of no air. She says it's a relief to be able to see the floor again, and now we can sit down and have a nice cup of tea in peace, ease and comfort. And won't it be lovely when the warm weather comes, and we might be able to have a garden and sit outside with our tea, the way the English do? Lamon Griffin comes home at 6 every night but Friday, has his tea and goes to bed till next morning. Saturdays he goes to bed at 1 in the afternoon and stays there till Monday morning. He pulls the kitchen table over to the wall under the loft, climbs up on a chair, pulls the chair up to the table, climbs up on the chair again, catches the leg of the bed, pulls himself up. If he's too drunk on Fridays, he makes me climb up for his pillow and blankets and sleeps on the kitchen floor by the fire, or falls into bed with me and my brothers and snores and farts all night. When we first moved in, he complained over how he gave up his room downstairs for the loft, and he's worn out climbing up and down to go to the lavatory in the backyard. He calls down, "Bring the table, the chair, I'm coming down." And we have to clear off the table and pull it to the wall. He's fed up. He's finished with the climbing. He's going to use his mother's lovely chamber pot. He lies in bed all day reading books from the library, smoking gold flake cigarettes, and throwing Mam a few shillings to send one of us to the shop so that he can have scones with his tea or a nice bit of ham and sliced tomato. Then he calls to Mam, "Angela, this chamber pot is full." And she drags chair and table to climb for the chamber pot, empty it in the lavatory outside, rinse it, and climb back to the loft. Her face gets tight and she says, "Is there anything else your lordship would like this day?" And he laughs, "Woman's work, Angela, woman's work, and free rent." Lamon throws down his library card from the loft and tells me get him 2 books, one on angling, one on gardening. He writes a note to the librarian to say his legs are killing him from digging holes for the electricity supply board, and from now on Frank McCourt will be getting his books. He knows the boy is only 13 going on 14, and he knows the rules are strict about allowing children into the adult part of the library, but the boy will wash his hands and behave himself and do what he's told. Thank you. The librarian reads the note and says, "'Tis an awful pity about Mr. Griffin. He's a true gentleman and a man of great learning. You wouldn't believe the books he reads, sometimes 4 a week, that one day he took home a book in French. French, if you don't mind, on the history of the rudder. The rudder, if you don't mind. She'd give anything for a look inside his head, for it must be packed with all sorts of learning. Packed, if you don't mind." She picks out a gorgeous book with coloured pictures about English gardens. She says, "I know what he likes in the fishing department," and chooses a book called In Search of the Irish Salmon by Brigadier General Hugh Colton. "Oh," says the librarian, "he reads hundreds of books about English officers fishing in Ireland. I've read some myself out of pure curiosity, and you can see why those officers are glad to be in Ireland after all they put up with in India and Africa and other desperate places. At least the people here are polite. We're known for that, the politeness, not running around throwing spears at people." Lamon lies in the bed, reads his books, talks down from the loft about the day his legs will heal, and he'll be out there in the back planting a garden which will be famous far and wide for colour and beauty. And when he's not gardening, he'll be roaming the rivers around Limerick and bringing home salmon that will make your mouth water. His mother left a recipe for salmon that's a family secret, and if he had the time and his legs weren't killing him, he'd find it someplace in this house. He says, now that I'm reliable, I can get a book for myself every week, but don't be bringing home filth. I want to know what the filth is, but he won't tell me, so I'll have to find out for myself. Mam says she wants to join the library too, but it's a long walk from Lamon's house, 2 miles, and would I mind getting her a book every week, a romance by Charlotte M. Brame or any other nice writer? She doesn't want any books about English officers looking for salmon, or books about people shooting each other. There's enough trouble in the world without reading about people bothering fish and each other. Grandma caught a chill the night we had the trouble in the house in Roden Lane, and the chill turned into pneumonia. They shifted her to the City Home Hospital, and now she's dead. Her oldest son, my Uncle Tom, thought he'd go to England to work like the other men in the lanes of Limerick, but his consumption got worse and he came back to Limerick, and now he's dead. His wife, Galway Jane, followed him, and 4 of their 6 children had to be put into orphanages. The oldest boy, Jerry, ran away and joined the Irish Army, deserted, and crossed to the English Army. The oldest girl, Peggy, went to Aunt Aggie and lives in misery. The Irish Army is looking for boys who are musical and would like to train in the Army School of Music. They accept my brother Malachi, and he goes off to Dublin to be a soldier and play the trumpet. Now I have only 2 brothers at home, and Mam says her family is disappearing before her very eyes. Boys from my class at Leamy School are going on a weekend cycling trip to Killaloo. They tell me I should borrow a bicycle and come. All I need is a blanket, a few spoons of tea and sugar, and a few cuts of bread to keep me going. I learned to cycle on Lemon Griffin's bicycle every night after he goes to bed, and he'll surely let me borrow it for 2 days in Killaloo. The best time to ask him for anything is Friday night, when he's in a good mood after his night of drinking and his dinner. He brings home the same dinner in his overcoat pockets, a big steak, dripping blood, 4 potatoes, an onion, a bottle of stout. Mam boils the potatoes and fries the steak with sliced onion. He keeps his overcoat on, sits at the table and eats the steak out of his hands. The grease and blood roll down his chin and onto the overcoat where he wipes his hands. He drinks his stout and laughs that there's nothing like a great bloody steak of a Friday night, And if that's the worst sin he ever commits, he'll float to heaven, body and soul. Ha, ha, ha. Of course you can have my bike, he says. Boys should be able to get out and see the countryside. Of course. But you have to earn it. You can't be getting something for nothing. Isn't that right? 'Tis. And I have a job for you. You don't mind doing a bit of a job, do you? I don't. And you'd like to help your mother? I would. Well, now, that very chamber pot is full since this morning. I want you to climb up and get it and take it to the lavatory and rinse it under the tap abroad and climb back up with it. I don't want to empty his chamber pot, but I dream of cycling miles on the road to Killaloe, fields and sky far from this house, a swim in the Shannon, a night sleeping in a barn. I pull the table and chair to the wall. I climb up, and under the bed, there's the plain white chamber pot streaked brown and yellow, brimming with piss and shit. I lay it gently at the edge of the loft so that it won't spill, climb down to the chair, reach for the chamber pot, bring it down, turn my face away, hold it while I step down to the table, place it on the chair, step to the floor, take the chamber pot to the lavatory, empty it, and get sick behind the lavatory till I get used to this job. Lamon says I'm a good boy and the bike is mine any time I want it, as long as the chamber pot is empty. And I'm there to run to the shop for his cigarettes, go to the library for books, and do whatever else he wants. He says, "You have a great way with the chamber pot." He laughs, and Mam stares into the dead ashes in the fireplace. It's raining so hard one day, Miss O'Riordan, the librarian, says, "Don't go out in that, or you'll ruin the books you're carrying. Sit down over there and behave yourself. You can read all about the saints while you're waiting." There are 4 big books, Butler's Lives of the Saints. I don't want to spend my life reading about saints, but when I start, I wish the rain would last forever. Whenever you see pictures of saints, men or women, they're always looking up to heaven, where there are clouds filled with little fat angels carrying flowers or harps, giving praise. Uncle Pa Keating says he can't think of a single saint in heaven he'd want to sit down and have a pint with. The saints in these books are different. There are stories about virgins, martyrs, virgin martyrs, and they're worse than any horror film at the Lyric Cinema. I have to look in the dictionary to find out what a virgin is. I know the Mother of God is the Virgin Mary, and they call her that because she didn't have a proper husband, only poor old St. Joseph. In the lives of the saints, the virgins are always getting into trouble, and I don't know why. The dictionary says, virgin, woman, usually a young woman, who is and remains in a state of inviolate chastity. Now I have to look up inviolate and chastity, and all I can find here is that inviolate means not violated, and chastity means chaste, and that means pure from unlawful sexual intercourse. Now I have to look up intercourse, and that leads to intromission, which leads to intromittent, the copulatory organ of any male animal. Copulatory leads to copulation, the union of the sexes in the art of generation. And I don't know what that means. And I'm too weary going from one word to another in this heavy dictionary, which leads me on a wild goose chase from this word to that word, and all because the people who wrote the dictionary don't want the likes of me to know anything. All I want to know is where I came from, but if you ask anyone, they tell you, ask someone else, or send you from word to word. All these virgin martyrs are told by Roman judges that they have to give up their faith and accept the Roman gods, but they say, nay, and the judges have them tortured and killed. My favourite is St. Christina the Astonishing, who takes ages to die. The judge says, cut off her breast. And when they do, she throws it at him, and he goes deaf, dumb, and blind. Another judge is brought on the case and he says, "Cut off the other breast." And the same thing happens. They try to kill her with arrows, but they just bounce off her and kill the soldiers who shot them. They try to boil her in oil, but she rocks in the vat and takes a nap for herself. Then the judges get fed up and have her head cut off, and that does the job. The feast of St. Christina the Astonishing is the 24th of July, and I think I'll keep that for myself, along with the feast of St. Francis of Assisi on the 4th of October. The librarian says, "You have to go home now. The rain has stopped." And when I'm going out the door, she calls me back. She wants to write a note to my mother, and she doesn't mind one bit if I read it. The note says, "Dear Mrs. McCourt, just when you think Ireland has gone to the dogs altogether, you find the boy sitting in the library so absorbed in the lives of the saints he doesn't realize the rain has stopped, and you have to drag him away from the aforesaid lives. I think, Mrs. McCourt, you might have a future priest on your hands, and I will light a candle in hopes it comes true. I remain, yours truly, Catherine O'Riordan, Assistant Librarian." Hoppy O'Halloran is the only master in Leamy's National School who ever sits. That's because he's the headmaster, or because he has to rest himself from the twisting walk that comes from the short leg. The other masters walk back and forth in the front of the room or up and down the aisles, and you never know when you get a whack of a cane or a slap of a strap for giving the wrong answer or writing something sloppy. If Hoppy wants to do anything to you, he calls you to the front of the room to punish you before 3 classes. There are good days when he sits at the desk and talks about America. He says, "My boys, from the frozen wastes of North Dakota to the fragrant orange groves of Florida, Americans enjoy all climates." He talks about American history. "If the American farmer with flintlock and musket could wrest from the English a continent, surely we, warriors ever, can recover our island." If we don't want him tormenting us with algebra or Irish grammar, all we have to do is ask him a question about America, and that gets him so excited he might go on for the whole day. He sits at his desk and recites the tribes and chiefs he loves: Arapaho, Cheyenne, Chippewa, Sioux, Apache, Iroquois. Poetry, my boys, poetry. And listen to the chiefs: Kicking Bear, Rain in the Face, Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse, and the genius, Geronimo. In 7th class, he hands out a small book, a poem that goes on for pages and pages, The Deserted Village by Oliver Goldsmith. He says that this seems to be a poem about England, but it's a lament for the poet's native land, our own native land, Ireland. We are to get this poem by heart, 20 lines a night to be recited every morning. 6 boys are called to the front of the room for reciting, and if you miss a line, you are slapped twice in each hand. He tells us, put the books under the desks, and the whole class chants the passage on the schoolmaster in the village. "Beside yon straggling fence that skirts the way, with blossom firs unprofitably gay, there in his noisy mansion skilled to rule, the village master taught his little school. A man severe he was, and stern to view. I knew him well, and every truant knew. Full well the boding tremblers learnt to trace the day's disasters in his morning face. Full well they laughed with counterfeited glee at all his jokes, for many a joke had he. Full well the busy whisper circling round conveyed the dismal tidings when he frowned." He always closes his eyes and smiles when we reach the last lines of the passage. "Yet he was kind, or if severe in aught, the love he bore to learning was in fault. The village all declared how much he knew. 'Twas certain he could write and cipher too. Lands he could measure, terms and tides presage, and even the story ran that he could gauge. In arguing too the parson owned his skill, For e'en though vanquished he could argue still, while words of learned length and thundering sound amazed the gazing rustics ranged around. And still they gazed, and still the wonder grew, that one small head could carry all he knew. We know he loves these lines because they're about his schoolmaster, about him. And he's right, because we wonder how one small head could carry all he knows, and we'll remember him in these lines. He says, "Ah, boys, boys, you can make up your own minds, but first stock them. Are you listening to me? Stock your minds, and you can move through the world resplendent." Clark, define resplendent. I think it's shining, sir. Pithy, Clark, but adequate. McCourt, and give us a sentence with pithy. Clark is pithy, but adequate, sir. Adroit, McCourt. You have a mind for the priesthood, my boy, or politics. Think of that. I will, sir. Tell your mother come and see me. I will, sir. Ma'am says, "No, I could never go near Mr. O'Halloran. I don't have a decent dress or a proper coat. What does he want to see me for?" "I don't know." "Well, ask him." "I can't. He'll kill me. If he says bring your mother, you have to bring your mother, or out comes the stick." She comes to see him, and he talks to her in the hallway. He tells her that her son Frank must continue school. He must not fall into the messenger boy trap. That leads nowhere. Take him up to the Christian Brothers. Tell them I sent you. Tell them he's a bright boy and ought to be going to secondary school, and beyond that, university. He tells her he did not become headmaster of Leamy's National School to preside over an academy of messenger boys. Ma'am says, "Thank you, Mr. O'Halloran." I wish Mr. O'Halloran would mind his own business. I don't want to go to the Christian Brothers. I want to quit school forever and get a job, get my wages every Friday, go to the pictures on Saturday nights like everyone. A few days later, Ma'am tells me, give my face and hands a good wash. We're going to the Christian Brothers. I tell her, I don't want to go. I want to work. I want to be a man. She tells me, stop the whining. I'm going to secondary school, and we'll all manage somehow. I'm going to school if she has to scrub floors, and she'll practice on my face. She knocks on the door of the Christian Brothers and says she wants to see the superior, Brother Murray. He comes to the door, looks at my mother and me and says, "What?" Ma'am says, "This is my son, Frank. Mr. O'Halloran at Leamy's says he's bright, and would there be any chance of getting him in here for secondary school?" "We don't have room for him," says Brother Murray, and closes the door in our faces. Ma'am turns away from the door, and it's a long, silent walk home. She takes off her coat, makes tea, sits by the fire. "Listen to me," she says. "Are you listening?" "I am." "That's the second time a door was slammed in your face by the church." "Is it? I don't remember." "Stephen Carey told you and your father you couldn't be an altar boy and closed the door in your face. Do you remember that?" "I do." "And now Brother Murray slams the door in your face?" "I don't mind. I want to get a job." Her face tightens, and she's angry. "You are never to let anybody slam the door in your face again. Do you hear me?" She starts to cry by the fire. "Oh, God, I didn't bring ye into the world to be a family of messenger boys." I don't know what to do or say. I'm so relieved I don't have to stay in school for 5 or 6 more years. I'm free. I'm 13, going on 14, and it's June, the last month of school forever. Ma'am takes me to see the priest, Dr. Cowper, about getting a job as a telegram boy. The supervisor in the post office, Mrs. O'Connell, says, "Do you know how to cycle?" And I lied that I do. She says I can't start till I'm 14, so come back in August. Mr. O'Halloran tells the class it's a disgrace that boys like McCourt, Clark, Kennedy have to hew wood and draw water. He's disgusted by this free and independent Ireland that keeps a class system foisted on us by the English, that we are throwing our talented children on the dung heap. You must get out of this country, boys. Go to America, McCourt. Do you hear me? I do, sir. Priests come to the school to recruit us for the foreign missions. Redemptorists, Franciscans, Holy Ghost fathers, all converting the distant heathen. I ignore them. I'm going to America. Till one priest catches my attention. He says he comes from the Order of the White Fathers, missionaries to the nomadic Bedouin tribes, and chaplains to the French Foreign Legion. I ask for the application. I'll need a letter from the parish priest and a physical examination by my family doctor. The parish priest writes the letter on the spot. He would have been glad to see me go last year. The doctor says, "What's this?" That's an application to join the White Fathers, missionaries to the nomadic tribes of the Sahara, and chaplains to the French Foreign Legion. Oh, yeah? French Foreign Legion, is it? Do you know the preferred form of transportation in the Sahara Desert? Trains? No, it's the camel. Do you know what a camel is? It has a hump. It has more than a hump. It has a nasty, mean disposition, and its teeth are green with gangrene, and it bites. Do you know where it bites? In the Sahara? No, you Amadan. It bites your shoulder, rips it right off, leaves you standing there, tilted in the Sahara. How would you like that, huh? And what class of a spectacle you'd be, strolling down the street, lopsided in Limerick? What girl in her right mind would look at an ex-white father with one miserable, scrawny shoulder? Look at your eyes. They're bad enough here in Limerick. In the Sahara, they'll fester and rot and fall out of your head. How old are you? 13. Go home to your mother. It's not our house, and we don't feel free in it the way we did in Roden Lane, up in Italy or down in Ireland. When Lamon comes home, he wants to read in his bed or sleep, and we have to be quiet. We stay in the streets till after dark, and when we come inside there's nothing to do but go to bed and read a book if we have a candle or paraffin oil for the lamp. Mam tells us to go to bed. She'll be after us in a minute as soon as she climbs to the loft with Lamon's last mug of tea. We often fall asleep before she goes up, but there are nights when we hear them talking, grunting, moaning. There are nights when she never comes down, and Michael and Alfie have the big bed to themselves. Malachy says she stays up there because it's too hard for her to climb down in the dark. He's only 12, and he doesn't understand. I'm 13, and I think they're at the excitement up there. I know about the excitement, and I know it's a sin, but how can it be a sin if it comes to me in a dream where American girls pose in swimming suits on the screen at the Lyric Cinema, and I wake up pushing and pumping? It's a sin when you're wide awake and going at yourself, the way the boys talked about it in Leamy's schoolyard after Mr. O'D roared the sixth commandment at us, "Thou shalt not commit adultery," which means impure thoughts, impure words, impure deeds, and that's what adultery is, dirty things in general. One Redemptorist priest barks at us all the time about the sixth commandment. He says impurity is so grave a sin, the Virgin Mary turns her face away and weeps. And why does she weep, boys? She weeps because of you and what you are doing to her beloved son. She weeps when she looks down the long, dreary vista of time and beholds in horror the spectacle of Limerick boys defiling themselves, polluting themselves, interfering with themselves, abusing themselves, soiling their young bodies, which are the temples of the Holy Ghost. Our Lady weeps over these abominations, knowing that every time you interfere with yourself, you nailed to the cross her beloved Son, that once more you hammer into his dear head the crown of thorns, that you reopen those ghastly wounds. In an agony of thirst he hangs on the cross, and what is he offered by those perfidious Romans? A lavatory sponge plunged into vinegar and gall and thrust into his poor mouth, a mouth that moves rarely except to pray even for you boys, even for you who nailed him to that cross. Consider our Lord's suffering. Consider the crown of thorns. Consider a small pin driven into your skull, the agony of the piercing. Consider then 20 thorns driven into your head. Reflect, meditate on the nails tearing his hands, his feet. Could you endure a fraction of that agony? Take that pin again, that mere pin. Force it into your side. Enlarge that sensation 100-fold, and you are penetrated by that awful lance. Oh, boys, the devil wants your souls. He wants you with him in hell. And know this, that every time you interfere with yourself, every time you succumb to the vile sin of self-abuse, you not only nail Christ to the cross, you take another step closer to hell itself. Retreat from the abyss, boys. Resist the devil, and keep your hands to yourself. I can't stop interfering with myself. I pray to the Virgin Mary and tell her I'm sorry I put her Son back on the cross, and I'll never do it again. But I can't help myself, and I swear I'll go to confession, and surely after that, I'll never do it again. I don't want to go to hell with devils chasing me for eternity, jabbing me with hot pitchforks. The priests of Limerick have no patience with the likes of me. I go to confession, and they hiss that I'm not in a proper spirit of repentance, that if I were, I'd give up this hideous sin. I go from church to church, looking for an easy priest. To Paddy Claus, he tells me there's one in the Dominican church who's 90 years old and deaf as a turnip. Every few weeks, the old priest hears my confession and mumbles that I should pray for him. Sometimes he falls asleep, and I don't have the heart to wake him up, so I go to communion the next day without penance or absolution. It's not my fault if priests fall asleep on me. And surely I'm in a state of grace just for going to confession. Then one day, the little panel in the confession box slides back, and it's not my man at all. It's a young priest with a big ear like a seashell. He'll surely hear everything. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's a fortnight since my last confession. And what have you done since then, my child? I hit my brother. I went on the mooch from school. I lied to my mother. Yes, my child, and what else? I did dirty things, Father. Ah, my child, was that with yourself, or with another, or with some class of beast? Some class of beast? I never heard of a sin like that before. This priest must be from the country, and if he is, he's opening up new worlds to me. The night before I'm to go to Killaloe, Lamon Griffin comes home drunk and eats a great bag of fish and chips at the table. He tells Mam boil water for tea, and when she says she has no coal or turf, he yells at her and calls her a great lump, living free under his roof with her pack of brats. He throws money at me to go to the shop for a few sods of turf and wood for kindling. I don't want to go. I want to hit him for the way he treats my mother, but if I say anything, he won't let me have the bicycle tomorrow after I've waited 3 weeks. When Mam gets the fire going and boils the water, I remind him of his promise to loan me the bike. Did you empty my chamber pot today? I forgot. I'll do it this minute. He shouts, "You didn't empty my damn chamber pot? I promise you the bike. I give you tuppence a week to run messages from me and empty the chamber pot, and you stand there with your thick gob hanging out and tell me you didn't do it." "I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll do it now." "You will you? And how do you think you'll get up to the loft? Are you going to pull the table out from under my fish and chips?" Mam says, "Sure, he was at school all day, and he had to go to the doctor for his eyes." "Well, you can bloody well forget about the bicycle. You didn't live up to the bargain." "But he couldn't do it," says Mam. He tells her shut up and mind her own business, and she goes quiet by the fire. He goes back to his fish and chips, but I tell him again, "You promised me. I emptied that chamber pot and did your messages for 3 weeks." "Shut up and go to bed." "You can't tell me to go to bed. You're not my father, and you promised me." "I'm telling you, as sure as God made little apples, that if I get up from this table, you'll be calling for your patron saint." "You promised me." He pushes the chair back from the table. He stumbles towards me and sticks his finger between my eyes. "I'm telling you, shut your gob, scabby eyes." "I won't. You promised me." He punches my shoulders, and when I won't stop, moves to my head. My mother jumps up crying and tries to pull him away. He punches and kicks me into the bedroom, but I keep saying, "You promised me." He knocks me to my mother's bed and punches till I cover my face and head with my arms. "I'll kill you, you little shit." Mam is screaming and pulling at him till he falls backward into the kitchen. She says, "Come on, oh, come on. Eat your fish and chips. He's only a child. He'll get over it." I hear him go back to his chair and pull it to the table. I hear him snuffle and slurp when he eats and drinks. "Hand me the matches," he says. "By Jesus, I need a fag after that." There's a put-put sound when he puffs on the cigarette, and a whimper from my mother. He says, "I'm going to bed." And with the drink in him, it takes him a while to climb the chair to the table, pull up the chair, climb to the loft. The bed squeaks under him, and he grunts when he pulls off his boots and drops them to the floor. I can hear Mam crying when she blows into the globe of the paraffin oil lamp and everything goes dark. After what happened, she'll surely want to get into her own bed, and I'm ready to go to the small one against the wall. Instead, there's the sound of her climbing the chair, the table, the chair, crying up into the loft and telling Lemon Griffin, "He's only a boy, tormented with his eyes." And when Lemon says, "He's a little shit and I want him out of the house," she cries and begs till there's whispering and grunting and moaning and nothing. In a while there's snoring in the loft and my brothers are asleep around me. I can't stay in this house, for if Lemon Griffin comes at me again, I'll take a knife to his neck. I don't know what to do or where to go. I leave the house and follow the streets from the Sarsfield Barracks to the Monument Cafe. I dream of how I'll get back at Lemon someday. I'll go to America and see Joe Louis. I'll tell him my troubles, and he'll understand because he comes from a poor family. He'll show me how to build up my muscles, how to hold my hands and use my feet. He'll show me how to dig my chin into my shoulder the way he does, and how to let go with a right uppercut that will send Lemon flying. I'll drag Lemon to the graveyard at Mungret, where his family and Mam's family are buried, and I'll cover him with earth all the way to his chin, so that he won't be able to move, and he'll beg for his life, and I'll say, "End of the road, Lemon. You're going to meet your maker." And he'll beg and beg while I trickle dirt in his face till it's covered completely, and he's gasping and asking God for forgiveness for not giving me the bike and punching me all over the house and doing the excitement with my mother, and I'll be laughing away because he's not in a state of grace after the excitement, and he's going to hell as sure as God made little apples, as he used to say himself. The streets are dark, and I have to keep an eye out in case I might be lucky like Malachy long ago and find fish and chips dropped by drunken soldiers. There's nothing on the ground. If I find my uncle Ab Sheehan, he might give me some of his Friday night fish and chips. But they tell me in the cafe he came and went already. I'm 13 now, so I don't call him Uncle Pat anymore. I call him Ab or the Abbot like everybody else. Surely if I go to Grandma's house, he'll give me a piece of bread or something. Maybe he'll let me stay the night. I can tell him I'll be working in a few weeks, delivering telegrams, and getting big tips at the post office, and ready to pay my own way. He's sitting up in bed, finishing his fish and chips, dropping to the floor the Limerick leader they were wrapped in, wiping his mouth and hands with the blanket. He looks at me. "That face is all swole. Did you fall on that face?" I tell him I did, because there's no use telling him anything else. He wouldn't understand. He says, "You could stay in me mother's bed tonight. You can't walk the streets with that face and them 2 red eyes in your head." He says there's no food in the house, not a scrap of bread, and when he falls asleep, I take the greasy newspaper from the floor. I lick the front page, which is all advertisements for films and dances in the city. I lick the headlines. I lick the great attacks of Patton and Montgomery in France and Germany. I lick the war in the Pacific. I lick the obituaries and the sad memorial poems, the sports pages, the market prices of eggs, butter and bacon. I suck the paper till there isn't a smidgen of grease. I wonder what I'll do tomorrow. In the morning, the abbot gives me the money to go to Kathleen O'Connell's for bread, margarine, tea, milk. He boils water on the gas ring and tells me I can have a mug of tea and, "Go easy with the sugar, I'm not a millionaire. You can have a cut of bread, but don't make it too thick." It's July, and school is over forever. In a few weeks I'll be delivering telegrams at the post office, working like a man. In the weeks I'm idle, I can do anything I like. Get up in the morning, stay in bed, take long walks out the country like my father, wander around Limerick. If I had the money, I'd go over to the Lyric Cinema, eat sweets, see Errol Flynn conquering everyone in sight. I can read the English and Irish papers the abbot brings home, or I can use the library cards of Lemon Griffin and my mother till I'm found out. Mam sends Michael with a milk bottle of warm tea, a few cuts of bread smeared with dripping, a note to say Lemon Griffin isn't angry anymore, and I can come back. Michael says, "You coming home, Frankie?" "No." Do, Frankie, come on." "I live here now. I'm never going back." "But Malachi is gone to the army, and you're here, and I have no big brother. All the boys have big brothers, and I only have Alfie. He's not even 4, and he can't talk right." "I can't go back. I'm never going back. You can come here any time you like." His eyes glint with tears. That gives me such pain in my heart, I want to say, "All right, I'll come with you." I'm only saying that. I know I'll never be able to face Lemon Griffin again, and I don't know if I can look at my mother. I watch Michael go up the lane, with the sole of his shoe broken and clacking along the pavement. When I start that job at the post office, I'll buy him shoes, so I will. I'll give him an egg and take him to the Lyric Cinema for the film and the sweets, and then we'll go to Nocton's and eat fish and chips till our bellies are sticking out a mile. I'll get money someday for a house or a flat with electric light and a lavatory and beds with sheets, pillows, blankets like the rest of the world. We'll have breakfast in a bright kitchen with flowers dancing in the garden beyond, delicate cups and saucers, egg cups, eggs soft in the yolk and ready to melt the rich creamy butter, a teapot with a cosy on it, toast with butter and marmalade galore. We'll take our time and listen to music from the BBC or the American Armed Forces Network. I'll buy proper clothes for the whole family, so our arses won't be hanging out of our pants, and we won't have the shame. The thought of the shame brings a pain in my heart and starts me sniffling. The abbot says, "What's up with you? Didn't you have your bread? Didn't you have your tea? What more do you want? 'Tis an egg you'll be looking for next." There's no use talking to someone who was dropped in his head and sells papers for a living. He complains he can't be feeding me forever and I'll have to get my own bread and tea. He doesn't want to come home and find me reading in the kitchen with the electric light bulb blazing away. He can read numbers, so he can. And when he goes out to sell papers, he reads the electric meter so he'll know how much I use. And if I don't stop turning on that light, he'll take the fuse out and carry it in his pocket. And if I put in another fuse, he'll have the electricity pulled out altogether and go back to gas, which was good enough for his poor dead mother, and will surely suit him, for all he does is sit up in the bed to eat his fish and chips and count his money before he goes to sleep. I get up early like Dad and go on long walks into the country. I walk around the graveyard in the old abbey at Mungret, where my mother's relations are buried, and I go up the Boreen to the Norman castle at Carrigagunnel, where Dad brought me twice. I climb to the top, and Ireland is spread out before me. The Shannon is shining its way to the Atlantic. Dad told me this castle was built hundreds of years ago, and if you wait for the larks to stop their singing over there, you can hear the Normans below hammering and talking and getting ready for battle. Once he brought me here in the dark, so that we could hear Norman and Irish voices down through the centuries, and I heard them. I did. Sometimes I'm up there alone on the heights of Carrigagunnel, and there are voices of Norman girls from olden times laughing and singing in French. And when I see them in my mind, I'm tempted, and I climb to the very top of the castle where once there was a tower, and there in full view of Ireland I interfere with myself and spurt all over Carrigagunnel and fields beyond. That's a sin I could never tell a priest. Climbing to great heights and going at yourself before all of Ireland is surely worse than doing it in a private place with yourself, or with another, or with some class of a beast. Somewhere down there in the fields or along the banks of the Shannon, a boy or a milkmaid might have looked up and seen me in my sin, and if they did, I'm doomed, because the priests are always saying that anyone who exposes a child to sin will have a millstone tied around his neck and be cast into the sea. Still, the thought of someone watching me brings on the excitement again. I wouldn't want the small boy to be watching me. No, that would surely lead to the millstone. But if there was a milkmaid gawking up, surely she'd get excited and go at herself. Though I don't know if girls can go at themselves when they don't have anything to go at. No equipment, Mikey Malloy used to say. I wish that old deaf Dominican priest would come back so that I could tell him my troubles with the excitement. But he's dead now, and I'll have to face a priest who'll go on about the millstone and the doom. Doom. That's the favourite word of every priest in Limerick. I walk back along O'Connell Avenue in Balnacurra, where people have their bread and milk delivered early to their doorsteps. And surely there's no harm if I borrow a loaf or a bottle with every intention of giving it back when I get my job at the post office. I'm not stealing, I'm borrowing. That's not a mortal sin. Besides, I stood on top of a castle this morning and committed a sin far worse than stealing bread and milk. And if you commit one sin, you might as well commit a few more, because you get the same sentence in hell. One sin, eternity. A dozen sins, eternity. Might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb, as my mother would say. I drink the odd pint of milk and leave the bottle so that the milkman won't be blamed for not delivering. I like milkmen, because one of them gave me 2 broken eggs, which I swallowed raw with bits of shell and all. He said I'd grow up powerful if I had nothing else but 2 eggs and a pint of porter every day. Everything you need is in the egg, and everything you want is in the pint. Some houses get better bread than others. It costs more, and that's what I take. I feel sorry for the rich people who get up in the morning and go to the door and find their bread missing, but I can't let myself starve to death. If I starve, I'll never have the strength for my telegram boy job at the post office, which means I'll have no money to put back all that bread and milk and no way of saving to go to America. And if I can't go to America, I might as well jump into the River Shannon. It's only a few weeks till I get my first wages in the post office, and surely these rich people won't collapse with the hunger till then. They can always send the maid out for more. That's the difference between the poor and the rich. The poor can't send out for more because there's no money to send out for more. And if there was, they wouldn't have a maid to send. It's the maids I have to worry about. I have to be careful when I borrow the milk and the bread, and they're at the front doors polishing knobs, knockers and letter boxes. If they see me, they'll be running to the woman of the house. "Oh, madam, madam, there's an urchin beyond that's making off with all the milk and bread." Beyond. Maids talk like that because they're all from the country. Mullingar heifers, says Paddy Clossey's uncle, beef to the heels, and they wouldn't give you the steam of their piss. I bring home the bread, and even if the abbot is surprised, he doesn't say, "Where did you get it?" because he was dropped in his head, and that knocks the curiosity out of you. He just looks at me with his big eyes that are blue in the middle and yellow all around, and slurps his tea from the great cracked mug his mother left behind. He tells me, "That's me mug, and don't be drinking your tea out of it." Out of it. That's the Limerick slum talk that always worried Dad. He said, "I don't want my sons growing up in a Limerick Lane saying, 'out of it.' It's common and low class. Say, 'out of it' properly." And Mam said, "I hope it keeps fine for you, but you're not doing much to get us out of it." Out beyond Balnacurra, I climb orchard walls for apples. If there's a dog, I move on because I don't have Paddy Clossey's way of talking to them. Farmers come at me, but they're always slow in their rubber boots, and even if they jump on a bicycle to chase me, I jump over walls where they can't take a bike. The abbot knows where I got the apples. If you grow up in the lanes of Limerick, you're bound to rob the odd orchard sooner or later. Even if you hate apples, you have to rob orchards or your pals will say you're a sissy. I always offer the abbot an apple, but he won't eat it because of the scarcity of teeth at his head. He has 5 left, and he won't risk leaving them in an apple. If I cut the apple into slices, he still won't eat it because that's not the proper way to eat an apple. That's what he says. And if I say, "You slice bread before you eat it, don't you?" he says, "Apples is apples and bread is bread." That's how you talk when you're dropped on your head. Michael comes again with warm tea in a milk bottle and 2 cuts of fried bread. I tell him I don't need it anymore. "Tell Mam I'm taking care of myself and I don't need her tea and fried bread, thank you very much." Michael is delighted when I give him an apple, and I tell him come every second day and he can have more. That stops him from asking me to go back to Lamb and Griffin's, and I'm glad it stops his tears. There's a market down in Irishtown where the farmers come on Saturdays with their vegetables, hens, eggs, butter. If I'm there early, they'll give me a few pennies for helping unload their carts or motor cars. At the end of the day, they'll give me vegetables they can't sell, anything crushed, bruised, or rotten in parts. One farmer's wife always gives me cracked eggs and tells me, "Fry them eggs tomorrow when you come back from Mass in a state of grace, for if you ate them eggs with the sin on your soul, they'll stick in your gullet, so they will." She's a farmer's wife, and that's how they talk. I'm not much better than a beggar now myself, the way I stand at the doors of fish and chip shops when they're closing, in hopes they might have burnt chips left over or bits of fish floating around in the grease. If they're in a hurry, the shop owners will give me the chips and a sheet of paper for wrapping. The paper I like is the news of the world. It's banned in Ireland, but people sneak it in from England for the shocking pictures of girls in swimming suits that are almost not there. Then there are stories of people committing all kinds of sins you wouldn't find in Limerick, getting divorces, committing adultery. Adultery. I still have to find out what that word means, look it up in the library. I'm sure it's worse than what the masters taught us. Bad thoughts, bad words, bad deeds. I take my chips home and get into bed like the abbot. If he has a few pints taken, he sits up eating his chips from the Limerick Leader and singing The Road to Rasheen. I eat my chips. I lick the news of the world. I lick the stories about people doing shocking things. I lick the girls in their bathing suits. And when there's nothing left to lick, I look at the girls till the abbot blows out the light and I'm committing a mortal sin under the blanket. I can go to the library any time with Mam's card or Lemon Griffin's. I'll never be caught because Lemon is too lazy to get out of bed on a Saturday, and Mam will never go near a library with the shame of her clothes. Miss O'Riordan smiles. The Lives of the Saints are waiting for you, Frank. Volumes and volumes. Butler, O'Hanlon, Baring Gould. I've told the head librarian all about you, and she's so pleased she's ready to give you your own grown-up card. Isn't that wonderful? Thanks, Miss O'Riordan. I'm reading all about St. Bridget, Virgin, February 1st. She was so beautiful that men from all over Ireland panted to marry her, and her father wanted her to marry someone important. She didn't want to marry anyone, so she prayed to God for help, and he caused her eye to melt in her head so that it dribbled down her cheek and left such a great welt the men of Ireland lost interest. Then there's St. Wilgefortis, Virgin Martyr, July 20th. Her mother had 9 children, all at the same time, 4 sets of twins, and Wilgefortis, the odd one, all winding up martyrs for the faith. Wilgefortis was beautiful, and her father wanted to marry her off to the King of Sicily. Wilgefortis was desperate, and God helped her by allowing a beard and a moustache to grow on her face, which made the King of Sicily think twice, but sent her father into such a rage he had her crucified, beard and all. St. Wilgefortis is the one you pray to if you're an Englishwoman with a troublesome husband. The priests never tell us about virgin martyrs like St. Agatha, February 5th. February is a powerful month for virgin martyrs. Sicilian pagans ordered Agatha to give up her faith in Jesus. And like all the virgin martyrs, she said, nay. They tortured her, stretched her on the rack, tore her sides with iron hooks, burned her with blazing torches, and she said, nay, I will not deny our Lord. They crushed her breasts and cut them off, but when they rolled her over hot coals, it was more than she could bear, so she expired, giving praise. Virgin martyrs always died singing hymns and giving praise, not minding one bit if lions tore big chunks from their sides and gobbled them on the spot. How is it the priest never told us about St. Ursula and her 11,000 maiden martyrs, October the 21st? Her father wanted her to marry a pagan king, but she said, I'll go away for a while, 3 years, and think about it. So off she goes with her 1,000 noble ladies in waiting and their companions, 10,000. They sailed around for a while and traipsed through various countries till they stopped in Cologne, where the chief of the Huns asked Ursula to marry him. Nay, she said, and the Huns killed her and the maidens with her. Why couldn't she say yes and save the lives of 11,000 virgins? Why did virgin martyrs have to be so stubborn? I like St. Moling, an Irish bishop. He didn't live in a palace like the Bishop of Limerick. He lived in a tree, and when other saints visited him for dinner, they'd sit around in branches like birds having a grand time with their water and dry bread. He was walking along one day and a leper said, Hi, St. Moling, where are you going? I'm going to Mass, said St. Moling. Well, I'd like to go to Mass too, so why don't you hoist me up on your back and carry me? St. Moling did, but he no sooner had the leper up on his back than the leper started to complain. Your hair shirt, he said, is hard on my sores. Take it off. St. Moling took off the shirt and off they went again. Then the leper says, I need to blow my nose. St. Moling says, I don't have any class of a handkerchief. Use your hand. The leper says, I can't hold on to you and blow my nose at the same time. All right, says St. Moling, you can blow into my hand. That won't do, says the leper. I barely have a hand left with the leprosy, and I can't hold on and blow into your hand. If you were a proper saint, you'd twist around here and suck the stuff out of my head. St. Moling didn't want to suck the leper's snot, but he did, and offered it up, and praised God for the privilege. I could understand my father sucking the bad stuff out of Michael's head when he was a baby and desperate, but I don't understand why God wanted St. Moling to go around sucking the snot out of lepers' heads. I don't understand God at all. And even if I'd like to be a saint and have everyone adore me, I'd never suck the snot of a leper. I'd like to be a saint, but if that's what you have to do, I think I'll stay the way I am. Still, I'm ready to spend my life in this library reading about virgins and virgin martyrs till I get into trouble with Miss O'Riordan over a book someone left on the table. The author is Lin Yutang. Anyone can tell this is a Chinese name, and I'm curious to know what the Chinese talk about. It's a book of essays about love and the body, and one of his words sends me to the dictionary. Turgid. He says, the male organ of copulation becomes turgid and is inserted into the receptive female orifice. Turgid. The dictionary says swollen, and that's what I am, standing there looking at the dictionary, because I know now what Mikey Malloy was talking about all along, that we're no different from the dogs that get stuck in each other in the streets, and it's shocking to think of all the mothers and fathers doing the likes of this. My father lied to me for years about the angel on the 7th step. Miss O'Riordan wants to know what word I'm looking for. She always looks worried when I'm at the dictionary, so I tell her I'm looking for canonized or beatific or any class of a religious word. And what's this? She says. This is not the lives of the saints. She picks up Lin Yutang and starts reading the page where I left the book face down on the table. Mother of God, is this what you were reading? I saw this in your hand. Well, I only wanted to see if the Chinese had any saints. Oh, indeed you did. This is disgraceful. Filth. No wonder the Chinese are the way they are. But what could you expect of slanty eyes and yellow skin? And you, now that I look at you, have a bit of the slanty eye yourself. You are to leave this library at once. But I'm reading the lives of the saints. Out, or I'll call the head librarian and she'll have the guards on you. Out. You should be running to the priest and confessing your sins. Out. And before you go, hand me the library cards of your poor mother and Mr. Griffin. I have a good mind to write to your poor mother, and I would if I thought it wouldn't destroy her entirely. Lin Yutang, indeed. Out! There's no use talking to librarians when they're in that state. You could stand there for an hour telling them all you've read about Bridget and Wilgefortis and Agatha and Ursula and the maiden martyrs, but all they think about is one word on one page of Lin Yutang. The People's Park is behind the library. It's a sunny day, the grass is dry, and I'm worn out begging for chips and putting up with librarians who get into a state over turgid. And I'm looking at the clouds drifting above the monument and drifting off myself all turgid till I'm having a dream about virgin martyrs in bathing suits in the news of the world, pelting Chinese writers with sheep's bladders, and I wake up in a state of excitement with something hot and sticky pumping out of me. Oh God, my male organ of copulation sticking out a mile, people in the park giving me curious looks, and mothers telling their children, "Come over here, love, come away from that fella. Someone should call the guards on him." The day before my 14th birthday, I see myself in the glass in Grandma's sideboard. The way I look, how can I ever start my job at the post office? Everything is torn, shirt, gansey, short pants, stockings. My shoes are ready to fall off my feet entirely. Relics of all decency, my mother would call them. If my clothes are bad, I'm worse. No matter how I drench my hair under the tap, it sticks out in all directions. The best cure for standing up hair is spit. Only it's hard to spit on your own head. You have to let go with a good one up in the air and duck to catch it on your pole. My eyes are red and oozing yellow. There are matching red and yellow pimples all over my face, and my front teeth are so black with rot, I'll never be able to smile in my life. I have no shoulders, and I know the whole world admires shoulders. When a man dies in Limerick, the women always say, Grand man he was, shoulders that big and wide, he wouldn't come in the door for you, had to come in sideways. When I die, they'll say, poor little devil, died without a sign of his shoulder. I wish I had some sign of his shoulder so that people would know I was at least 14 years of age. All the boys in Leamy's had shoulders except for Fintan Slattery, and I don't want to be like him with no shoulders and knees worn away from prayer. If I had any money left, I'd light a candle to St. Francis and ask him if there's any chance God could be persuaded to perform a miracle on my shoulders. Or, if I had a stamp, I could write to Joe Lewis and say, Dear Joe, is there any chance you could tell me where you got your powerful shoulders even though you were poor? I have to look decent for my job, so I take off all my clothes and stand naked in the backyard, washing them under the tap with a bar of carbolic soap. I hang them on Grandma's clothesline, shirt, gansey, pants, stockings, and pray to God it won't rain. Pray they'll be dry for tomorrow, which is the start of my life. I can't go anywhere in my pelt, so I stay in bed all day reading old newspapers, getting excited with the girls and the news of the world, and thanking God for the drying sun. The abbot comes home at 5 and makes tea downstairs, and even though I'm hungry, I know he'll grumble if I ask him for anything. He knows the one thing that worries me is he might go to Aunt Aggie and complain I'm staying in Grandma's house and sleeping in her bed. And if Aunt Aggie hears that, she'll come over and throw me into the street. He hides the bread when he's finished, and I can never find it. You would think that one who was never dropped in his head would be able to find the hidden bread of one who was dropped in his head. Then I realize, if the bread is not in the house, he must take it with him in the pocket of the overcoat he wears winter and summer. The minute I hear him clumping from the kitchen to the backyard lavatory, I run downstairs, pull the loaf from the pocket, cut off a thick slice, back into the pocket, up the stairs and into the bed. He can never say a word, never accuse me. You'd have to be a thief of the worst class to steal one slice of bread, and no one would ever believe him, not even Aunt Aggie. Besides, she'd bark at him and say, What are you doing anyway, going around with a loaf of bread in your pocket? That's no place for a loaf of bread. I chewed the bread slowly. One mouthful every 15 minutes will make it last, and if I wash it down with water, the bread would swell in my belly and give me the full feeling. I look out the back window to make sure the evening sun is drying my clothes. Other backyards have lines with clothes that are bright and colourful and dance in the wind. Mine hang from the line like dead dogs. The sun is bright, but it's cold and damp in the house, and I wish I had something to wear in the bed. I have no other clothes, and if I touch anything of the abbot's, he'll surely run to Aunt Aggie. All I can find in the wardrobe is Grandma's old black woolen dress. You're not supposed to wear your grandmother's old dress when she's dead, and you're a boy. But what does it matter if it keeps you warm and you're in bed under the blankets where no one will ever know? The dress has the smell of old dead grandmother, and I worry she might rise from the grave and curse me before the whole family and all assembled. I pray to St. Francis. Ask him to keep her in the grave where she belongs. Promise him a candle when I start my job. Remind him the robe he wore himself wasn't too far from a dress, and no one ever tormented him over it, and fall asleep with the image of his face in my dream. The worst thing in the world is to be sleeping in your dead grandmother's bed, wearing her black dress, when your uncle, the abbot, falls in his arse outside South's pub after a night of drinking pints, and people who can't mind their own business rush to Aunt Aggie's house to tell her, so that she gets Uncle Pat Keating to help her carry the abbot home and upstairs to where you're sleeping, and she barks at you. What are you doing in this house, in that bed? Get up and put on the kettle for tea for your poor Uncle Pat that fell down. And when you don't move, she pulls the blankets and falls backward like one seeing a ghost and yelling, Mother of God, what are you doing in me dead mother's dress? That's the worst thing of all, because it's hard to explain that you're getting ready for the big job in your life, that you washed your clothes, they're drying abroad on the line, and it was so cold you had to wear the only thing you could find in the house. And it's even harder to talk to Aunt Aggie when the abbot is groaning in the bed. Me feet is like a fire, put water on me feet. And Uncle Pa Keating is covering his mouth with his hand and collapsing against the wall laughing and telling you that you look gorgeous and black suits you and would you ever straighten your hem. You don't know what to do when Aunt Aggie yells at you, "Get out of that bed and put the kettle on downstairs for tea for your poor uncle." Should you take off the dress and put on a blanket, or should you go as you are? 1 minute she's screaming, "What are you doing in me poor mother's dress?" The next thing she's telling you, "Put on that bloody kettle." I tell her I wash my clothes for the big job. "What big job?" "Telegram boy at the post office." She says if the post office is hiring the likes of you, they must be in a desperate way altogether. Go down and put on that kettle. The next worst thing is to be out in the backyard, filling the kettle from the tap with the moon beaming away, and Kathleen Purcell from next door perched up on the wall looking for her cat. "God, Frankie McCourt, what are you doing in your grandmother's dress?" And you have to stand there in the dress with the kettle in your hand and explain how you washed your clothes, which are hanging there on the line for all to see, and you were so cold in the bed you put on your grandmother's dress, and your Uncle Pat the Abbot fell down and was brought home by Aunt Aggie and her husband Pa Keating, and she drove you into the backyard to fill this kettle, and you'll take off this dress as soon as ever your clothes are dry, because you never had any desire to go through life in your dead grandmother's dress. Now Kathleen Purcell lets out a scream, falls off the wall, forgets the cat, and you can hear her giggling into her blind mother. "Mammy, Mammy, wait till I tell you about Frankie McCourt abroad in the backyard in his dead grandmother's dress." You know that once Kathleen Purcell gets a bit of scandal, the whole lane will know it before morning, and you might as well stick your head out the window and make a general announcement about yourself and the dress problem. By the time the kettle boils, the Abbot is asleep from the drink, and Aunt Aggie says she and Uncle Pa will have a drop of tea themselves, and she doesn't mind if I have a drop myself. Uncle Pa says, on second thought, the black dress could be the cassock of a Dominican priest, and he goes down on his knees and says, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." Aunt Aggie says, "Get up, you old idiot, and stop making a feck of religion." Then she says, "And you, what are you doing in this house?" I can't tell her about Mam and Lamb and Griffin and the excitement in the loft. I tell her I was thinking of staying here a while because of the great distance from Lamb and Griffin's house to the post office. And as soon as I get on my feet, we'll surely find a decent place, and we'll all move on, my mother and brothers and all. "Well," she says, "that's more than your father would do." It's hard to sleep when you know the next day you're 14 and starting your first job as a man. The Abbot wakes at dawn, moaning. Would I ever make him some tea? And if I do, I can have a big cut of bread from the half loaf in his pocket, which he was keeping there out of the way of the odd rat. And if I look in Grandma's gramophone where she used to keep the records, I'll find a jar of jam. He can't read, he can't write, but he knows where to hide the jam. I bring the Abbot his tea and bread and make some for myself. I put on my damp clothes and get into the bed, hoping that if I stay there, the clothes will dry from my own heat before I go to work. Mam always says it's the damp clothes that give you the consumption and an early grave. The Abbot is sitting up telling me he has a terrible pain in his head from a dream where I was wearing his poor mother's black dress and she flying around screaming, "Sin, sin, 'tis a sin." He finishes his tea and falls into a snore sleep, and I wait for his clock to say 8:30, time to get up and be at the post office at 9, even if the clothes are still damp in my skin. On my way out, I wonder why Aunt Aggie is coming down the lane. She must be coming to see if the Abbot is dead or needing a doctor. She says, "What time do you have to be at that job?" 9. "All right." She turns and walks with me to the post office on Henry Street. She doesn't say a word, and I wonder if she's gone to the post office to denounce me for sleeping in my grandmother's bed and wearing her black dress. She says, "Go up and tell them your aunt is down here waiting for you and you'll be an hour late. If they want to argue, I'll go up and argue." Why do I have to be an hour late? do what you're bloody well told. There are telegram boys sitting on a bench along a wall. There are two women at a desk, one fat, one thin. The thin one says, "Yes?" "My name is Frank McCourt, miss, and I'm here to start work." "What kind of work would that be now?" "Telegram boy, miss." The thin one cackles. "Oh, God, I thought you were here to clean the lavatories." "No, miss. My mother brought a note from the priest, Dr. Cowper, and there's supposed to be a job." "Oh, there is there? And do you know what day this is?" "I do, miss. 'Tis my birthday. I'm 14. "Isn't that grand?" says the fat woman. "Today is Thursday," says the thin woman. "Your job starts on Monday. Go away and wash yourself and come back then." The telegram boys along the wall are laughing. I don't know why, but I feel my face turning hot. I tell the women, "Thank you." And on the way out I hear the thin one, "Jesus above, Maureen, who dragged in that specimen?" And they laugh along with the telegram boys. Aunt Aggie says, "Well?" And I tell her I don't start till Monday. She says my clothes are a disgrace, and what did I wash them in? Carbolic soap. They smell like dead pigeons, and you're making a laughingstock of the whole family. She takes me to Roach's stores and buys me a shirt, a gansey, a pair of short pants, 2 pairs of stockings, and a pair of summer shoes on sale. She gives me 2 shillings to have tea and a bun for my birthday. She gets on the bus to go back up O'Connell Street, too fat and lazy to walk. Fat and lazy, no son of her own, and still she buys me the clothes for my new job. I turn towards Arthur's Quay with the package of new clothes under my arm, and I have to stand at the edge of the River Shannon so that the whole world won't see the tears of a man the day he's 14. Monday morning, I'm up early to wash my face and flatten my hair with water and spit. The abbot sees me in my new clothes. "Jesus," he says, "is it getting married you are?" and goes back to sleep. Mrs. O'Connell, the fat woman, says, "Well, well, aren't we the height of fashion?" And the thin one, Miss Barry, says, "Did you rob a bank on the weekend?" And there's a great laugh from the telegram boy sitting on the bench along the wall. I'm told to sit at the end of the bench and wait for my turn to go out with telegrams. Some telegram boys in uniforms are the permanent ones who took the exam. They can stay in the post office forever if they like. Take the next exam for postman and then the one for clerk that lets them work inside selling stamps and money orders behind the counter downstairs. The post office gives permanent boys big waterproof capes for the bad weather, and they get 2 weeks holiday every year. Everyone says these are good jobs, steady and pensionable and respectable. And if you get a job like this, you never have to worry again in your whole life, so you don't. Temporary telegram boys are not allowed to stay in the job beyond the age of 16. There are no uniforms, no holidays, the pay is less, and if you stay out sick a day, you can be fired. No excuses. There are no waterproof capes. Bring your own raincoat or dodge the raindrops. Mrs. O'Connell calls me to her desk to give me a black leather belt and pouch. She says there's a great shortage of bicycles, so I'll have to walk my first batch of telegrams. I'm to go to the farthest address first, work my way back, and don't take all day. She's long enough in the post office to know how long it takes to deliver 6 telegrams, even by foot. I'm not to be stopping in pubs or bookies or even home for a cup of tea, and if I do, I'll be found out. I'm not to be stopping in chapels to say a prayer. If I have to pray, do it on the hoof or on the bicycle. If it rains, pay no attention, deliver the telegrams, and don't be a sissy. One telegram is addressed to Mrs. Clohessy of Arthur's Quay, and that couldn't be anyone but Paddy's mother. "Is that you, Frankie McCourt?" she says. "God, I wouldn't know you're that big. Come in, will you?" She's wearing a bright frock with flowers all over and shiny new shoes. There are 2 children on the floor playing with a toy train. On the table there's a teapot, cups with saucers, a bottle of milk, a loaf of bread, butter, jam. There are 2 beds over by the window where there were none before. The big bed in the corner is empty, and she must know what I'm wondering. He's gone, she says. But he's not dead. Gone to England with Paddy. Have a cup of tea and a bit of bread. You need it, God help us. You look like one left over from the famine itself. Eat that bread and jam and build yourself up. Paddy always talked about you and Dennis, my poor husband that was in the bed. Never got over that day your mother came and sang the song about the Kerry dancing. He's over in England now making sandwiches in a canteen and sending me a few bob every week. You'd wonder what the English are thinking about when they take a man that has the consumption and give him a job making sandwiches. Paddy has a grand job in a pub in Cricklewood, which is in England. Dennis would still be here if it wasn't for Paddy climbing the wall for the tongue. Tongue? Dennis had the craving, so he did, for a nice sheep's head with a bit of cabbage and a spud, so up with me to Barry the butcher with the last few shillings I had. I boiled that head, and sick and all as he was, Dennis couldn't wait for it to be done. He was a demon there in the bed calling for the head, and when I gave it to him on the plate, he was delighted with himself, sucking the marrow out of every inch of that head. Then he finishes and he says, "Mary, where's the tongue?" "What tongue?" says I. "The tongue of the sheep. Every sheep is born with a tongue that lets him go ba, 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 and there's a great lack of tongue in this head. Go up to Barry the butcher and demand it." So, up with me to Barry the butcher, and he said, "That bloody sheep came in here bleating and crying so much, we cut the tongue from her and thrown it to the dog, who gobbled it up, and ever since ba-bas like a sheep, and if he doesn't quit, I'll cut his tongue and throw it to the cat." Back I go to Dennis, and he gets frantic in the bed. "I want that tongue," he says. "All the nourishment is in the tongue." And what do you think happens next but my Paddy, that was your friend, goes up to Barry the butcher after dark, climbs the wall, cuts the tongue of a sheep's head that's on a hook on the wall, and brings it back to his poor father in the bed. Of course, I have to boil that tongue with salt galore, and Dennis, God love him, eats it, lies back in the bed a minute, throws back the blanket and stands out on his 2 feet, announcing to the world that consumption or no consumption, he's not going to die in that bed. If he's going to die at all, it might as well be under a German bomb with him making a few pounds for his family instead of whining in the bed there beyond. She shows me a letter from Paddy. He's working in his Uncle Anthony's pub 12 hours a day, 25 shillings a week, and every day soup and a sandwich. He's delighted when the Germans come over with the bombs so that he can sleep while the pub is closed. At night he sleeps on the floor of the hallway upstairs. He'll send his mother £2 every month, and he's saving the rest to bring her and the family to England, where they'll be much better off in 1 room in Cricklewood than 10 rooms in Arthur's Quay. She'll be able to get a job, no bother. You'd have to be a sad case not to be able to get a job in a country that's at war, especially with Yanks pouring in and spending money right and left. Paddy himself is planning to get a job in the middle of London, where Yanks leave tips big enough to feed an Irish family of 6 for a week. Mrs. Clossie says, "We have enough money for food and shoes at last, thanks be to God and his blessed mother. You'll never guess who Paddy met over there in England, 14 years of age and working like a man. Brendan Kiley, the one you used to call Question. Working he is and saving so he can go and join the Mounties and ride all over Canada like at Nelson Eddy singing, 'If it wasn't for Hitler, we'd all be dead.' And isn't that a terrible thing to say? And how's your poor mother, Frankie?" "She's grand, Mrs. Clossie." "No, she's not. I seen her in the dispensary, and she looks worse than my Dennis did in the bed. You have to mind your poor mother. You look desperate too, Frankie, with them 2 red eyes staring out of your head. Here's a little tip for you, 3. Buy yourself a sweet." "I will, Mrs. Clossie." "Do." At the end of the week, Mrs. O'Connell hands me the first wages of my life, £1. My first £1. I run down the stairs and up to O'Connell Street, the main street, where the lights are on and people are going home from work. people like me with wages in their pockets. I want them to know I'm like them. I'm a man. I have a pound. I walk up one side of O'Connell Street and down the other and hope they'll notice me. They don't. I want to wave my pound note at the world so they'll say, there he goes, Frankie McCourt, the working man with a pound in his pocket. It's Friday night and I can do anything I like. I can have fish and chips and go to the Lyric Cinema. No more Lyric. I don't have to sit up in the gods anymore with people all around me cheering on the Indians, killing General Custer, and the Africans chasing Tarzan all over the jungle. I can go to the Savoy Cinema now, pay 6pence for a seat down front where there's a better class of people eating boxes of chocolates and covering their mouths when they laugh. After the film, I can have tea and buns in the restaurant upstairs. Michael is across the street calling me. He's hungry and wonders if there's any chance he could go to the Abbots for a bit of bread and stay there for the night, instead of going all the way to Lemon Griffin's. I tell him he doesn't have to worry about a bit of bread. We'll go to the Coliseum Cafe and have fish and chips, all he wants, lemonade galore, and then we'll go to see Yankee Doodle Dandy with James Cagney and eat 2 big bars of chocolate. After the film we have tea and buns and we sing and dance like Cagney, all the way to the Abbots. Michael says it must be great to be in America where people have nothing else to do but sing and dance. He's half asleep, but he says he's going there someday to sing and dance. And would I help him go? And when he's asleep, I start thinking about America and how I have to save money for my fare instead of squandering it on fish and chips and tea and buns. I'll have to save a few shillings from my pound because if I don't, I'll be in Limerick forever. I'm 14 now. And if I save something every week, surely I should be able to go to America by the time I'm 20. There are telegrams for offices, shops, factories, where there's no hope of a tip. Clerks take the telegrams without a look at you or a thank you. There are telegrams for the respectable people with maids along the Ennis Road and the North Circular Road, where there's no hope of a tip. Maids are like clerks. They don't look at you or say thank you. There are telegrams for the houses of priests and nuns, and they have maids too, even if they say poverty is noble. If you waited for tips from priests or nuns, you'd die on their doorstep. There are telegrams for people miles outside the city, farmers with muddy yards and dogs who want to eat your legs. There are telegrams for rich people in big houses with gate lodges and miles of land surrounded by walls. The gatekeeper waves you in, and you have to cycle for miles up long drives past lawns, flower beds, fountains to reach the big house. If the weather is fine, people are playing croquet, the Protestant game, or strolling around, talking and laughing, all decked out in flowery dresses and blazers with crests and golden buttons, and you'd never know there was a war on. There are Bentleys and Rolls-Royces parked outside the great front door, where a maid tells you to go round to the servants' entrance. Don't you know any better? People in the big houses have English accents, and they don't tip telegram boys. The best people for tips are widows, Protestant ministers' wives, and the poor in general. Widows know when the telegram money order is due from the English government, and they wait by the window. You have to be careful if they ask you in for a cup of tea, because one of the temporary boys, Scrobby Looby, said an old widow of 35 had him in for tea and tried to take down his pants, and he had to run out of the house, though he was really tempted and had to go to confession the next Saturday. He said it was very awkward hopping up on the bike with his things sticking out, but if you cycle very fast and think of the sufferings of the Virgin Mary, you'll go soft in no time. Protestant ministers' wives would never carry on like Scrobby Looby's old widow unless they're widows themselves. Christy Wallace, who's a permanent telegram boy and ready to be a postman any day, says Protestants don't care what they do, even if they're ministers' wives. They're doomed anyway, so what does it matter if they have a bit of a romp with the telegram boy? All the telegram boys like Protestant ministers' wives. They might have maids, but they answer the door themselves and say, "1 moment, please," and give you 6pence. I'd like to talk to them and ask them how it feels to be doomed, but they might get offended and take back the 6pence. The Irishmen working in England send their telegram money orders on Friday nights and all day Saturday, and that's when we get the good tips. The minute we deliver one batch, we're out with another. The worst lanes are in the Irish town, off High Street or Mungreth Street, worse than Roden Lane or O'Keefe's Lane, or any lane I lived in. There are lanes with channels running down the middle. Mothers stand at doors and yell Gardy Lou when they empty their slop buckets. Children make paper boats or float matchboxes with little sails on the greasy water. When you ride into a lane, the children call out, "Here's the telegram boy! Here's the telegram boy!" They run to you, and the women wait at the door. If you give a small child a telegram for his mother, he's the hero of the family. Little girls know they're supposed to wait till the boys get their chance, though they can get the telegram if they have no brothers. Women at the door will call to you that they have no money now, but if you're in this lane tomorrow, knock on the door for your tip. God bless you and all belonging to you. Mrs. O'Connell and Miss Barry at the post office tell us every day our job is to deliver telegrams and nothing else. We are not to be doing things for people, going to the shop for groceries or any other kind of message. They don't care if people are dying in the bed. They don't care if people are legless, lunatic or crawling on the floor. We are to deliver the telegram, and that's all. Mrs. O'Connell says, "I know everything ye do, everything, for the people of Limerick have their eye on ye, and there are reports which I have here in my drawers." "A fine place to keep reports," says Toby Mackey under his breath. But Mrs. O'Connell and Miss Barry don't know what it's like in the lane when you knock on a door and someone says, "Come in." And you go in, and there's no light, and there's a pile of rags in a bed in a corner. The pile saying, "Who is it?" And you say, "Telegram." And the pile of rags tells you, "Would you ever go to the shop for me? I'm starving with the hunger, and I'd give me 2 ice for a cup of tea." And what are you going to do? Say, "I'm busy," and ride off on your bike and leave the pile of rags there with the telegram money order that's pure useless, because the pile of rags is helpless to get out of the bed to go to the post office to cash the bloody money order? What are you supposed to do? You're told, never, never go to the post office to cash one of those money orders for anyone, or you'll lose your job forever. But what are you supposed to do when an old man that was in the Boer War hundreds of years ago says his legs are gone, and he'd be forever grateful if you'd go to Paddy Considine in the post office and tell him the situation, and Paddy will surely cash the money order and keep 2 shillings for yourself, grand boy that you are? Paddy Considine says, "No bother, but don't tell anyone, or I'd be out me arse, and so would you, son." The old man from the Boer War says he knows you have telegrams to deliver now, but would you ever come back tonight and maybe go to the shop for him, for he doesn't have a thing in the house and he's freezing on top of it. He sits in an old armchair in the corner, covered with bits of blanket, and a bucket behind the chair that stinks enough to make you sick. And when you look at that old man in the corner, you want to get a hose with hot water and strip him and wash him down and give him a big feed of rashers and eggs and mashed potatoes with loads of butter, salt and onions. I want to take the man from the Boer War and the pile of rags in the bed and put them in a big sunny house in the country with birds chirping away outside the window and a stream gurgling. Mrs. Spillane in Pump Lane off Carey's Road has 2 crippled twin children with big blonde heads, small bodies and bits of legs that dangle over the edges of the chairs. They look into the fire all day and say, "Where's Daddy?" They speak English like everybody else, but they babble away to one another in a language they made up. Hung sup tea sup hung. Mrs. Spillane says that means, "When are we getting our supper?" She tells me she's lucky if her husband sends £4 a month, and she's beside herself with the abuse she gets from the dispensary over him being in England. The children are only 4, and they're very bright, even if they can't walk or take care of themselves. If they could walk, if they were any way normal, she'd pack up and move to England out of this God-forsaken country that fought so long for freedom. And look at the state of us. De Valera in his mansion above in Dublin, the dirty old bastard, and the rest of the politicians, they can all go to hell, God forgive me. The priests can go to hell too, and I won't ask God to forgive me for saying the likes of that. There they are, the priests and the nuns, telling us Jesus was poor and 'tis no shame. Lorries driving up to their houses with crates and barrels of whiskey and wine, eggs galore and legs of ham, and they telling us what we should give up for Lent. Lent my arse. What are we to give up when we have Lent all year long? I want to take Mrs. Spillane and her 2 blonde crippled children and put them in that house in the country with the pile of rags and the man from the Boer War, and wash everyone and let them all sit in the sun with the birds singing and the streams gurgling. I can't leave the pile of rags alone with the useless money order because the pile is an old woman, Mrs. Gertrude Daly, all twisted with every class of disease you can get in a Limerick lane. Arthritis, rheumatism, falling hair, a nostril half gone from her jabbing at it with her finger. And you wonder, what kind of world is it when this old woman sits up from the rags and smiles at you with teeth that gleam white in the dark, her own teeth, and perfect? That's right, she says, me own teeth. And when I rot in the grave, they'll find me teeth 100 years from now, all white and shiny, and I'll be declared a saint. The telegram money order, £3, is from her son. It has a message, "Happy birthday, Mammy, your fond son, Teddy." She says, "Wonder he can spare it, the little shit trotting around with every tart in Piccadilly." She asks if I'd ever do her a favour and cash the money order and get her little baby Powers whiskey at the pub, a loaf of bread, a pound of lard, 7 potatoes, 1 for each day of the week. Would I boil a potato for her, mash it up with a lump of lard, give her a cut of bread, bring her a drop of water to go with the whiskey? Would I go to O'Connor the chemist for ointment for her sores, and while I'm at it, bring some soap so she can give her body a good scrub, and she'll be forever grateful and say a prayer for me, and here's a couple of shillings for all my troubles. I know, thanks, ma'am. Take the money, little tip, you did me great favours. I couldn't, ma'am, the way you are. Take the money, or I'll tell the post office you're not to deliver my telegram any more. Oh, all right, ma'am. Thanks very much. Good night, son. Be good to your mother. Good night, Mrs. Daly. School starts in September, and some days Michael stops at the Abbots before the walk home to Lamb and Griffin's. On rainy days he says, "Can I stay here tonight?" And soon he doesn't want to go back to Lamb and Griffin's at all. He's worn out and hungry with 2 miles out and 2 miles back. When Mam comes looking for him, I don't know what to say to her. I don't know how to look at her, and I keep my eyes off to one side. She says, "How's the job?" as if nothing ever happened in Lamb and Griffin's. And I say, "Grand," as if nothing ever happened in Lamb and Griffin's. If the rain is too heavy for her to go home, she stays in the small room upstairs with Alfie. She goes back to Lamon's the next day, but Michael stays, and soon she's moving in herself, bit by bit, till she stops going to Lamon's altogether. The abbot pays the rent every week. Mam gets the relief and the food dockets, till someone informs in her and she's cut off from the dispensary. She's told that if her son is bringing in £1 a week, that's more than some families get on the dole, and she should be grateful he has a job. Now I have to hand over my wages. Mam says, £1? Is it all you get for riding around in all kinds of weather? This would be $4 in America, $4, and you couldn't feed a cat for $4 in New York. If you were delivering telegrams for Western Union in New York, you'd be earning $25 a week and living in luxury. She always translates Irish money into American so that she won't forget, and tries to convince everyone times were better over there. Some weeks she lets me keep 2 shillings, but if I go to a film or buy a second-hand book, there's nothing left. I won't be able to save for my fare, and I'll be stuck in Limerick till I'm an old man of 25. Malachy writes from Dublin to say he's fed up and doesn't want to spend the rest of his life blowing a trumpet in the army band. He's home in a week and complains when he has to share the big bed with Michael, Alfie and me. He has his own army cot up there in Dublin with sheets and blankets and a pillow. Now he's back to overcoats and a bolster that sends up clouds of feathers when you touch it. Mam says, "Pity about you. I'm sorry for your troubles." The abbot has his own bed, and my mother has the small room. We're all together again, no lament tormenting us. We make tea and fried bread and sit on the kitchen floor. The abbot says, "You're not supposed to be sitting on the kitchen floor. What are tables and chairs for?" He tells Mam that Frankie is not right in the head, and Mam says we'll all catch our death from the damp of the floor. We sit on the floor and sing, and Mam and the Abbot sit on chairs. We sit on the floor and tell stories about things that happened, things that never happened, and things that will happen when we all go to America. There are slow days at the post office, and we sit on the bench and talk. We can talk, but we're not to laugh. Miss Barry says we should be grateful we're getting paid to sit there, bunch of idlers and street boys that we are, and there's to be no laughing. Getting paid for sitting and chatting is no laughing matter, and the first titter out of any of us, and out we go till we come to our senses. And if the tittering continues, we'll be reported to the proper authorities. The boys talk about her under their breath. Toby Mackey says, "What that old bitch needs is a good rub of the relic, a good rub of the brush. Her mother was a street-walking flag-hopper, and her father escaped from a lunatic asylum with bunions on his balls and warts on his wank." There's laughing along the bench, and Miss Barry calls to us. "I warned ye against the laughing. Mackie, what is it you're prattling about over there?" "I said we'd all be better off out in the fresh air on this fine day delivering telegrams, Miss Barry." "I'm sure you did, Mackie. Your mouth is a lavatory. Did you hear me?" "I did, Miss Barry." "You've been heard on the stairs, Mackie." "Yes, Miss Barry." "Shut up, Mackie." "I will, Miss Barry." "Not another word, Mackie." "No, Miss Barry." "I said shut up, Mackie." "All right, Miss Barry." "That's the end of it, Mackie. Don't try me." "I won't, Miss Barry." "Mother of God, give me patience." "Yes, Miss Barry." "Take the last word, Mackie. Take it, take it, take it." "I will, Miss Barry." Toby Mackey is a temporary telegram boy like me. He saw a film called The Front Page, and now he wants to go to America someday and be a tough newspaper reporter with a hat and a cigarette. He keeps a notebook in his pocket because a good reporter has to write down what happens. Facts. He has to write down facts, not a lot of bloody poetry, which is all you hear in Limerick with men in pubs going on about our great sufferings under the English. Facts, Frankie. He writes down the number of telegrams he delivers and how far he travels. We sit on the bench making sure we don't laugh. He tells me that if we deliver 40 telegrams a day, that's 200 a week, and that's 10,000 a year, and 20,000 in our 2 years at the job. If we cycle 125 miles in a week, that's 13,000 miles in 2 years, and that's halfway around the world, Frankie, and no wonder there isn't a scrap of flesh in our arses. Toby says, nobody knows Limerick like the telegram boy. We know every avenue, road, street, terrace, mews, place, close, lane. Jesus, says Toby, there isn't a door in Limerick we don't know. We knock on all kinds of doors, iron, oak, plywood. 20,000 doors, Frankie. We rap, kick, push. We ring and buzz bells. We shout and whistle. Telegram boy, telegram boy. We drop telegrams in letter boxes, shove them under doors, throw them over the transom. We climb in windows where people are bedridden. We fight off every dog who wants to turn us into dinner. You never know what's going to happen when you hand people the telegrams. They laugh and sing and dance and cry and scream and fall down in a weakness, and you wonder if they'll wake up at all and give you the tip. It's not a bit like delivering telegrams in America where Mickey Rooney rides around in a film called The Human Comedy and people are pleasant and falling over themselves to give you a tip, inviting you in, giving you a cup of tea and a bun. Toby Mackey says he has facts galore in his notebook and he doesn't give a fiddler's fart about anything. And that's the way I'd like to be myself. Mrs. O'Connell knows I like the country telegrams, and if a day is sunny, she gives me a batch of 10 that will keep me away all morning, and I don't have to return till after the dinner hour at noon. There are fine autumn days when the Shannon sparkles and the fields are green and glinting with silver morning dew, Smoke blows across fields, and there's the sweet smell of turf fires. Cows and sheep graze in the fields, and I wonder if these are the beasts the priest was talking about. I wouldn't be surprised, because there's no end to the bulls climbing on cows, rams on sheep, stallions on mares, and they all have such big things it makes me break out in a sweat to look at them. And I feel sorry for all the female creatures in the world who have to suffer like that, though I wouldn't mind being a bull myself because they can do what they like and it's never a sin for an animal. I wouldn't mind going at myself here, but you never know when a farmer might come along the road driving cows and sheep to a fair or to another field, raising his stick and bidding you, "Good day, young fella. Grand morning, thank God and his blessed mother." A farmer that religious might be offended if he saw you breaking the sixth commandment 4 inches his field. Horses like to stick their heads over fences and hedges to see what's passing by, and I stop and talk to them because they have big eyes and long noses that show how intelligent they are. Sometimes 2 birds will be singing to each other across a field, and I have to stop and listen to them. And if I stay long enough, more birds will join till every tree and bush is alive with birdsong. If there's a stream gurgling under a bridge on the road, birds singing and cows mooing and lambs baying, that's better than any band in a film. The smell of dinner bacon and cabbage wafting from a farmhouse makes me so weak with the hunger, I climb into a field and stuff myself with blackberries for half an hour. I stick my face into the stream and drink icy water that's better than the lemonade in any fish and chip shop. When I'm finished delivering the telegrams, there's enough time to go to the ancient monastery graveyard where my mother's relations are buried, the Guilfoyles and the Sheehans, where my mother wants to be buried. I can see from here the high ruins of Carrigagunnel Castle, and there's plenty of time to cycle there. Sit up on the highest wall, look at the Shannon flowing out to the Atlantic on its way to America, and dream of the day I'll be sailing off myself. The boys at the post office tell me I'm lucky to get the Carmody family telegram, a shilling tip, one of the biggest you'll ever get in Limerick. So why am I getting it? I'm the junior boy. They say, well, sometimes Teresa Carmody answers the door. She has the consumption, and they're afraid of catching it from her. She's 17, in and out of the sanatorium, and she'll never see 18. The boys at the post office say sick people like Teresa know there's little time left, and that makes them mad for love and romance and everything. Everything. That's what the consumption does to you, say the boys at the post office. I cycled through wet November streets, thinking of that shilling tip, and as I turn into the Carmody Street, the bicycle slides out from under me, and I skid along the ground, scraping my face and tearing open the back of my hand. Teresa Carmody opens the door. She has red hair. She has green eyes like the fields beyond Limerick. Her cheeks are bright pink and her skin is a fierce white. She says, "Oh, you're all wet and bleeding." I skidded on my bike. "Come in, and I'll put something on your cuts." I wonder, should I go in? I might get the consumption, and that'll be the end of me. I want to be alive when I'm 15, and I want the shilling tip. "Come in. You'll perish standing there." She puts on the kettle for the tea. Then she dabs iodine on my cuts, and I try to be a man and not whimper. She says, "Oh, you're a great bit of a man. Go into the parlour and dry yourself before the fire. Look, why don't you take off your pants and dry them on the screen of the fire?" "Ah, no. Ah, do. I will." I drape my pants over the screen. I sit there watching the steam rise, and I watch myself rise, and I worry she might come in and see me in my excitement. There she is with a plate of bread and jam and 2 cups of tea. "Lord," she says, "you might be a scrawny bit of a fellow, but that's a fine boy-o you have there." She puts the plate and the cups on a table by the fire, and there they stay. With her thumb and forefinger, she takes the tip of my excitement and leads me across the room to a green sofa against the wall. And all the time my head is filled with sin and iodine and fear of consumption and the shilling tip and her green eyes, and she's on the sofa, "Don't stop or I'll die," and she's crying and I'm crying, for I don't know what's happening to me, if I'm killing myself, catching consumption from her mouth, I'm riding to heaven, I'm falling off a cliff, and if this is a sin, I don't give a fiddler's fart. We take our ease on the sofa a while till she says, "Don't you have more telegrams to deliver?" And when we sit up, she gives a little cry. "Oh, I'm bleeding. What's up with you?" I think it's because it's the first time. I tell her, "Wait a minute." I bring the bottle from the kitchen and splash the iodine on her injury. She leaps from the sofa, dances around the parlour like a wild one, and runs into the kitchen to douse herself with water. After she dries herself, she says, "Lord, you're very innocent. You're not supposed to be pouring iodine on girls like that. I thought you were cut." For weeks after that, I deliver the telegram. Sometimes we have the excitement on the sofa, but there are other days she has the cough, and you can see the weakness on her. She never tells me she has the weakness. She never tells me she has the consumption. The boys at the post office say I must be having a great time with the shilling tip and Teresa Carmody. I never tell them I stopped taking the shilling tip. I never tell them about the green sofa and the excitement. I never tell them of the pain that comes when she opens the door and I can see the weakness on her. And all I want to do then is to make tea for her and sit with my arms around her on the green sofa. One Saturday, I'm told to deliver the telegram to Teresa's mother at her job in Woolworths. I try to be casual. "Mrs. Carmody, I always deliver the telegram to your daughter, Teresa." "Yes, she's in the hospital." "Is she in the sanatorium?" I said, "She's in the hospital." She's like everyone else in Limerick, ashamed of the TB, and she doesn't give me a shilling or any kind of tip. I cycle out to the sanatorium to see Teresa. They say you have to be a relation and you have to be adult. I tell them I'm her cousin, and I'll be 15 in August. They tell me, "Go away." I cycle to the Franciscan church to pray for Teresa. "St. Francis, would you please talk to God? Tell him it wasn't Teresa's fault. I could have refused that telegram Saturday after Saturday. Tell God Teresa was not responsible for the excitement on the sofa, because that's what the consumption does to you. It doesn't matter anyway, St. Francis, because I love Teresa. I love her as much as you love any bird or beast or fish. And will you tell God take the consumption away, and I promise I'll never go near her again." The next Saturday, they give me the Carmody telegram. From halfway up the street, I can see the blinds are drawn. I could see the black crepe wreath on the door. I could see the white purple line mourning card. I could see beyond the door and walls where Teresa and I tumbled naked and wild on the green sofa, and I know now she's in hell, and all because of me. I slip the telegram under the door and cycle back down to the Franciscan church to beg for the repose of Teresa's soul. I pray to every statue, to the stained glass windows, the stations of the cross. I swear I lead a life of faith, hope and charity, poverty, chastity and obedience. Next day, Sunday, I go to 4 masses. I do the Stations of the Cross 3 times. I say rosaries all day. I go without food and drink. And wherever I find a quiet place, I cry and beg God and the Virgin Mary to have mercy on the soul of Teresa Carmody. On Monday, I follow the funeral to the graveyard on my post office bicycle. I stand behind the tree, a distance from the grave. Mrs. Carmody weeps and moans. Mr. Carmody snuffles and looks puzzled. The priest recites the Latin prayers and sprinkles the coffin with holy water. I want to go to the priest, to Mr. and Mrs. Carmody. I want to tell them how I'm the one who sent Teresa to hell. They could do whatever they like with me, abuse me, revile me, throw grave dirt at me. But I stay behind the tree till the mourners leave and the grave diggers fill in the grave. Frost is already whitening the fresh earth and the grave, and I think of Teresa cold in the coffin, the red hair, the green eyes. I can't understand the feelings going through me, but I know that with all the people who died in my family, and all the people who died in the lanes around me, and all the people who left, I never had a pain like this in my heart, and I hope I never will again. It's getting dark. I walk my bicycle out of the graveyard. I have telegrams to deliver. Mrs. O'Connell gives me telegrams to deliver to Mr. Harrington, the Englishman with the dead wife that was born and bred in Limerick. The boys at the post office say sympathy telegrams are a waste of time. People just cry and moan with the grief, and they think they're excused from the tip. They'll ask you if you'd like to come in for a look at the departed and a prayer by the bed. That wouldn't be so bad if they offered you a drop of sherry and a ham sandwich. Oh, no, they're happy to get your prayer, but you're only a telegram boy, and you're lucky if you get a dry biscuit. Older boys at the post office say you have to play your cards right to get the grief tip. If you're asked in to say a prayer, you have to kneel by the corpse, give a powerful sigh, bless yourself, drop your forehead to the bedclothes so they won't see your face, let your shoulders shake like one collapsing with sorrow, hold on to the bed with your two hands, as if they're going to have to tear you away to deliver the rest of your telegrams. Make sure your cheeks are glinting with tears or the spit you dabbed on. And if you don't get a tip after all that, push the next batch of telegrams under the door or fire them over the transom and leave them to their grief. This isn't my first time delivering telegrams to the Harrington house. Mr. Harrington is always away on business for the insurance company, and Mrs. Harrington is generous with the tip. But she's gone, and Mr. Harrington answers the doorbell. His eyes are red and he sniffles. He says, "Are you Irish?" "Irish? What else would I be standing there on his doorstep in Limerick with a batch of telegrams in my hand?" "I am, sir." He says, "Come in. Put the telegrams on the hall stand." He shuts the hall door, locks it, puts the key in his pocket, and I think, aren't Englishmen very peculiar? You'll want to see her, of course. You'll want to see what you people have done to her with your damn tuberculosis, race of ghouls. Follow me. He leads me first to the kitchen, where he picks up a plate of ham sandwiches and 2 bottles, and then upstairs. Mrs. Harrington looks lovely in the bed, blonde, pink, peaceful. "This is my wife. She may be Irish, but she doesn't look it, thank God. Like you, Irish. You'll need a drink, of course. You Irish quaff at every turn. Barely weaned before you clamour for the whiskey bottle, the pint of stout. You'll have what? Whiskey? Sherry? A lemonade will be lovely. I am mourning my wife not celebrating the bloody citrus. You'll have a sherry. Swill from bloody Catholic fascist Spain." I gulp the sherry. He refills my glass and goes to refill his own with whiskey. "Damn! Whiskey all gone. Stay here, do you hear me? I'm going to the pub for another bottle of whiskey. Stay till I come back. Don't move." I'm confused, dizzy from the sherry. I don't know what you're supposed to do with grieving Englishmen. "Mrs. Harrington, you look lovely in the bed. But you're a Protestant already doomed in hell like Teresa. Priest said, 'Outside the church there is no salvation.' Wait. I might be able to save your soul. Baptize you Catholic. Make up for what I did to Teresa. I'll get some water. Oh, God, the door is locked. Why? Maybe you're not dead at all. Watching me. Are you dead, Mrs. Harrington? I'm not afraid. Your face is icy. Oh, you're dead all right. I'll baptize you with sherry from bloody Catholic fascist Spain. I baptize thee in the name of the Father, the Son, the—" "What the bloody hell are you doing? Get off my wife, you wretched papist twit. What primitive paddy ritual is this? Did you touch her? Did you? I'll wring your scrawny neck." I, speak English, you scrap. I was just a little sherry to get her into heaven." "Heaven? We had heaven, Anne, our daughter Emily. You'll never lay your pink piggy eyes on her. Oh, Christ, I can't stand it. Here, more sherry." No thanks. And no thanks, that puny Celtic wine. You people love your alcohol, helps you crawl and whine better. Of course you want food. You have the collapsed look of a starving paddy. Here, ham. Eat. No thanks. And no thanks. Say that again and I'll ram the ham up your arse. He waves a ham sandwich at me. With the heel of his hand pushes it into my mouth. He collapses into a chair. Oh, God, God, what am I to do? Must rest a moment. My stomach heaves. I rush to the window, stick my head out and throw up. He leaps from the chair and charges me. You, God blast you to hell, you vomited on my wife's rosebush. He lunges at me, misses, falls to the floor. I climb out the window, hang onto the ledge. He's at the window, grabbing at my hands. I let go, drop to the rosebush, into the ham sandwich and sherry I've just thrown up. I'm pricked by rose thorns, stung. My ankle is twisted. He's at the window, barking, "Come back here, you Irish runt." He'll report me to the post office. He hits me in the back with the whiskey bottle, pleads, "Will you not watch 1 hour with me?" He pelts me with sherry glasses, whiskey glasses, assorted ham sandwiches, items from his wife's dressing table, powders, creams, brushes. I climb on my bike and wobble through the streets of Limerick, dizzy with sherry and pain. Mrs. O'Connell attacks me. 7 telegrams, 1 address, and you're gone all day. You was, drunk is what you was, drunk is what you are, reeking. Oh, we heard. That nice man rang, Mr. Harrington, lovely Englishman that sounds like James Mason. Let you in to say a prayer for his poor wife, and next thing you're out the window with the sherry and the ham. Your poor mother, what she brought into the world. He made me eat the ham, drink the sherry. Made you. Jesus, that's a good one. Made you. Mr. Harrington is a refined Englishman, and there's no reason for him to lie. And we don't want your kind in this post office, people that can't keep their hands off the ham and sherry. So, hand in your telegram pouch and bicycle, for your days are done in this post office. But I need the job. I have to save and go to America. America? Sad day when America lets in the likes of you. I hobble through the streets of Limerick. I'd like to go back and throw a brick through Mr. Harrington's window. No, respect for the dead. I'll go across the Sarsfield Bridge and out the riverbank where I can lie down somewhere in the bushes. I don't know how I can go home and tell my mother I lost my job. Have to go home, have to tell her. Can't stay out the riverbank all night. She'd be frantic. Ma'am begs the post office to take me back. They say, no. They never heard the likes. Telegram boy mauling corpse. Telegram boy fleeing scene with ham and sherry. He will never set foot in the post office again. No. She gets a letter from the parish priest. Take the boy back, says the parish priest. Oh, yes, Father, indeed, says the post office. They'll let me stay till my 16th birthday. Not a minute longer. Besides, says Mrs. O'Connell, when you think of what the English did to us for 800 years, that man had no right to complain over little ham and sherry. Compare a little ham and sherry to the Great Famine, and where are you? If my poor husband was alive and I told him what you did, he'd say you struck a blow, Frank McCourt. Struck a blow. Every Saturday morning I swear I'll go to confession and tell the priest of my impure acts at home, on lonely boreens around Limerick with cows and sheep gawking, on the heights of Carrigogunnel with the world looking up. I'll tell him about Teresa Carmody and how I sent her to hell, and that will be the end of me, driven from the church. Teresa is a torment to me. Every time I deliver a telegram to her street, every time I pass the graveyard, I feel the sin growing in me like an abscess. And if I don't go to confession soon, I'll be nothing but an abscess riding around on a bicycle with people pointing and telling each other, there he is, There's Frankie McCourt, the dirty thing that sent Teresa Carmody to hell. I look at people going to communion on Sundays, everyone in a state of grace, returning to their seats with God in their mouths, peaceful, easy, ready to die at any moment and go straight to heaven, or go home to their rashes and eggs without a worry in the world. I'm worn out from being the worst sinner in Limerick. I want to get rid of this sin and have rashes and eggs and no guilt, no torment. I want to be ordinary. The priests tell us all the time that God's mercy is infinite. But how can any priest give absolution to someone like me, who delivers telegrams and winds up in a state of excitement on a green sofa with a girl dying of the galloping consumption? I cycle all around Limerick with telegrams and stop at every church. I ride from Redemptorists to Jesuits to Augustinians to Dominicans to Franciscans. I kneel before the statue of St. Francis of Assisi and beg him to help me, but I think he's too disgusted with me. I kneel with people in the pews next to confessionals, but when my turn comes I can't breathe, my heart pounds, my forehead turns cold and clammy, and I run from the church. I swear I'll go to confession at Christmas. I can't. Easter. I can't. Weeks and months pass, and it's a year since Teresa died. I'll go on her anniversary, but I can't. I'm 15 now, and I pass churches without stopping. I'll have to wait till I go to America, where there are priests like Bing Crosby and Going My Way, who won't kick me out of the confessional like Limerick priests. I still have the sin in me, the abscess, and I hope it doesn't kill me entirely before I see the American priest. There's a telegram for an old woman, Mrs. Bridget Finucane. She says, "How old are you, by?" 15 and a half, Mrs. Finucane. "Young enough to make a fool of yourself and old enough to know better. Are you smart, by? Are you anyway intelligent?" "I can read and write, Mrs. Finucane." There are people above in the lunatic asylum can read and write. Can you write a letter?" "I can." She wants me to write letters to her customers. If you need a suit or dress for your child, you can go to her. She gives you a ticket to a shop, and they give you the clothes. She gets a discount and charges you the full price and interest on top. You pay her back weekly. Some of her customers fall behind in their payments, and they need threatening letters. She says, "I'll give you 3p for every letter you write, and another 3p if it brings a payment. If you want the job, come here on Thursday and Friday nights, and bring your own paper and envelopes." I'm desperate for that job. I want to go to America, but I have no money for paper and envelopes. Next day, I'm delivering a telegram to Woolworths, and there's the answer, a whole section packed with paper and envelopes. I have no money, so I have to help myself. But how? 2 dogs saved the day for me. 2 dogs at the door of Woolworths, stuck together after the excitement. They yelp and run in circles. Customers and sales clerks giggle and pretend to be looking someplace else. And while they're busy pretending, I slip paper and envelopes under my sweater, out the door, and off on my bike, far from stuck dogs. Mrs. Finucane looks suspicious. "That's very fancy stationery you have there, by. Is that your mother's? You'll give that back when you get the money, won't you, by?" "Oh, I will." From now on, I'm never to come to her front door. There's a lane behind her house, and I'm to come in the back door for fear someone might see me. In a large ledger, she gives me the names and addresses of 6 customers behind in their payments. "Threaten them, by. Frighten the life out of them." My first letter. "Dear Mrs. O'Brien, inasmuch as you have not seen fit to pay me what you owe me, I may be forced to resort to legal action. There's your son Michael parading around the world in his new suit, which I paid for, while I myself have barely a crust to keep body and soul together. I'm sure you don't want to languish in the dungeons of Limerick jail, far from friends and family. I remain Yours in litigious anticipation, Mrs. Bridget Finucane. She tells me, "That's a powerful letter, boy, better than anything you'd read in the Limerick Leader. That word, inasmuch, that's a holy terror of a word. What does it mean?" "I think it means this is your last chance." I write 5 more letters, and she gives me money for stamps. On my way to the post office, I think, why should I squander money on stamps when I have 2 legs to deliver the letters myself in the dead of night? When you're poor, a threatening letter is a threatening letter, no matter how it comes in the door. I run through the lanes of Limerick shoving letters under doors, praying no one will see me. The next week, Mrs. Finucane is squealing with joy. 4 of 'em paid. Oh, sit down now and write more, boy. Put the fear of God in 'em. Week after week, my threatening letters grow sharper and sharper. I begin to throw in words I hardly understand myself. Dear Mrs. O'Brien, inasmuch as you have not succumbed to the imminence of litigation in our previous epistle, be advised that we are in consultation with our barrister above in Dublin. Next week, Mrs. O'Brien pays. She came in trembling with tears in her eyes, boy, and she promised she'd never miss another payment. On Friday nights, Mrs. Finucane sends me to the pub for a bottle of sherry. You're too young for sherry, boy. You can make yourself a nice cup of tea, but you have to use the tea leaves left over from this morning. No, you can't have a piece of bread with the prices they're charging. Bread, is it? Next thing you'll be asking for an egg. She rocks by the fire, sipping her sherry, counting the money in the purse in her lap, entering payments in her ledger before she locks everything in the trunk under her bed upstairs. After a few sherries, she tells me what a lovely thing it is to have a little money, so you can leave it to the church for masses to be said for the repose of your soul. It makes her so happy to think of priests saying masses for her years and years after she's dead and buried. Sometimes she falls asleep, and if the purse drops to the floor, I help myself to an extra few shillings for the overtime and the use of all the big new words. There will be less money for the priests than their masses, but how many masses does a soul need? And surely I'm entitled to a few pounds after the way the church slammed doors in my face. They wouldn't let me be an altar boy, a secondary school pupil, a missionary with the White Fathers. I don't care. I have a post office savings account, and if I keep writing successful threatening letters, helping myself to the odd few shillings from her purse and keeping the stamp money, I'll have my escape money to America. If my whole family dropped from the hunger, I wouldn't touch this money in the post office. Often I have to write threatening letters to neighbours and friends of my mother, and I worry they might discover me. They complain to Mam. That old bitch Finucane below in Irish Town sent me a threatening letter. What kind of demon out of hell would torment her own kind with a class of a letter that I can't make head nor tail of anyway, with words never heard on land or sea? The person that would write that letter is worse than Judas or any informer for the English. My mother says anyone that writes such letters should be boiled in oil and have his fingernails pulled out by blind people. I'm sorry for their troubles, but there's no other way for me to save the money for America. I know that someday I'll be a rich Yank and send home hundreds of dollars, and my family will never have to worry about threatening letters again. Some of the temporary telegram boys are taking the permanent exam in August. Mrs. O'Connell says, "You should take that exam, Frank McCourt. You have a bit of a brain in your head, and you'll pass it no bother. You'd be a postman in no time and a great help to your poor mother." Mam says I should take it too, become a postman, save up, go to America and be a postman over there, and wouldn't that be a lovely life? I'm delivering a telegram to South's pub on a Saturday, and Uncle Pa Keating is sitting there, all black as usual. He says, "Have a lemonade there, Frankie, or is it a pint you want now that you're near 16? "Lemonade, Uncle Pa, thanks." "You'll want your first pint the day you're 16, won't you?" "I will, But my father won't be here to get it for me. Don't worry about that. I know 'tis not the same without your father, but I'll get you the first pint. 'Tis what I'd do if I had a son. Come here the night before you're 16. I will, Uncle Pa. I hear you're taking that exam for the post office? I am. Why would you do a thing like that? 'Tis a good job, and I'd be a postman in no time, and it has the pension. Ah, pension, my arse. 16 years of age and talking about the pension? Is it codding me you are? Do you hear what I said, Frankie? Pension, my arse. If you pass the exam, you'll stay in the post office nice and secure the rest of your life. You'll marry a Bridget and have 5 little Catholics and grow little roses in your garden. You'll be dead in your head before you're 30 and dried in your bollocks the year before. Make up your own bloody mind and to hell with the safe shots and the begrudgers. Do you hear me, Frankie McCourt? I do, Uncle Pa. That's what Mr. O'Halloran said. What did he say? Make up your own mind. True for Mr. O'Halloran. 'Tis your life. Make your own decisions and to hell with the begrudgers, Frankie. In the heel of the hunt, you'll be going to America anyway, won't you? I will, Uncle Pa. The day of the exam, I'm excused from work. There's a sign in an office window on O'Connell Street. Smart boy wanted, neat handwriting, good at sums, apply here to manager, Mr. McCaffrey, Eason's Limited. I stand outside the place of the exam, the house of the Limerick Protestant Young Men's Association. There are boys from all over Limerick climbing the steps to take the exam, and a man at the door is handing them sheets of paper and pencils and barking at them to hurry up, hurry up. I look at the man at the door. I think of Uncle Pa Keating and what he said. I think of the sign in Eason's office, Smart boy wanted. I don't want to go in that door and pass that exam, for if I do, I'll be a permanent telegram boy with a uniform, then a postman, then a clerk selling stamps for the rest of my life. I'll be in Limerick forever, growing roses with my head dead and my bollocks all dried up. The man at the door says, You, are you coming in here, or are you going to stand there with your face hanging out? I want to say to the man, kiss my arse, but I still have a few weeks left in the post office and he might report me. I shake my head and walk up the street where a smart boy is wanted. The manager, Mr. McCaffrey, says, I would like to see a specimen of your handwriting to see in short if you have a decent fist. Sit down there at that table, write your name and address, and write me a paragraph explaining why you came here for this job and how you propose to rise in the ranks of Eason & Son Limited by dint of perseverance and assiduity, where there is great opportunity in this company for a boy that will keep his eye on the guide on ahead and guard his flanks from the siren call of sin. I write, Frank McCourt, 4 Little Barrington Street, Limerick City, County Limerick, Ireland. I am applying for this job so that I can rise to the highest ranks of Eason's Limited by dint of perseverance and assiduity, knowing that if I keep my eyes ahead and protect my flanks, I'll be safe from all temptation and a credit to Eason's and Ireland in general. What's this? Says Mr. McCaffrey. Do we have here a twisting of the truth? I don't know, Mr. McCaffrey. Little Barrington Street? That's a lane. Why are you calling it a street? You live in a lane, not a street. They call it a street, Mr. McCaffrey. Don't be getting above yourself, boy. Oh, I wouldn't, Mr. McCaffrey. You live in a lane, and that means you have nowhere to go but up. Do you understand that, McCourt? I do, sir. You have to work your way out of the lane, McCourt. I do, Mr. McCaffrey. You have the cut and jib of a lane boy, McCourt. Yes, Mr. McCaffrey. You have the look of the lane all over you from pole to toe cap. Don't try to fool the populace, McCourt. You'd have to rise early in the morning to fool the likes of me. Oh, I wouldn't, Mr. McCaffrey. Then there's the eyes. Very sore eyes you have there. Can you see? I can, Mr. McCaffrey. You can read and write, but can you do addition and subtraction?
I can, Mr. McCaffrey.
Well, I don't know what the policy is on sore eyes. I would have to ring Dublin and see where they stand on sore eyes. But your writing is clear, McCourt, a good fist. We'll take you on pending the decision on the sore eyes. Monday morning, 6:30 at the railway station.
In the morning?
In the morning. We don't give out the bloody morning papers at night, do we?
No, Mr. McCaffrey.
Another thing. We distribute the Irish Times, a Protestant paper run by the Freemasons in Dublin. We pick it up at the railway station, we count it, we take it to the newsagents, but we don't read it. I don't want to see you reading it. You could lose the faith, and by the look of those eyes, you could lose your sight. Do you hear me, McCourt?
I do, Mr. McCaffrey.
No Irish Times. And when you come in next week, I'll tell you about all the English filth you're not to read in this office. Do you hear me?
I do, Mr. McCaffrey. Mrs. O'Connell has the tight mouth, and she won't look at me. She says to Miss Barry, I hear a certain upstart from the lanes walked away from the post office exam. Too good for it, I suppose.
True for you, says Miss Barry.
Too good for us, I suppose.
True for you.
Do you think he'd ever tell us why he didn't take the exam?
Oh, he might, says Miss Barry, if we went down on our 2 knees.
I tell her, I want to go to America, Mrs. O'Connell.
Did you hear that, Miss Barry?
I did indeed, Mrs. O'Connell.
He spoke.
He did indeed.
He will rue the day, Miss Barry.
Rue he will, Mrs. O'Connell.
Mrs. O'Connell talks past me to the boys waiting on the bench for their telegrams.
This is Frankie McCourt. He thinks he's too good for the post office.
I don't think that, Mrs. O'Connell.
And who asked you to open your gob, Mr. High and Mighty? $2,000 for us, isn't he, boys?
He is, Mrs. O'Connell.
And after all we did for him, giving him the telegrams with the good tips, sending him to the country on fine days, taking him back after his disgraceful behaviour with Mr. Harrington, the Englishman, disrespecting the body of poor Mrs. Harrington, stuffing himself with ham sandwiches, getting fluther drunk on sherry, jumping out the window and destroying every rose bush in sight, coming in here 3 sheets to the wind, and who knows what else he did, delivering telegrams for 2 years. Who knows, indeed, though we have a good idea. Don't we, Miss Barry?
We do, Mrs. O'Connell, though 'twouldn't be a fit subject to be talking about.
Mrs. O'Connell whispers to Miss Barry, and they look at me and shake their heads.
A disgrace he is to Ireland and his poor mother. I hope she never finds out. But what would you expect of one born in America and his father from the north? We put up with all that and still took him back.
She keeps talking past me again to the boys on the bench.
Going to work for Eason's he is, working for that pack of Freemasons and Protestants above in Dublin. Too good for the post office, but ready and willing to deliver all kinds of filthy English magazines all over Limerick. Every magazine he touches will be a mortal sin, but he's leaving now, so he is. And a sorry day it is for his poor mother that prayed for a son with a pension to take care of her in her latter days. So here, take your wages and go from the sight of us. Miss Barry says,
He's a bad boy, isn't he, boys?
He is, Miss Barry.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what I did wrong. Should I say I'm sorry? Goodbye? I lay my belt and pouch on Mrs. O'Connell's desk. She glares at me.
Go on. Go on to your job at Eason's. Go from us. Next boy, come up for your telegrams.
They're back at work, and I'm down the stairs to the next part of my life. I don't know why Mrs. O'Connell had to shame me before the whole world. And I don't think I'm too good for the post office or anything else. How could I? with my hair sticking up, pimples dotting my face, my eyes red and oozing yellow, my teeth crumbling with the rot, no shoulders, no flesh in my arse after cycling 13,000 miles to deliver 20,000 telegrams to every door in Limerick and regions beyond. Mrs. O'Connell said a long time ago she knew everything about every telegram boy. She must know about the times I went at myself on top of Carrigal-Gunnell, milkmaids gawking, little boys looking up. She must know about Teresa Carmody and the green sofa, how I got her into a state of sin and sent her to hell, the worst sin of all, worse than Carrigal-Gunnell 1,000 times. She must know I never went to confession after Teresa, that I'm doomed to hell myself. A person that commits a sin like that is never too good for the post office or anything else. The barman at South's remembers me from the time I sat with Mr. Hannon, Bill Galvin, Uncle Pa Keating, black, white, black. He remembers my father, how he spent his wages and his dole while singing patriotic songs and making speeches from the dock like a condemned rebel. "And what is it you'd like?" says the barman. "I'm here to meet Uncle Pa Keating and have my first pint." "Oh, begod, is that a fact?" "He'll be here in a minute. And sure there's no reason why I shouldn't draw his pint, and maybe draw your first pint, is there now?" "There isn't, sir." Uncle Pa comes in and tells me sit next to him against the wall. The barman brings the pints. Uncle Pa pays, lifts his glass, tells the men in the pub, "This is my nephew Frankie McCourt, son of Angela Sheehan, the sister of my wife, having his first pint. Here's to your health and long life, Frankie. May you live to enjoy the pint, but not too much." The men lift their pints, nod, drink, and there are creamy lines on their lips and moustaches. I take a great gulp of my pint and Uncle Pa tells me, "Slow down, for the love of Jesus. Don't drink it all. There's more where that came from as long as the Guinness family stays strong and healthy." I tell him I want to stand him a pint with my last wages from the post office, but he says, "No, take the money home to your mother, and you can stand me a pint when you come home from America, flush with success and the heat from a blonde hanging on your arm." The men in the pub are talking about the terrible state of the world and how in God's name Hermann Göring escaped the hangman an hour before the hanging. The Yanks are over there in Nuremberg declaring they don't know how the Nazi bastard hid that pill. Was it in his ear? Up his nostril? Up his arse? Surely the Yanks looked in every hole and cranny of every Nazi they captured, and still Hermann wiped their eye. There you are. It shows you can sail across the Atlantic, land in Normandy, bomb Germany off the face of the earth, but when all's said and done, they can't find a little pill planted in the far reaches of Göring's fat arse. Uncle Pa buys me another pint. It's harder to drink because it fills me and makes my belly bulge. The men are talking about concentration camps and the poor Jews that never harmed a soul, men, women, children, crammed into ovens. Children, mind you. What harm could they do? Little shoes scattered everywhere, crammed in, and the pub is misty and the voices fading in and out. Uncle Pa says, "Are you all right? You're as white as a sheet." He takes me to the lavatory, and the two of us have a good long piss against the wall, which keeps moving back and forth. I can't go into the pub again. Cigarette smoke, stale Guinness, Göring's fat arse, small shoes scattered. Can't go in again. Good night, Uncle Pa. Thanks. And he tells me go straight home to my mother, straight home. Oh, he doesn't know about the excitement in the loft, or the excitement on the green sofa, or me in such a state of doom that if I died now, I'd be in hell in a wink. Uncle Pa goes back to his pint. I'm out on O'Connell Street, and why shouldn't I take the few steps to the Jesuits and tell all my sins this last night I'll be 15? I ring the bell at the priest's house, and a big man answers. "Yes?" I tell him I want to go to confession, Father. He says, "I'm not a priest. Don't call me Father. I'm a brother." "All right, brother. I want to go to confession before I'm 16 tomorrow. State of grace on my birthday." He says, Go away, you're drunk. Child like you, drunk as a lord, ringing for a priest at this hour. Go away or I'll call the guards. I don't. I only want to go to confession. I'm doomed. You're drunk, and you're not in a proper spirit of repentance. He closes the door in my face. Another door closed in the face, but I'm 16 tomorrow, and I ring again. The brother opens the door, swings me around, kicks my arse, and sends me tripping down the steps. He says, "Ring this bell again and I'll break your hand." Jesuit brothers are not supposed to talk like that. They're supposed to be like our Lord, not walk in the world threatening people's hands. I'm dizzy. I go home to bed. I hold on to railings along Barrington Street and keep to the wall going down the lane. Mam is by the fire smoking a woodbine. My brother's upstairs in the bed. She says, "That's a nice state to come home in." It's hard to talk, but I tell her I had my first pint with Uncle Pa. No father to get me the first pint. Your Uncle Pa should know better. I stagger to a chair and she says, "Just like your father." I try to control the way my tongue moves in my mouth. I'd rather be like my father than Lamb and Griffin. She turns away from me and looks into the ashes in the range. But I won't leave her alone because I had my pint, 2 pints, and I'm 16 tomorrow, a man. Did you hear me? I'd rather be like my father than Lamb and Griffin. She stands up and faces me. "Mind your tongue," she says. "Mind your own bloody tongue. Don't talk to me like that. I'm your mother. I'll talk to you any bloody way I like. You have a mouth like a messenger boy." Do I? Well, I'd rather be a messenger boy than the likes of Lamb and Griffin, old drunker with a snotty nose in his loft and people climbing up there with him. She walks away from me and I follow her upstairs to the small room. She turns. Leave me alone. And I keep barking at her, Lamb and Griffin, till she pushes me. "Get out of this room!" And I slap her on the cheek so the tears jump in her eyes and there's a small whimpering sound from her. "You'll never have the chance to do that again." And I back away from her because there's another sin on my long list, and I'm ashamed of myself. I fall into my bed, clothes and all, and wake up in the middle of the night puking on my pillow. My brother's complaining of the stink, telling me clean up, I'm a disgrace. I hear my mother crying and I want to tell her I'm sorry. But why should I after what she did with Lamb and Griffin? In the morning, my small brothers are gone to school. Malachy is out looking for a job. Mam is at the fire drinking tea. I place my wages on the table by her elbow and turn to go. She says, "Do you want a cup of tea?" "No." "'Tis your birthday." "I don't care." She calls up the lane after me. "You should have something in your stomach." But I give her my back and turn the corner without answering. I still want to tell her I'm sorry, but if I do, I'll want to tell her she's the cause of it all. That she should not have climbed to the loft that night, and I don't give a fiddler's fart anyway because I'm still writing threatening letters for Mrs. Finucane and saving to go to America. I have the whole day before I go to Mrs. Finucane to write the threatening letters. And I wander down Henry Street till the rain drives me into the Franciscan church, where St. Francis stands with his birds and lambs. I look at him and wonder why I ever prayed to him. No, I didn't pray. I begged. I begged him to intercede for Teresa Carmody, but he never did a thing, stood up there on his pedestal with a little smile, the birds, the lambs, and didn't give a fiddler's fart about Teresa or me. I'm finished with you, St. Francis. Moving on. Francis. I don't know why they ever gave me that name. I'd be better off if they called me Malachy, one a king, the other a great saint. Why didn't you heal Teresa? Why did you let her go to hell? You let my mother climb to the loft. You let me get into a state of doom. Little children's shoes scattered in concentration camps. I have the abscess again. It's in my chest and I'm hungry. St. Francis is no help. He won't stop the tears bursting out of my 2 eyes. the sniffling and the choking, and the God of gods that have me on my knees, with my head in the back of the pew before me, and I'm so weak with the hunger and the crying I could fall on the floor. And would you please help me, God, or St. Francis, because I'm 16 today, and I hit my mother and sent Teresa to hell, and wanked all over Limerick and the county beyond, and I dread the millstone around my neck. There's an arm around my shoulders, a brown robe, click of black rosary beads, a Franciscan priest. My child, my child, my child. I'm a child, and I lean against him, little Frankie on his father's lap. Tell me all about Cuchulainn, Dad. My story that Malachi can't have, or Freddie Leibowitz on the swings. My child, sit here with me. Tell me what troubles you, only if you want to. I'm Father Gregory. I'm 16 today, Father. Oh, lovely, lovely. And why should that be a trouble to you? I drank my first pint last night. Yes. I hit my mother. God help us, my child. But he'll forgive you. Is there anything else? I can't tell you, Father. Would you like to go to confession? I can't, Father. I did terrible things. God forgives all who repent. He sent his only beloved Son to die for us. I can't tell, Father. I can't. But you could tell St. Francis, couldn't you? He doesn't help me anymore. But you love him, don't you? I do. My name is Francis. Then tell him. We'll sit here, and you'll tell him the things that trouble you. If I sit and listen, it will only be a pair of ears for St. Francis and our Lord. Won't that help? I talk to St. Francis and tell him about Margaret, Oliver, Eugene. My father singing Roddy Macaulay and bringing home no money. My father sending no money from England. Teresa and the green sofa. My terrible sins on Carrigagunnel. Why couldn't they hang Hermann Göring for what he did to the little children with shoes scattered around concentration camps? The Christian brother who closed the door in my face. The time they wouldn't let me be an altar boy. My small brother Michael walking up the lane with the broken shoe clacking. My bad eyes that I'm ashamed of. The Jesuit brother who closed the door in my face. The tears in Mam's eyes when I slapped her. Father Gregory says, would you like to sit and be silent, perhaps pray for a few minutes? His brown robe is rough against my cheek, and there's a smell of soap. He looks at St. Francis and the tabernacle and nods, and I suppose he's talking to God. Then he tells me kneel, gives me absolution, tells me say 3 Hail Marys, 3 Our Fathers, 3 Glory Bees. He tells me God forgives me, and I must forgive myself, that God loves me, and I must love myself, for only when you love God in yourself can you love all God's creatures. But I want to know about Teresa Carmody in hell, Father. No, my child. She is surely in heaven. She suffered like the martyrs in olden times, and God knows that's penance enough. You can be sure the sisters in the hospital didn't let her die without a priest. Are you sure, Father? I am, my child. He blesses me again, asks me to pray for him, and I'm happy trotting through the rainy streets of Limerick, knowing Teresa is in heaven with the cough gone. Monday morning, and it's dawn in the railway station. Newspapers and magazines are piled in bundles along the platform wall. Mr. McCaffrey is there with another boy, Willie Harold, cutting the twine on the bundles, counting, entering the count in a ledger. English newspapers and the Irish Times have to be delivered early, magazines later in the morning. We count out the papers and label them for delivery to shops around the city. Mr. McCaffrey drives the van and stays at the wheel while Willie and I run into shops with bundles and take orders for the next day, add or drop in the ledger. After the papers are delivered, we unload the magazines at the office and go home to breakfast for 50 minutes. When I return to the office, there are 2 other boys, Eamon and Peter, already sorting magazines, counting and stuffing them into newsagents' boxes along the wall. Small orders are delivered by Jerry Halvey on his messenger bicycle, big orders in the van. Mr. McCaffrey tells me stay in the office so that I can learn to count magazines and enter them in the ledger. The minute Mr. McCaffrey leaves, Eamon and Peter pull out a drawer where they hide cigarette butts and light up. They can't believe I don't smoke. They want to know if there's something wrong with me, the bad eyes, or the consumption maybe. How can you go out with a girl if you don't smoke? Peter says, wouldn't you be a right idiot if you were going out the road with a girl and she asked you for a fag and you said you didn't smoke? Wouldn't you be a right idiot then? How would you ever get her into a field for a bit of a feel? Eamon says, 'tis what my father says about men who don't drink. They're not to be trusted. Peter says, if you find a man that won't drink or smoke, that's a man that's not even interested in girls, and you'd want to keep your hand over the hole of your arse. That's what you'd want to be doing. They laugh, and that brings on the cough. And the more they laugh, the more they cough, till they're holding on to one another, banging one another between the shoulder blades and wiping tears from their cheeks. When the fit passes, we pick out English and American magazines and look at the advertisements for women's underwear, brassieres and panties and long nylon stockings. Eamon is looking at an American magazine called C, with pictures of Japanese girls who keep the soldiers happy so far away from home. And Eamon says he has to go to the lavatory, and when he does, Peter gives me a wink. You know what he's doing in there, don't you? And sometimes Mr. McCaffrey gets into a state when boys linger in the lavatory, interfering with themselves and wasting the valuable time for which Easons is paying them, and on top of it, putting their immortal souls in danger. Mr. McCaffrey won't come right out and say, stop that wanking, because you can't accuse someone of a mortal sin unless you have proof. Sometimes he goes snooping in the lavatory when a boy comes out. He comes back himself with a threatening look and tells the boys, ye are not to be looking at those dirty magazines from foreign parts. Ye are to count them and put them in the boxes, and that's all. Eamon comes back from the lavatory, and Peter goes in with an American magazine, Collier's, that has pictures of girls in a beauty contest. Eamon says, do you know what he's doing in there? At himself. 5 times a day he goes in. Every time a new American magazine comes in with the women's underwear, he goes in. Never done going at himself. Borrows magazines to take home unbeknownst to Mr. McCaffrey. And God knows what he does with himself and the magazines all night. If he fell dead in there, the jaws of hell would open wide. I'd like to get into the lavatory myself when Peter comes out, but I don't want them saying, there he goes, new boy, first day on the job, already at himself. Won't light up a fag, oh no, but wanks away like an old billy goat. Mr. McCaffrey returns from van delivery and wants to know why all the magazines aren't counted out, bundled and ready to go. Peter tells him, we were busy teaching the new boy McCourt. God help us, he was a bit slow with the bad eyes, you know, but we kept at him and now he's getting faster. Jerry Halvey, the messenger boy, won't be in for a week because he's entitled to his holidays and he wants to spend the time with his girlfriend Rose, who's coming back from England. I'm the new boy, and I have to be the messenger boy while he's gone, cycling around Limerick on the bicycle with the big metal basket in front. He shows me how to balance papers and magazines so that the bicycle won't tip over with me in the saddle and a lorry passing by that will run over me and leave me like a piece of salmon in the road. He saw a soldier once that was run over by an army lorry. That's what he looked like, salmon. Jerry is making a last delivery at Eason's kiosk at the railway station at noon on Saturday, and that's handy, because I can meet him there to get the bicycle, and he can meet Rose off the train. We stand at the gate waiting, and he tells me he hasn't seen Rose in a year. She's over there working in a pub in Bristol, and he doesn't like that one bit because the English are forever pawing the Irish girls, hands up under the skirts, and worse. And the Irish girls are afraid to say anything for fear of losing their jobs. Everyone knows Irish girls keep themselves pure, especially Limerick girls, known the world over for their purity, who have a man to come back to like Jerry Halvey himself. He'll be able to tell if she was true to him by her walk. If a girl comes back after a year with a certain class of a walk that's different from the one she went away with, then you know she was up to no good with the Englishmen, dirty, horny bastards that they are. The train hoots into the station, and Jerry waves and points to Rose coming towards us from the far end of the train. Rose smiling away with her white teeth and lovely in a green dress. Jerry stops waving and mutters under his breath, "Look at the walk in her, bitch, whore, streetwalker, flag hopper, trollop," and runs from the station. Rose walks up to me. "Was that Jerry Halvey you were standing with?" "'Twas." "Where is he?" "Oh, he went out." "I know he went out. Where did he go?" "I don't know. He didn't tell me. He just ran out." "Didn't say anything?" "I didn't hear him say anything." "Do you work with him?" "I do. I'm taking over the bike." "What bike?" "The messenger bike." "Is he on a messenger bike?" "He is." "He told me he worked in Easton's office. Clerk. Inside job." I feel desperate. I don't want to make a liar of Jerry Halvey to get him into trouble with the lovely Rose. "Oh, we all take turns on the messenger bike. An hour in the office, an hour on the bike. The manager says 'tis good to get out in the fresh air." "Well, I'll just go home and put my suitcase down and go to his house. I thought he'd carry this for me. I have the bike here, and you could stick the case in the basket and I'll walk you home." We walk up to her house in Carey's Road, and she tells me she's so excited about Jerry. She saved her money in England, and now she wants to go back with him and get married, even if he's only 19 and she's only 17. What matter when you're in love? I live like a nun in England and dreamt of him every night, and thank you very much for carrying my case. I turn away to jump on the bike and cycle back to Easton's when Jerry comes at me from behind. His face is red and he's snorting like a bull. "What were you doing with my girl, you little shite, eh? What? If 'tis a thing I ever find out you did anything with my girl, I'll kill you." "I didn't do anything. Carried her case because 'twas heavy." "Don't look at her again or you're dead." "I won't, Jerry. I don't want to look at her." "Oh, is that a fact? Is she ugly or what?" No, Jerry, she's yours and she loves you." "How do you know?" "She told me." "She did?" "She did, honest to God." "Jesus!" He bangs on her door. Rose, are you there?" And she comes out. "Of course I'm here." And I ride away on the messenger bicycle with the sign on the basket that says Eason's, wondering about the way he's kissing her now, and the terrible things he said about her in the station, and wondering how Peter in the office could tell Mr. McCaffrey a barefaced lie about me and my eyes, when all the time he and Eamon were looking at girls in their underwear and then going at themselves in the lavatory. Mr. McCaffrey is in a terrible state in the office. "Where were you? Great God above in heaven, does it take you all day to cycle from the railway station? We have an emergency here, and we should have Halvey, but he's gone off on his friggin' holidays, God forgive the language, and you'll have to cycle around as fast as you can. Good thing you were a telegram boy that knows every inch of Limerick, and go to every bloody shop that's a customer and walk right in. Grab whatever copies you see of John o' London's Weekly, tear out page 16, and if anyone bothers you, tell them 'tis government orders and they're not to interfere in government business. And if they lay a finger on you, they're liable to arrest, imprisonment and a large fine. Now go for God's sake and bring back every page 16 you tear out so we can burn them there in the fire." "Every shop, Mr. McCaffrey?" "I'll do the big ones, you do the small ones all the way to Balnacurra and out the Ennis Road and beyond, God help us. Go on, go." I'm jumping on the bike and Eamon runs down the steps. "Hey, McCourt, wait, listen. Don't give him all the page 16s when you come back." "Why?" "We can sell 'em, me and Peter." "Why?" "'Tis all about birth control, and that's banned in Ireland." "What's birth control?" "Oh, Christ above, don't you know anything? 'Tis condoms, you know, rubbers, French leathers, things like that to stop the girls from getting up the pole." "Up the pole?" "Pregnant! 16 years of age and you're pure ignorant. Hurry up and get the pages before everybody starts running to the shop for John o' London's Weekly. I'm about to push away on the bike when Mr. McCaffrey runs down the steps. Hold on, McCourt, we'll go in the van. Eamon, you come with us. What about Peter? Leave him. He'll wind up with the magazine in the lavatory anyway. Mr. McCaffrey talks to himself in the van. Nice bloody how do you do, ringing down here from Dublin on a fine Saturday to send us tearing around Limerick, ripping pages out of an English magazine, when I could be at home with a cup of tea and a nice bun and a read of the Irish press, with my feet up on a box under the picture of the Sacred Heart. Nice bloody how do you do entirely. Mr. McCaffrey runs into every shop with us behind him. He grabs the magazines, hands each of us a pile and tells us start tearing. Shop owners scream at him. What are you doing? Jesus, Mary and Holy St. Joseph, is it pure magia? Put back the magazines or I'll call the guards. Mr. McCaffrey tells them, Government orders, ma'am. There is filth in John o' London this week that's not fit for any Irish eyes, and we are here to do God's work. What filth? What filth? Show me the filth before you go mutilating the magazines. I won't pay Eason's for these magazines, so I won't. Ma'am, we don't care at Eason's. We'd rather lose large amounts than have the people of Limerick and Ireland corrupted by this filth. What filth? Can't tell you. Come on, boys. We throw the pages on the floor of the van, and when Mr. McCaffrey is in a shop arguing, we stuff some into our shirts. There are old magazines in the van, and we tear and scatter them so that Mr. McCaffrey would think they're all page 16 from John o' London. The biggest customer for the magazine, Mr. Hutchinson, tells Mr. McCaffrey, get the hell out of his shop or he'll brain him. Get away from them magazines. And when Mr. McCaffrey keeps on tearing out pages, Mr. Hutchinson throws him into the street, Mr. McCaffrey yelling that this is a Catholic country, and just because Hutchinson is a Protestant, that doesn't give him the right to sell filth in the holiest city of Ireland. Mr. Hutchinson says, kiss my arse. And Mr. McCaffrey says, see, boys? See what happens when you're not a member of the true church? Some shops say they've already sold their copies of John o' London, and Mr. McCaffrey says, oh, Mother of God, what's going to become of us all? Who did you sell them to? He demands the names and address of the customers who are in danger of losing their immortal souls from reading articles on birth control. He will go to their houses and rip out that filthy page, but the shopkeepers say, 'Tis Saturday night, McCaffrey, and getting dark, and would you ever take a good running jump for yourself? On the way back to the office, Eamon whispers to me in the back of the van. I have 21 pages. How many do you have? I tell him 14, but I have over 40, and I'm not telling him because you never have to tell the truth to people who lie about your bad eyes. Mr. McCaffrey tells us, bring in the pages from the van. We scoop up everything on the floor, and he's happy sitting at his desk at the other end of the office, ringing Dublin to tell them how he stormed through shops like God's Avenger and saved Limerick from the horrors of birth control while he watches a dancing fire of pages that have nothing to do with John o' London's Weekly. Monday morning I cycle through the streets delivering magazines, and people see the Easton sign on the bike and stop me to see if there's any chance they could get their hands on a copy of John o' London's Weekly. They're all rich-looking people, some in motor cars, men with hats, collars and ties, and 2 fountain pens in their pockets, women with hats and little bits of fur dangling from their shoulders, people who have tea at the Savoy or the Stella and stick out their little fingers to show how well-bred they are, and now want to read this page about birth control. Eamon told me early in the day, don't sell the bloody page for less than 5 shillings. I asked him if he was joking. No, he wasn't. Everyone in Limerick is talking about this page and they're dying to get their hands in it. 5 shillings are nothing, Frankie. If they're rich, charge more. But that's what I'm charging, so don't be going around on your bicycle and putting me out of business with low prices. We have to give Peter something or he'll be running to McCaffrey and spilling the beans. Some people are willing to pay 7 shillings a sixpence, and I'm rich in 2 days, with over £10 in my pocket, minus one for Peter the Snake, who would betray us to McCaffrey. I put £8 in the post office for my fare to America, and that night we have a big supper of ham, tomatoes, bread, butter, jam. Mam wants to know if I won the sweepstakes, and I tell her people give me tips. She's not happy I'm a messenger boy because that's the lowest you can drop in Limerick, but if it brings in ham like this, we should light a candle in gratitude. She doesn't know the money for my fare is growing in the post office, and she'd die if she knew what I was earning from writing threatening letters. Malachy has a new job in the stockroom of a garage, handing out parts to mechanics. And Mam herself is taking care of an old man, Mr. Sliney, out in the South Circular Road, while his 2 daughters go off to work every day. She tells me, if I'm delivering papers out there, to come to the house for tea and a sandwich. The daughters will never know, and the old man won't mind because he's only half-conscious most of the time, worn out from all his years in the English army in India. She looks peaceful in the kitchen of this house in her spotless apron, everything clean and polished around her, flowers bobbing in the garden beyond, birds chirping away, music from radio airing on the wireless. She sits at the table with a pot of tea, cups and saucers, plenty of bread, butter, cold meats of all kinds. I can have any class of a sandwich, but all I know is ham and brawn. She doesn't have any brawn, because that's the kind of thing you'd find people eating in lanes, not in a house in the South Circular Road. She says the rich won't eat brawn because it's what they scoop off floors and counters in bacon factories, and you never know what you're getting. The rich are very particular about what they stick between 2 slices of bread. Over in America, brawn is called head cheese, and she doesn't know why. She gives me a ham sandwich with juicy slices of tomato, and tea in a cup with little pink angels flying around shooting arrows at other little flying angels who are blue. And I wonder why they can't make teacups and chamber pots without all kinds of angels and maidens cavorting in the glen. Mam says that's the way the rich are. They love the bit of decoration. And wouldn't we if we had the money? She'd give her 2 eyes to have a house like this, with flowers and birds abroad in the garden, and the wireless playing that lovely Warsaw concerto or the Dream of Alwyn, and no end of cups and saucers with angels shooting arrows. She says she has to look in on Mr. Sliney. He's so old and feeble he forgets to call for the chamber pot. Chamber pot? You have to empty his chamber pot? Of course I do. There's a silence here because I think we're remembering the cause of all our troubles, Lamon Griffin's chamber pot. But that was a long time ago. And now it's Mr. Sliney's chamber pot, which is no harm, because she's paid for this and he's harmless. When she comes back, she tells me Mr. Sliney would like to see me, so come in while he's awake. He's lying in a bed in the front parlour, the window blocked with a black sheet, no sign of light. He tells my mother, "Lift me up a bit, missus, and pull back that bloody thing off the window so I can see the boy." He has long white hair down to his shoulders. Mam whispers he won't let anyone cut it. He says, "I have me own teeth, son. Would you credit that? Do you have your own teeth, son?" "I do, Mr. Sliney." "Ah, I was in India, you know. Me and Timony up the road. Bunch of Limerick men in India. Do you know Timony, son?" "I did, Mr. Sliney." "He's dead, you know. Poor bugger went blind. I have me sight. I have me teeth. Keep your teeth, son." "I will, Mr. Sliney." "I'm getting tired, son. But there's one thing I want to tell you. Are you listening to me?" "I am, Mr. Sliney." "Is he listening to me, missus?" "Oh, he is, Mr. Sliney." "Good. Now here's what I want to tell you. Lean over here so I can whisper in your ear. What I want to tell you is, never smoke another man's pipe." Halvey goes off to England with Rose, and I have to stay on the messenger bike all through the winter. It's a bitter winter, ice everywhere, and I never know when the bike will go out from under me and send me flying into the street or onto the pavement, magazines and papers scattered. Shops complain to Mr. McCaffrey that the Irish Times is coming in decorated with bits of ice and dog shit, and he mutters to us, that's the way that paper should be delivered, Protestant rag that it is. Every day after my deliveries, I take the Irish Times home and read it to see where the danger is. Mam says it's a good thing Dad isn't here. He'd say, is this what the men of Ireland fought and died for, that my own son is sitting there at the kitchen table reading the Freemason paper? There are letters to the editor from people all over Ireland claiming they heard the first cuckoo of the year, and you can read between the lines that people are calling each other liars. There are reports about Protestant weddings and pictures, and the women always look lovelier than the ones we know in the lanes. You can see Protestant women have perfect teeth, although Halvey's Rose had lovely teeth. I keep reading the Irish Times and wondering if it's an occasion of sin, though I don't care. As long as Teresa Carmody is in heaven not coughing, I don't go to confession anymore. I read the Irish Times and the Times of London because that tells me what the King is up to every day and what Elizabeth and Margaret are doing. I read English women's magazines for all the food articles and the answers to women's questions. Peter and Eamon put on English accents and pretend they're reading from English women's magazines. Peter says, Dear Miss Hope, I'm going out with a fella from Ireland named McCaffrey, and he has his hands all over me and his thing pushing against my belly button, and I'm demented not knowing what to do. I remain, yours anxiously, Miss Lulu Smith, Yorkshire. Eamon says, Dear Lulu, if this McCaffrey is that tall and that he's pushing his yoke against your belly button, I suggest you find a smaller man who would slip it between your thighs. Surely you can find a decent short man in Yorkshire. And dear Miss Hope, I'm 13 years old with black hair and something terrible is happening, and I can't tell anyone, not even my mother. I'm bleeding every few weeks, you know where, and I'm afraid I'll be found out. Miss Agnes Triple, Little Biddle on the Twiddle, Devon. Dear Agnes, you ought to be congratulated. You are now a woman, and you can get your hair permed because you're having your monthlies. Do not fear your monthlies, for all the English women have them. They are a gift of God to purify us, so that we can have stronger children for the empire, soldiers to keep the Irish in their place. In some parts of the world, a woman with a monthly is unclean, but we British cherish our women with the monthlies. Oh, we do indeed. In the springtime, there's a new messenger boy, and I'm back in the office. Peter and Eamon drift off to England. Peter is fed up with Limerick, no girls, and you're driven to yourself. Wank, wank, wank. That's all we ever do in Limerick. There are new boys. I'm senior boy, and the job is easier because I'm fast. And when Mr. McCaffrey is out in the van and my work is done, I read the English, Irish, American magazines and papers. Day and night, I dream of America. Malachy goes to England to work in a rich Catholic boys' boarding school, and he walks around cheerful and smiling, as if he's the equal of any boy in the school. And everyone knows when you work in an English boarding school, you're supposed to hang your head and shuffle like a proper Irish servant. They fired him for his ways, and Malachy tells them they can kiss his Royal Irish arse, and they say that's the kind of foul language and behaviour you'd expect. He gets a job in the gasworks in Coventry, shovelling coal into the furnaces like Uncle Pa Keating, shovelling coal, and waiting for the day he can go to America after me. I'm 17, 18, going on 19, working away at Eason's, writing threatening letters for Mrs. Finucane, who says she's not long for this world, and the more Mass is said for her soul, the better she'll feel. She puts money in envelopes and sends me to churches around the city to knock on priests' doors, hand in the envelopes with the request for Masses. She wants prayers from all the priests but the Jesuits. She says, they're useless, all head and no heart. That's what they should have over their door in Latin, and I won't give them a penny, because every penny you give a Jesuit goes to a fancy book or a bottle of wine. She sends the money. She hopes the masses are said, but she's never sure. And if she's not sure, why should I be handing out all that money to priests when I need the money to go to America? And if I keep back a few pounds for myself and put it in the post office, who will ever know the difference? And if I say a prayer for Mrs. Finucane and light candles for her soul when she dies, won't God listen, even if I'm a sinner long past my last confession? I'll be 19 in a month. All I need is a few pounds to make up the fare, and a few pounds in my pocket when I land in America. The Friday night before my 19th birthday, Mrs. Finucane sends me for the sherry. When I return, she's dead in the chair, her eyes wide open, and her purse on the floor wide open. I can't look at her, but I help myself to a roll of money. 17 pounds. I take the key to the trunk upstairs. I take 40 of the £100 in the trunk and the ledger. I'll add this to what I have in the post office, and I have enough money to go to America. On my way out, I take the sherry bottle to save it from being wasted. I sit by the River Shannon near the dry docks, sipping Mrs. Finucane's sherry. Aunt Aggie's name is in the ledger. She owes £9. It might have been the money she spent on my clothes a long time ago, but now she'll never have to pay it because I heaved the ledger into the river. I'm sorry I'll never be able to tell Aunt Aggie I saved her £9. I'm sorry I wrote threatening letters to the poor people in the lanes of Limerick, my own people, but the ledger is gone. No one will ever know what they owe, and they won't have to pay their balances. I wish I could tell them, I'm your Robin Hood. Another sip of the sherry. I'll spare £1 or two for a mass for Mrs. Finucane's soul. Her ledger is well on its way down the Shannon and out to the Atlantic, and I know I'll follow it someday soon. The man at O'Riordan's travel agency says he can't get me to America by air unless I travel to London first, which would cost a fortune. He can put me on a ship called the Irish Oak, which will be leaving Cork in a few weeks. He says, 9 days at sea, September, October, best time of the year, your own cabin, 13 passengers, best of food, bit of a holiday for yourself. And that will cost £55. Do you have it? I do. I tell Mam I'm going in a few weeks, and she cries. Michael says, will we all go someday? We will. Alfie says, will you send me a cowboy hat and a thing you throw that comes back to you? Michael tells him that's a boomerang, and you'd have to go all the way to Australia to get the likes of that. You can't get it in America. Alfie says, you can get it in America. Yes, you can. And they argue about America and Australia and boomerangs till Mam says, for the love of Jesus, your brother is leaving us, and the two of ye are there squabbling over boomerangs. Will you give over? Mam says we'll have to have a bit of a party the night before I go. They used to have parties in the old days when anyone would go to America, which was so far away the parties were called American Wakes, because the family never expected to see the departing one again in this life. She says 'tis a great pity Malachy can't come back from England, but we'll be together in America someday with the help of God and His blessed Mother. On my days off from work, I walk around Limerick and look at all the places we lived, the Windmill Street, Hartstone Street, Roden Lane, Ross Bryan Road, Little Barrington Street, which is really a lane. I stand looking at Teresa Carmody's house till her mother comes out and says, what do you want? I sit at the graves of Oliver and Eugene in the old St. Patrick's burying ground and cross the road to St. Lawrence's Cemetery, where Teresa is buried. Wherever I go, I hear voices of the dead, and I wonder if they can follow you across the Atlantic Ocean. I want to get pictures of Limerick stuck in my head in case I never come back. I sit in St. Joseph's Church and the Redemptorist Church and tell myself, take a good look, because I might never see this again. I walk down Henry Street to say goodbye to St. Francis, though I'm sure I'll be up to talk to him in America. Now there are days I don't want to go to America. I'd like to go to O'Riordan's travel agency and get back my £55. I could wait till I'm 21, and Malachy can go with me so that I'll know at least one person in New York. I have strange feelings, and sometimes when I'm sitting by the fire with Mam and my brothers, I feel tears coming, and I'm ashamed of myself for being weak. At first Mam laughs and tells me, your bladder must be near your eye. But then Michael says, we'll all go to America. Dad will be there, Malachy will be there, and we'll all be together. And she gets the tears herself, and we sit there, the four of us, like weeping agents. Mam says this is the first time we ever had a party. And isn't it a sad thing altogether that you have it when your children are slipping away one by one? Malachy to England, Frank to America. She saves a few shillings from her wages taking care of Mr. Sliney to buy bread, ham, brawn, cheese, lemonade, and a few bottles of stout. Uncle Pa Keating brings stout, whiskey, and a little sherry for Aunt Aggie's delicate stomach, and she brings a cake loaded with currants and raisins she baked herself. The abbot brings 6 bottles of stout and says, that's all right, Frankie. You can all drink it as long as I have a bottle or two for myself to help me sing me song. He sings the Road to Rasheen. He holds his stout, closes his eyes, and the song comes out in a high whine. The words make no sense, and everyone wonders why tears are seeping from his shut eyes. Alfie whispers to me, why is he crying over a song that makes no sense? I don't know. The abbot ends his song, opens his eyes, wipes his cheeks and tells us that was a sad song about an Irish boy that went to America and got shot by gangsters and died before a priest could reach his side. And he tells me, don't be getting shot if you're not near a priest. Uncle Pa says that's the saddest song he ever heard, and is there any chance we could have something lively? He calls on Mam and she says, no, Pa, sure I don't have the wind. Come on, Angela, come on. One voice now, one voice, and one voice only. All right, I'll try. We all join in the chorus of her sad song. A mother's love is a blessing, no matter where you roam. Keep her while you have her, you'll miss her when she's gone. Uncle Pa says one song is worse than the one before. And are we turning this night into a wake altogether? Is there any chance someone would sing a song to liven up the proceedings? Or will he be driven to drink with the sadness? Oh God, says Aunt Aggie, I forgot. The moon is having an eclipse abroad this minute. We stand out in the lane watching the moon disappear behind a round black shadow. Uncle Pa says, that's a very good sign for you going to America, Frankie. No, says Aunt Aggie, 'tis a bad sign. I read in the paper that the moon is practising for the end of the world. Oh, end of the world, my arse, says Uncle Pa. 'Tis the beginning for Frankie McCourt. He'll come back in a few years with a new suit and fatten his bones like any Yank, and a lovely girl with white teeth hanging from his arm. Mam says, I know, Pa, I know. And they take her inside and comfort her with a drop of sherry from Spain. It's late in the day when the Irish Oak sails from Cork past Kinsale and Cape Clear, and dark when lights twinkle on Mizzen Head, the last of Ireland I'll see for God knows how long. Surely I should have stayed, taken the post office examination, climbed in the world. I could have brought in enough money from Michael and Alfie to go to school with proper shoes and bellies well filled. We could have moved from the lane to a street or even an avenue where houses have gardens. I should have taken that examination, and Mam would never again have to empty the chamber pots of Mr. Sliney or anyone else. It's too late now. I'm on the ship, and there goes Ireland into the night, and it's foolish to be standing on this deck looking back and thinking of my family and Limerick and Malachy and my father in England. And even more foolish that songs are going through my head. Roddy Macaulay goes to die, and Mam gasping, all the days of the Kerry dancing, with poor Mr. Clossie hacking away in the bed. And now I want Ireland back. At least I had Mam and my brothers and Aunt Aggie, bad as she was, and Uncle Pa standing me my first pint, and my bladder is near my eye, and here's a priest standing by me on the deck, and you could see he's curious. He's a Limerick man, but he has an American accent from his years in Los Angeles. He knows how it is to leave Ireland, did it himself, and never got over it. You live in Los Angeles with sun and palm trees day in, day out, and you ask God if there's any chance he could give you one soft, rainy Limerick day. The priest sits beside me at the table of the first officer, who tells us ship's orders have been changed, and instead of sailing to New York, we're bound for Montreal. 3 days out, and orders are changed again. We're going to New York, after all. 3 American passengers complain. God damn Irish, can't they get it straight? The day before we sail into New York, orders are changed again. We're going to a place up the Hudson River called Albany. The Americans say, Albany? God damn Albany! Why the hell did we have to sail on a goddamn Irish tub? God damn! The priest tells me, pay no attention. All Americans are not like that. I'm on deck the dawn we sail into New York. I'm sure I'm in a film, that it will end and lights will come up in the lyric cinema. The priest wants to point out things, but he doesn't have to. I can pick out the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island, the Empire State Building, the Chrysler Building, the Brooklyn Bridge. There are thousands of cars speeding along the roads, and the sun turns everything to gold. Rich Americans in top hats, white ties and tails must be going home to bed with the gorgeous women with white teeth. The rest are going to work in warm, comfortable offices, and no one has a care in the world. The Americans are arguing with the captain and a man who climbed aboard from a tugboat. Why can't we get off here? Why do we have to sail all the goddamn way to goddamn Albany? The man says, because you're passengers on the vessel and the captain is the captain, and we have no procedures for taking you ashore. Oh, yeah? Well, this is a free country and we're American citizens. Oh, is that a fact? Well, you're on an Irish ship with an Irish captain and you'll do what he goddamn tells you or swim ashore. He climbs down the ladder, tugboat chugs away, and we sail up the Hudson past Manhattan, under the George Washington Bridge, past hundreds of Liberty ships that did their bit in the war, moored now and ready to rot. The captain announces the tide will force us to drop anchor overnight opposite a place called, the priest spells it for me, Poughkeepsie. The priest says, that's an Indian name. And the Americans say, God damn Poughkeepsie. After dark, a small boat puts to the ship, and an Irish voice calls up, Hello there! Be Jesus, I saw the Irish flag, so I did. Couldn't believe me 2 eyes. Hello there! He invites the first officer to go ashore for a drink and bring a friend. And you too, Father, bring a friend. The priest invites me, and we climb down a ladder to the small boat with the first officer and the wireless officer. The man in the boat says his name is Tim Boyle from Mayo, God help us, and we dock there at the right time because there's a bit of a party and we're all invited. He takes us to a house with a lawn, a fountain, and 3 pink birds standing on one leg. There are 5 women in a room called the living room. The women have stiff hair, spotless frocks. They have glasses in their hands and they're friendly and smile with perfect teeth. One says, Come right in, just in time for the party. Party. That's the way they talk, and I suppose I'll be talking like that in a few years. Tim Boyle tells us the girls are having a bit of a time while their husbands are away overnight hunting deer. And one woman, Betty, says, Yeah, buddies from the war, That war is over nearly 5 years, and they can't get over it, so they shoot animals every weekend and drink Rheingold till they can't see. Goddamn war, excuse the language, father. The priest whispers to me, "These are bad women. We won't stay here long." The bad women say, "What you like to drink? We got everything. What's your name, honey?" "Frank McCourt." "Nice name. So you take a little drink? All the Irish take a little drink. You like a beer?" "Yes, please." "Gee, so polite." I like the Irish. My grandmother was half Irish, so that makes me half? Quarter? I don't know. My name is Frida, so here's your beer, honey. The priest sits at the end of a sofa, which they call a couch, and two women talk to him. Betty asks the first officer if he'd like to see the house, and he says, "Oh, I would, because we don't have houses like this in Ireland." Another woman tells the wireless officer he should see what they have growing in the garden. You wouldn't believe the flowers. Frida asks me if I'm okay, and I tell her yes, but would she mind telling me where the lavatory is? The what? Lavatory. Oh, you mean the bathroom. Right this way, honey, down the hall. Thanks. She pushes in the door, turns on the light, kisses my cheek and whispers she'll be right outside if I need anything. I stand at the toilet bowl, firing away, and wonder what I'd need at a time like this, and if this is a common thing in America, women waiting outside while you take a splash. I finish, flush, and go outside. She takes my hand and leads me into a bedroom, puts down her glass, locks the door, pushes me down in the bed. She's fumbling at my fly. "Damn buttons, don't you have zippers in Ireland?" She pulls out my excitement, climbs up on me, slides up and down, up and down. Jesus, I'm in heaven, and there's a knock on the door. The priest. "Frank, are you in there?" Frida putting her finger to her lips and her eyes rolling to heaven. "Frank, are you in there?" "Father, would you ever take a good running jump for yourself? And oh God, oh Teresa, do you see what's happening to me at long last? I don't give a fiddler's fart. If the Pope himself knocked on this door and the College of Cardinals gathered gawking at the windows, oh God, the whole inside of me is gone into her, and she collapses on me and tells me I'm wonderful, and would I ever consider settling in Poughkeepsie?" Frida tells the priest I had a bit of a dizziness after going to the bathroom. That's what happens when you travel and you're drinking a strange beer like Rheingold, which she believes they don't have in Ireland. I can see the priest doesn't believe her, and I can't stop the way the heat is coming and going in my face. He already wrote down my mother's name and address, and now I'm afraid he'll write and say your fine son spent his first night in America in a bedroom in Poughkeepsie, romping with a woman whose husband was away shooting deer for a bit of relaxation after doing his bit for America in the war. And isn't this a fine way to treat the men who fought for their country? The first officer and the wireless officer return from their tours of the house and the garden, and they don't look at the priest. The women tell us we must be starving, and they go into the kitchen. We sit in the living room, saying nothing to each other, and listening to the women whispering and laughing in the kitchen. The priest whispers to me again, bad women, occasion of sin. And I don't know what to say to him. The bad women bring out sandwiches and pour more beer. And when we finish eating, they put on Frank Sinatra records and ask if anyone would like to dance. No one says yes, because you'd never get up and dance with bad women in the presence of a priest. So the women dance with each other and laugh as if they all had little secrets. Tim Boyle drinks whiskey and falls asleep in a corner, till Frida wakes him and tells him, take us back to the ship. When we're leaving, Frida leans towards me as if she might kiss my cheek, but the priest says good night in a very sharp way, and no one shakes hands. As we walk down the street to the river, we hear the women laughing, tinkling and bright in the night air. We climb the ladder, and Tim calls to us from his little boat, "Mind yourselves going up that ladder. Oh, boys, wasn't that a grand night? Good night, boys, and good night, Father." We watch his little boat till it disappears into the dark of the Poughkeepsie river bank. The priest says, "Good night," and goes below, and the first officer follows him. I stand on the deck with the wireless officer, looking at the lights of America twinkling. He says, "My God, that was a lovely night, Frank. Isn't this a great country altogether?" "'Tis."
Angela's Ashes was written and read by Frank McCourt. The introduction was written and read by Jeanette Walls and recorded by Chris Dorman at Virginia Arts Recording Studio in Charlottesville, Virginia. Directed by Michael Noble. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Angela's Ashes is available in print from Scribner. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, "'Tis" and "Teacher Man", both written and read by Frank McCourt.